Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the live chat, live panel, live stream, whatever you want to call it. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. Panel link is already posted, so feel free to jump on panel. How you doing, Crafty Cat? Welcome to the chat. How you doing, Heather? Welcome to the chat. My state, welcome, sir. How you doing? Yes, yes, yes. I feel good tonight. Um, Tonight's topic is there a disconnect between the police and we, the people? Is there a disconnect? And if so, why is there a disconnect? What is that disconnect? Anybody have an opinion on that? Feel free to post a comment, ask me a comment, and maybe I uh, be able to answer it. Not saying that I can, but that's the whole purpose of this broadcast. So we can try to get some answers. Not saying that we will be able to solve anything, but just to get a little bit more understanding of what's going on between we, the people, and the government watchdogs that they use to keep us in control. What is the disconnect? Why is there a disconnect? Why do police feel they have the right to abuse us? Why is that? Is it because this is what they're taught? Are they taught to be that way? A lot of people say police just need more training, but I think the training that the police are getting is exactly what we're seeing. And that's why there's a disconnect because we, the people, think that all they need is training. But like I said, I believe the training that they're getting is exactly what we're seeing. How you doing, my state? Welcome to the live panel, sir. Speak your mind.
What's going on, my guy? What's going on?
How you doing,
Um,
sir?
I'm good, man. All is well, and I won't complain. Um, yeah, I'm good, man. I ain't gonna complain. Um, is there a disconnect? I say absolutely, without a doubt. I think that goes without saying. Um, and part two to that question, I think was why. Was the second part to that question, was it why is there a disconnect or
Um, why is there a disconnect? And if so, what are the reasons? What are some of the ways there's a disconnect?
um I of course there's many ways. I think background being different, multicultural, not being familiar with the way other people do things. You get what I'm saying? The way other people feel, the way other people was brought up, was raised.
Yes, sir.
And then not only that, but the lack of knowledge, ignorance. And just say it's simply not caring, not really having a passion for it. There's a difference between doing something you like doing and doing something you love doing. You're not really too passionate about it. How long is it going to last, or how long will your positive attitude about it, remain? So I mean, there's a lot of contributing problems and issues that lead to a disconnect between police and the public. So those are just a few.
Okay. So what I heard and what you said, some of the things that you said there, that a lot of the people that police a certain community is not from that community, and by them not being from that community that they police, they don't understand the people in that community, and by not understanding the people, they tend to be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more not understanding of the people's needs and what's going on in the community. Because, like you say, if you got someone come from a different background, different type of lifestyle, and then they go into a community that's less influential, they tend to treat the people with a little disdain because they feel like the people are beneath them, and by them not being from that particular neighborhood, they really don't have a connection with those people, and by not having that connection with those people, there that is the disconnect right there, and they I don't know, but I think it's a lot of times. I think when the police put that badge on, they get this spirit that comes over them. It's like a possession type of thing. So they feel invincible with this badge, and that's another thing. That's another reason of the disconnect. What do you think about that? When they put that badge on, do they become a different person? Are they the same people? You know what I mean? Does that change you at all?
Yeah, I mean, of course, man. Absolutely. I think, and man, and it goes back to what you just said a few minutes ago, not being familiar with with those group of people that you're policing, because if okay, so there's already a distrust with police, right? So you see a police officer in your neighborhood, the first question is, what is he doing here? You know, second question is probably something along the lines, why is he so close to where I am? You start asking these different questions, but it you if you can't, okay, so if I run into an officer that I can't relate to, or that it has nothing in common with me, and because of the level of the because of the lack of trust in the neighborhood, um I will be less inclined to talk to him, or to, you know I definitely, I don't talk to police anyway, but um I would be less inclined to hear what he has to say, or anything like that, because you can't relate to me. You know, you can only treat me according to what you've been told, or sometimes your experiences. But if you can't, if you don't go through the same things, you can't possibly tell me how to get through them. If you can't relate to me, if you can't put yourself in that same box, then the advice is great, but sometimes people need the experience behind it, because what does it really mean if if you haven't really gone through anything? Not that you can't give great advice if you haven't gone through something like that, but when the issue is deeper, such as an issue between police and a disconnect, things like that matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, they try it out here in the neighborhood, where they have a bunch of police officers patrolling the neighborhood, walking the beat, asking questions, but the kids in the neighborhood don't trust these cops. So what happened? The kids withdraw and disappear while they're walking the beat, and when they're gone, the community comes back to life again. Um, but then you see the officers that could relate to them, and understand what they're going through, because they grew up like that too, because they were once members in those same communities, but they did better for themselves, so they was able to remove themselves from those communities, um, and they could relate better. And then, if even if you didn't go through, or live in those communities, if you're willing to listen, um, if you're willing to listen, you'll learn a lot. You'll learn how to deal with with certain people, and never have to have gone through any of that. You get what I'm saying? You just have to be willing to listen, and don't allow the uh some the way we're raised. Learned behavior is a big part of it. Um, you just have to get older and have your own way of thinking, and think for yourself, and find out how you feel, and not what you were taught to believe, or what you were how you were subconsciously raised to believe how to feel about certain people. And we could say that on both sides. With the issue of black and white, uh, you know, and a lot of households growing up in America, white households, you were taught that, blacks are criminals, they may be dangerous, don't trust them, lock your doors, But on the other hand, blacks are subconsciously raised to believe all whites are racist. You can't trust them, you got to be careful. And if they're trying to help you, take a second look at that. So we're conditioned to believe, and to be, to feel certain ways. And that's a big part of the disconnect too, like if people open up and really talk about what they feel and how they feel, and not attach a negative emotion to something bad that happens every single time, then people, you'd be a lot more understanding, and disconnect won't be such a, you know, a grand thing with humans,
Yeah, and that's another thing, and that plays into what Heather Holt said earlier in the conversation. She said, "Yes, there is. The police are trained to see potential crime in every situation." So, and like I said, that goes back to what I was saying about, why is there a disconnect? Is there a disconnect simply because they don't understand the culture that they are policing, or is it because they are taught to see a crime in everything? When they pull you over, they automatically go from 0 to 100, and not necessarily with aggression or force, but with the mindset that, hey, he has drugs on him, he has a gun on him, he's wanted, he's a criminal, he's on probation. These are the things they automatically think when they pull you over. They automatically suspect you of being a bad person. In reality, when all you doing is just trying to get from point A to point B. So
yeah. I
is there a
mean,
disconnect,
they're
and why?
trained. They're trained. In my opinion, they're trained like that. They're trained to be extra cautious. It starts with when officers approach your car. They're parked the way they pull over and park the way they park for a reason. They approach your car and they make crisscross. If they're the driver, they make crisscross and come to the passenger side. If they're the passenger, they might crisscross and come to the driver's side. It's only a distraction to put a fingerprint on your car, just so if you pull off or anything happens, they know that officer made contact with you. They're trained to deal with all traffic stops a certain way. Like, I got law enforcement in my family, so, and they're trained to treat and approach every traffic stop pretty much the same, as far as what they've told me, and that's very cautious, very careful, and you don't put nothing past nobody. Safety first. You want to go home to your family. So, and I think that could be an issue. You pulling somebody over for a minor traffic stop, if you cool, calm, and collected with that individual, and you don't try to do too much with them for, not signaling right on red and asking them to get out the car. Like, come on, you're doing too much. You don't have to do all of that. And that one, um, it just goes on and on, man. I don't want to take up too much time talking.
No, it's good, man,
But
because some of the things that you're saying, people need to hear. So this is the whole purpose of this broadcast, is to get, speak your mind. That's the purpose. Speak your mind, man. Speak it until you can't speak it no more. And if anybody's out there in the chat and they want to come up here on the panel and speak their mind, feel free. The channel link is posted and it's pinned at the top. Let me go ahead and read some of these conversations,
yeah, shout out to
some of these
everybody in
questions.
the comments too.
Yeah, shout out to everybody.
Sometimes
Go ahead.
I want to make it known. Sometimes when he's talking.
No, I'm not talking. Your mic is going in and out. Yeah, we can't hear you. I don't know if we lost you. Um, just come on back in when you just say something. But right now we can't hear you. Just want to shout out to all the people in the chat. Let's shout out to Nightbot first of all. What's up,
I'm
Nightbot? Okay, yeah, you're back. What's up, Dragonette?
yeah.
Heather
I didn't
Ho.
even know I went out.
Yeah, you went out. Go ahead and finish saying what you were saying. Okay, let's see who said that. Someone said in the UK.
Definitely watching.
Okay. Yeah, your mic is going in and out. Can I get a one? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody
Hold
hear
on.
him? Let's make sure we get this going before we continue this conversation. Make sure mics are working.
Can you hear me? You can hear me now?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now.
All right. Um,
Okay.
I was saying to Dragonette, she's 100%. Dragonette transparency, 100% right. Kids are watching and they're paying attention. We'd be foolish to think not, and that's why it's important to do the right thing. Not only around the kids, but when you're not around them, but especially when you're around the kids because we're teaching them exactly how to be when they grow up. You get what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, there's officers out there that have kids that see the videos, so they see how their parents are and they see how their mom, that's a town clerk, act towards the public. They see how the mayor has no regards for the public and don't want to answer questions or take time out to answer real questions that are from the public and not through the media. Um, so kids definitely pay attention. I have a 9-year-old son. He just turned 9 a couple weeks ago, and he sees the business cards from the different city halls we've been to. He sees the citizen complaint forms, and he sees the equipment, and so his mind automatically goes to like you guys, there's a studio being set up now, so he's like asking questions and wants to know, and he sees a lot of police things, and we got the radio and different things. So breaking the conversation to him as a 9-year-old, of course I am not going to go all the way into it with a 9-year-old, but to give him the gist of what's going on in the world, and trying to give him a little bit of information without spooking him, without making him feel a certain way. I don't want to form his opinion about anybody or any profession. I want him to get old enough to come to his own conclusion. You see what's going on, you assess it, and you decide, your what you believe, what you want to believe, what you want to how you feel about certain things. I don't want to, you know, interfere with that. I want to have his own thought process, but at the same time, do my job as a parent.
Yes,
But
sir.
kids do pay attention. They paying
Yeah.
attention. You better believe it.
Even when they sleep, they got one eye open. Welcome to the
Yeah.
panel, Heather. You can cut your camera off. I see you. Yeah, like I say, even with one eye open, the kids are paying attention to everything you do, and then they go out and they emulate what you do. So, it's no good telling a kid, "Oh, you can't do this," because if they see you doing it, they gonna sneak and do it also.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome
Well,
to the panel, Heather. What do you have to add to this topic, to
you
this
know,
conversation?
going to what Dragonette said about the kids and seeing two different views, when we've tried to raise our kids to respect the police, there are a few that they do respect. But when my oldest was 5 years old, right before he started school, he was two houses down. He was out playing with the neighborhood kids. This neighbor of ours had a wooden privacy fence. Well, she had a dog, so he looked through the fence and climbed up a little bit, trying to see over like a kid would. She called the cops. This officer told my 5-year-old child that he would take him to jail, feed him warm water and stale moldy bread if he didn't get his act together. I was in the house. My son came flying in the house, crawled under his bed, bawling his eyes out, and was afraid of police until he was a teenager. How do you can't combat that? He had
And that's
he had
go
an
ahead.
ingrained fear put in him by an officer. And when I went out there, the cop was already gone. So being Mama Bear, I went to the neighbor, banged on her door. And she came to the door and I told her I blessed her out from one end to the other, north, south, east, and west. Because she knew who he was. She knew where he lived. I asked her, I said, why didn't you just come to my door and let me know instead of putting my child through that? She traumatized him.
And that's the thing, and that's another reason why there's such a disconnect is because the police want to be feared, instead of being servants, like they are paid to be. They want to be feared. They put this badge on, and then they think they're John Wayne with a gun. You know what I mean? So they walk around and they want to instill fear in you. And why would you want to instill fear into a 5-year-old child? And you're supposed to be an officer of the law. You're supposed to protect and serve. Now this child is going to grow up, like you say, in fear. Every time he see the police, he's gonna go back to that state of mind he was in when he crawled up under his bed when that police threatened him. In his mind, he was being threatened by somebody in authority, somebody that he probably up until that time he looked up to.
Yes.
So
Yeah, you know what's sad though, Miss Heather? The sad thing is that cop went home and didn't think about your child at all, not once. You get what I'm
Exactly.
saying? And that's the
And my
problem. That's a
child,
part of the problem.
yeah, and
and,
my
and
he
go ahead.
thought of him for years. It took
Shout out to
years
NC
for him
Tyler
to.
Hunter.
What's up, NC Tyron Hunter? Welcome to the room. Snap Phase, how you doing, sir? If you have anything to add to this conversation, go ahead and get up on the mic. Speak your mind. The link is pinned. We're just having a conversation. Why is there a disconnect? And there is so many reasons why there's a disconnect. There's no particular reason. So we just can't pinpoint one particular thing, but there is so many different things, and that's why this is a good topic to talk about because we can get a little insight on these. Because when I was a child, just riding down the street in the back seat of a car, we was taught when if we see the police, don't look at them, look straight ahead. Because in the police mind, if you look them in the eye, you're challenging them. And as a black man, that's to them, to a white officer back in when I was coming up, that's like a challenge. And even till this day, with some animals, if you stare them in the face, it's like a challenge. If you show your teeth, it's like a challenge. So when I was coming up, and even till this day, if you make contact with an officer, he sees that as aggression. Why is that? Why are we made to feel that we have to look straight ahead and we can't even look at an officer, and he's supposed to be there to protect us? And it's to the point to where we fear him if he pulls up beside us in his police car and we're at a light. We don't know, there's a 50-50 chance that he's going to pull us over and beat us up and may kill us. But why do we feel that way? Why do we feel that way about police?
I I would say a distrust, the distrust and the unassurance, because that even goes on in the neighborhood. You look at somebody the wrong way or for too long, it could cost you your life. Um,
Well, see,
but with
that's that's
police,
that, that's a little
police
bit
have
different.
power. They
But
have
that's a little
power.
bit different.
You
Yeah,
know,
but that's a little bit different than somebody in the neighborhood. Now that's JoJo down the block. He'll whoop your ass if you stare at him because that's what
right?
JoJo do. But everybody know that about JoJo. But the police, they're there. They're getting paid to protect you. So, like I say, when I was a child, I used to fear the police. I don't fear him no more. I will cuss him out. Man, you know how many police I done cussed out
Probably a
once I
few.
got older and started going to jail and started not giving a fuck about the police. I will cuss their ass out in a minute. But when I was a child, I feared the police and there was an unknown fear. I didn't even know why I feared them because I was taught to fear the police by my parents.
See, and our children should not be coming up afraid to, be themselves, to be afraid of the police, be afraid of authority. I mean, it's ridiculous, and that the kids is where it starts. That's where the disconnect starts. Because if the cops are going to treat children and teenagers that way, they're going to resent authority in any form. So they're going to get in trouble, keep getting in trouble, because you know how teenagers are. They're defiant, and that puts a wall up. And if they don't learn to break that wall down and teach that it's not us versus them, it's we all together.
Yep, but they don't see that. And I don't think that it'll ever get any better as far as the police go, because like like what we discussed last night in the last show, the police work for the corporate thugs. So that is one of the biggest reasons there is a disconnect. Even if a police want to do right by his training and by the things that he is taught, he it goes against his morals. So his first obligation is to corporate America. And America is not a country anymore, and America hasn't been a country for many years. America is a corporation first, and it will never be a country again. So that's why there's so many contracts that you get involved in living in this country. Nothing is free. Nothing is free. You can't air is not free. Pretty soon you're not going to be able to walk outside and breathe the air. And a lot of people that have bad credit is not going to be able to afford air. You're going to have to put the air in your mama's name. I'm making a joke, but I'm just being lighthearted about it. But that's how bad the situation is getting. Nothing is free. Nobody is free, and if you think you're free, you're just it's an illusion. Then you're living in a matrix. You're in a bubble. You're plugged in. You're a battery, and you don't even know what's going on in reality. But somebody else take over. I'll be right back.
How are you doing, Toe for Life?
What's up, Toe? How you doing, sir?
What's up? What's up?
How you doing? How was your dinner, sir?
It was good, man. It was good. Just quick Taco Cabana, man, for me.
Man, I haven't had Taco Cabana in years, boy. I miss those days. But we had a Taco Cabana up here, and then we had a 2 pesos. It was an imitation Taco Cabana. Anybody remember that?
No, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, because they got sued. Taco Cabana sued 2 pesos. 2 pesos was exactly, I mean, identical to Taco Cabana. It was just a different color. The restaurant, everything was set up. The menu, everything was identical. Look it up when you get time. All right, well, back to the subject at hand topic. So, what do you think? Is there a disconnect between the police and we the people? And if so, why is there a disconnect?
Oh, man. That is going to be a very, very hard question for me. I believe there is a disconnect for sure. I mean, we see it every day, all day. Why? I don't know, man. Like, kind of like what Four Corners report said, like when they put that uniform on, man, they change. They're like, I don't know. They get evil when they put that uniform on. Sometimes they can go from real good people to putting that uniform on and just being evil. And I don't know what it is. It's weird. Power trip. Hell, I don't know, man. That's a hard one, man. That's been a question that's been kicked around for probably many years and through many panels and live streams and talks with people, and I don't know, man. That one's hard for me because I
I'm
mean,
wondering how much
I look at things cut and dry. Sorry about that, man. Can you guys hear that in the background?
Yeah, I do a little bit.
Is that loud? It's not loud, right? Okay.
Not on mine.
All right. I mean,
Um,
I'm kind of
I was
cut and
just
dry.
gonna.
Go ahead,
I was
Mike.
gonna add. No, I was just gonna add that I wonder how much of a priority mental health is, for police and police training. Not just at basic training, or not just at what they call it. Man, their
Cadet
course
training.
before they become, their cadet training. Not just that, but throughout their law enforcement career, to have some type of mental health check-in. Go talk to somebody and decompress.
Yeah.
Because I mean, you can only imagine. I'm sure firefighters go through the same thing. AMR workers go through the same thing. CNAs and registered nurses, doctors. Got to talk to somebody. If there are traumatic events that happen almost every day of your life when you go to work.
Yeah, that's true.
Over here, the police target the youth, in my opinion. It's to get them in the money making system early. That's a statement from a chatter.
Karina, yeah,
Yeah.
she's one of our UK buddies.
Oh, UK. Welcome in, UK.
Yeah, Karina is one of the our UK moderators.
Okay.
So when she's over there in the UK, she's promoting us. But that makes a good point, Karina. They're going after the youth. And she says the reason why they're going after the youth is to get them in the system early. And to get them in the system early, that generates money. It's a money revenue making scheme. Everything is a scheme. Everything they do is legalize extortion. That's one of the reasons there is a disconnect because of the extortion that they allow to commit, the fraud that they allow to commit on the people. We, the people, have been shaken down for so long, and now they're after our kids. They have youth camps, police youth camps. They have all these different things that involve the kids, and they say that they want to protect the kids. But do they really want to protect the kids? They want to get you in the system, and not just putting you in the system to drain your finances, but also to get the kids in the system, to misplace the kids in the system. They sell the kids, they abuse the kids, they sell them to the elite. They do all these different things. So there's when you say they're targeting the kids, there is a lot of different ways they're targeting the kids. And that's a whole nother different can of worms. Okay. But we're going to stick to what we're talking about today, the disconnect. Why is there a disconnect? Someone tell me about one of the ways they're targeting the children, and have anybody experienced that as far as them going after the youth in this country and abroad.
Well, once they get their sight on someone, like the skateboarders, for instance, you know, the teens and their skateboards, if the cops see them and they're out there skateboarding and say there's 3 or 4 of them, they automatically think, oh, that's a group of troublemakers. So they get them, they get their IDs, they let their buddies know, hey, keep an eye on these. And automatically, they're being watched by cops all the time. The kids playing basketball, you got, you know, anywhere from 5 to 11 kids out there playing basketball, teenagers. The cops going to watch them, see what they're doing. And, if one of them gets in trouble, they're going to watch all of them. It does start with the kids. And then as adults, we're like, okay, like you said, don't look at them. Driving down the street, you wave at one or you make eye contact with them, they zero in. Turn around, follow you, see if there's anything wrong with your car. I mean, they're trained to do that. Like I said earlier, they're trained to look for possible crime in every situation they're in.
Yeah, they're trained to do that. Now I watched the video, and one of the ways they're training the police to disconnect from the people. They're teaching the police to I don't know how to say this, but I guess not to have any type of empathy or any type of humor when any type of compassion when it comes to the people. They want
Yeah.
yeah they want them to be robots. They don't want them to be human. Now, like I said, I saw a video, and actually it's a psychological program that they do, and they started this in the military, and it was also used in MK Ultra type of experiments and stuff. And it seems something like real stupid. Now, if anybody ever watches Chuck Bronson, now you know Chuck Bronson has this rubber chicken. And every once in a while, he'll stick that damn chicken right in the camera and he'll squeeze it and it'll make that chicken noise.
Scare the hells out of me every
Yeah,
time.
and every time he does it, I just bust out laughing. I just can't help it. Chuck does that shit, I just laugh my ass off because it's funny. But what they do is they use this particular technique to take the fun out of you. All right, now what they do, they line up a bunch of people that's new recruits. They line them up and they put them into like a little couple of lines or whatever. And the drill instructor, whoever he is, he'll have this rubber chicken and he'll walk up from behind them and he'll stick the chicken in their face from behind and he'll squeeze the chicken. Now, if the new recruit, if he smiles or if he laughs, then he gets punished. Basically, he has to drop and assume the position, do push-ups or whatever it is that they have him do. It's basically a punishment. So the whole purpose of this training, this mind control technique, is to stop you from having any type of sense of humor, not laughing or anything. And that's one of the reasons when you see a police or you encounter a police and you see this meanness in them and this sternness and you're trying to reason with them and you're trying to talk to them and you're trying to explain to them, hey, I don't get paid till tomorrow. I'm having a bad week. My wife left me and I won't have no money tomorrow. I'll get that fixed tomorrow. Just give me some time. Give me a warning. And they just be like, and they don't smile and they're just mean. These are the techniques that they're using to turn these people into these type of people, meanness robots. So they use this particular technique. And so once you get out there and somebody, cracks a joke, and, you're trying to be, and then you say, damn, he was a fucking hard ass. Why was he such a hard ass? That's one of the reasons these people are taught to be like that. They're taught to have that disconnect. It's a psychological, mental thing that they do. They break these people down mentally and then they reprogram them. So what we see is what they're producing in these factories. I call them factories, these police factories. What do y'all think about that?
It's true. I mean, like with them getting tased and everything, because they have to be maced, they have to be tased, they have, and like you said with the chicken, their mentality is, I made it through it, you will too. But they're not tased 2, 3, 4, 5 times while their adrenaline's running high, scared. And they're brainwashed. And when they are like that at work, they can't turn it off when they go home. So the spouse gets it, the kids get it, their mom and dad get it, whoever they're with, they get the end result of that brainwashing. And so they even see it in their families. I've got some friends who, this one guy, he was married, and his kids, he would make them do military drills like he did at cadet school and stuff, trying to harden them up. Don't cry, take it, and when they've got that type of mentality, they can't see the soft side. They can't empathize with people and go, oh yeah, they're hurting or they're having a bad day. I'll just let them go. They just can't do that. It's not it's ingrained in them not to.
So you're saying they can't turn it off. It's something that you just can't turn off because it's ingrained in you, your program. And that's why I say it's a mental psychological mind control program. Because they break you down, they reprogram you, and then they send you out there, and so now you go out there and you attack the public, and then your family thinks that you're this certain type of person, but now you can't turn that program off, and it gets worse and worse and worse. The more you up under that mind control program, the longer, the worse it gets. So then you become a completely different person. You become an ultimate bad guy. And that's why like a lot of those officers that are older, the sergeants. Now, if you get pulled over and you're being disrespected by a rookie or somebody that's up under the sergeant, you ask for his supervisor, and the supervisor comes, and then the supervisor has that same fucking mentality as the person that pulled you over. So you basically get nowhere. So the longer you stay up under that mind control, that influence, that badge, I believe the worse you get. What do you think?
That's a good question. Well, I've noticed that when they do bring their supervisors on, I don't understand because I've heard a lot of cops say, "I understand, I see where you're coming from, but this is his stop, or this is her thing. I'm just here to back up." Even back them up, even though we requested them as a mediator. They're not mediating. They're not de-escalating. They're not saying anything to the officer because that's their stop. That's their business. When a
And then you,
supervisor's
and then
job,
yeah, and you ask them, well, why did he pull me over? He never told me. Then their answer is, I don't know. I just got here.
exactly. They're supposed to talk to their partner first, find out what's going on, and check it out. I was
Especially
actually
if,
told by a cop one time, it was a detective, he's on my son's case, it is not their job to investigate. It's not their job to find out. That is up to the lawyers to investigate and find out what's going on and deal with it in court no matter what.
yeah. And now I want to know, why does the badge change you? Um,
It's a
that's
power
something.
symbol. It's
It's a
like putting
power
a
symbol.
crown. It's like crowning a king. It's a power symbol.
Anybody out there in the chat have any opinion on that? Why does it change? Do you? Because I think there's several different reasons why, and Heather's correct. It's a power trip. It's like anointing someone, and now all of a sudden you think you're God. You think you're above the average person, and I think that applies to a lot of different people in a lot of different fields, not just being a police, but being a police and being in a position of that kind of power to where you can take somebody's life. You can go to school for 6 months or go to police academy and get training for what, 6 months, and then you have the authority to come and end somebody's life because you feel that you were threatened, or you feel justified in shooting somebody in the back because they was running away from you because you were too fat to pursue a foot chase and tackle them like you're trained to do, but you shoot him in the back because you got that box of Krispy Kremes in the back of your car, and you're not equipped to do your job. Why is there so many police out there that's ill built, ill informed, and don't have the ability to fucking even take a proper piss? Some of these police can't even wipe their ass because they're so out of shape. Think about that shit. Now I was watching a NC Tyrant Hunter video where this big ass fucking cop. I mean, he was so fucking huge. He looked like one of the. He looked like a character. He looked like a character out of the. Damn, what's that cartoon? I can't think of it right now. But he was so big, and my first thought was, how does he wipe his ass? I know he had shit stains in his drawers. I'm gonna just keep it that way. But at the same time, these are the people that can't even wipe their ass, that are out here with this 6 months of training and never really get any updates with their training. and they be in these positions for years, and these people are allowed to govern over us. They're allowed to walk up and touch us, put their nasty, filthy hands on us, you know, and just do whatever they feel like because they feel like they're I don't know, they feel like they are the masters of the universe. And every time I look at them, all I see is Skeletor. I don't see, I don't see nothing gravy about these people. But why is that? Why is so many cops out of shape? Why so many cops? Anybody have any opinion on that or anything to add to that? Why is that?
Well,
And that's
like
becoming
patrol
it's
officers,
becoming it's becoming a norm too.
they're in their cars all the time. You're not going to find them at the gym working out. The younger ones, you might. The older ones, the middle-aged ones, they're not going to the gym. And if they're married, they got wives or other husbands cooking for them at home or bringing them lunch or meeting up with them. And they're eating a lot of fast food while they're out patrolling, not running, not walking, not getting their exercise. And so where's it go? Their belly in their ass.
Man,
Well,
that's them not holding themselves accountable. You know, if they had a every 6 to 9 month thing where they got to pass some type of, or at least once a year, you got to pass some type of fitness test. You know, at your age, you can't be at a certain weight. You know, because you do got to hop out sometime. Like, what if you an officer and you got a call of somebody just mug some old lady or some lady with her kids, or you got to chase this person down, and now that dangerous person that's really a criminal that really need to be caught got away because you not fit. And like uh World Citizen News was saying, that hit him in the ego, you might just shoot him in his back. Like, oh no, you won't get away. I can't catch you, but I'm gonna just shoot you. Make sure you don't get away, and then that innocent person get hurt. You increase the chances of more tyranny.
Yeah, it's
Um,
like when you're a kid and you're getting away and your mama throws the flip flop.
yeah.
She she can't catch you. So what's she gonna do? She's gonna grab the closest thing, right? Well, their closest thing, their closest thing
oh,
is
girl, you bringing back memories and shit. Oh, now you done triggered me. Now I'm thinking of a flip flop hitting me in the back of the head. I'm trying to get away.
mine was a wine cooler bottle. But I was 16 and mom was older and she was like,
I
I ain't
bet you
gonna
had a
knock your
mouth on
ass
you too,
down.
huh? I bet you was like,
Oh yes.
yeah.
So she was like, I'm not chasing you no more. You're taller than me. Here you go,
I,
wine cooler. Shoo!
I was scared to talk back to my mom. My mom didn't play that, and if I did say something to my mom, it'd be up under my breath, like 3 blocks away, still up under my breath, cause she would hear it.
Yeah, yes. Eyes in the back of the head. Yep.
Yeah, so I didn't do none of that. I,
See,
I
and
made
that's the type of respect that the cops are expecting. But you can't demand respect when you do not even like or respect the community around you. If all you see is darkness, if all you see is crime, and they do, I mean, they see a lot of really, really, really bad stuff, and they can't. They're taught to compartmentalize, but once you see so much and you're so desensitized to everything, you don't care no more. It's like when we were little, if say oh, what's that show Cartman is on, or even Beavis and Butthead, I would have never been allowed to watch that stuff when I was younger. Now it's common. Once they are desensitized, they don't care. They put up a wall. You're not going to get to me, but I will take it all out on you because I'm not supposed to have feelings or emotions.
That's crazy. Now let's talk about we were discussing how police can't take it, can't turn it off. Now, how does that affect their families? You know, because we touched on it, but let's talk about it a little bit deeper. By them not being able to turn it off, by them being a robot, by them being under this mind control, how does it affect their children? How does it affect their wife? How does it affect their life? And how does it affect their dog? Because I heard that police go home and kick the shit out their dogs when they're mad. But that's neither here nor there. But as like what I'm saying is, there is studies out there that a lot of police commit suicide. There's a high rate of police committing suicide. There's a high rate, and I don't know the numbers, but I will look at them. But I'm just bringing this to your attention. There's a high rate of police beating their wives, uh, and actually, you know, pulling guns on them and things of that nature to that point. And a lot of it is covered up by you know, by their precinct, or the blue line. So what do y'all think about that as far as it affecting their family? We need some comments in the chat so we can post your comments and read your comments. People on panel, what do you think? What do you think, Toe? Let's hear from Toe. What do you think about that? How do you think it affects them, their family? Does it affect their family? He might have been stepped away. All right, my state. How do you think it affects their family?
Um, Man, because I can imagine, being a cop coming home to my family, my wife and kids, and not being able to interact with them the way I want to because of how much the job is affected. Like you said, they're taught to desensitize, to detach, and not get too attached to the case you're dealing with, and have some type of separation. But as humans, you're built to not detach, unless gets to the extreme. So a lot of times you end up taking those problems home. You might end up treating your kids a certain way because you're so annoyed with how your whole day turned out, and now their normal being loud, running around, making noise is amplified now. Now you're just a little more agitated. You're not sleeping the right way. The little things that your partner might do that normally don't aggravate you now seems to aggravate you. Now you're looking for problems to point out, and you're not picking your battles no more. You're just going straight to war. So that of course goes with of course that's going to affect the family. The wife or husband, depending on if you're a male or female cop. You might detach from your mate sexually, mentally, emotionally, physically, and that's why a lot of law enforcement officers that are married and then divorced or some type of tragic incident, or like you said, are involved with domestic violence, kick the dog. So it can, of course, affect the family, and then the mate, the other half might not want to say anything and want to keep it internalized, and out of fear or out of not wanting to damage that person because that person may be the breadwinner. So it could start a whole line of problems, and then so murder, suicide, and so of course it affects the family probably a little bit more than everybody else. They catch the brunt of it because that's where they're going to retreat to when they punch out. They're going home, and those are the people on the front line. The
Okay,
wife, the husband.
I gotta say, hi, Miss Eliza.
Hello, how are you doing, darling?
And you're asking how it affects the people at home. A lot of these cops get into drinking, or get into other things. And we all know when somebody's already got a bad attitude and always angry and mad, you throw alcohol into the mix.
Mm-hmm. And it's fuel on the fire.
Exactly. You know, and the poor kids, they see dad like that, and they go one of two ways. If dad isn't a drinker, he's like, I want to be like my dad, or they turn around and go okay, and they go the opposite way, and they become the biggest criminals.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut anybody off. Can I go ahead and get a general synopsis? Because I feel like I want to comment, but I want to make sure that I'm commenting correctly on
Go for it.
anything that's going on. Can I get a real quick general synopsis of what it is we're talking about exactly right now, so that way I don't step out of line, or my understanding is?
Well, basically, the topic of the conversation is there a disconnect between the police and we the people? And if so, what is that disconnect? And we've come to realize that there's several reasons why there is a disconnect. So basically, that's what we're discussing. And we're also touching upon the point of why does the badge change you? And also, what Heather is talking about is how it affects the family by
Mhm,
them being under this particular type of mind control. How
mhm.
does it affect the family when they go home because they can't turn it off?
That's funny that you said that. Can I go ahead and piggyback off of something that
Go ahead.
you said,
You
Heather?
have the mic.
That's funny that
Speak.
you said that because not too long ago, whenever I was discussing, people for some reason always want to go ahead and ask me about Black BLM issues, and literally, I just made a simple statement, and I understand I had the exact same question, or I was posing the exact same question to the family of the victims, as well as to the family of the officers. And it's funny that she sat there and posed the same question. Because my concern was, we see a lot of deaths nowadays are publicized. Now, granted, don't get me wrong, having a lot of that stuff being publicized, or, society being able to shine a light on a lot of things that were done in the dark, so to speak, that is very, very useful. It's been a very valuable tool. But I believe this, whenever I was having a conversation, I was talking about, you know, what's the difference between those people who just want to videotape or who just want to sit there and show their camera, and then the people who were actually wanting to go out and stop some shit. And initially, just so you guys get a general idea of what I was talking about, this was some days ago. Let's say George Floyd, just for a scenario, because everybody understands, knows, has at least seen the video. You had three people that were talking to the officers while they were videotaping, telling the officers how this is wrong and how this isn't right. The police sat there and pretty much told them, if you go ahead and do this, you're getting out of line. My question is, instead of these people stopping and saying what they consider in their lane and continuing to videotape, why, if you all felt that passionate about a man dying, why didn't you guys put the fucking camera down and do something, regardless of whether, and I understand this for fear of their own safety and, potentially losing their life. I get it. But my whole thing is, if you were so passionate to sit there and talk all kind of shit on a camera, then why can't you have that same energy to sit there and jump off the porch and actually involve yourself and do some shit? And for me, that has been one of the main issues we have. A whole lot of people come up with great ideas, very innovative ideas on how to fix shit, but no one actually wants to put their stuff out there and willing to become a martyr or an example, so to speak, willing to sit there and do the hard part as far as getting themselves out there to go ahead and make whatever it is, whatever change or anything that's needed. So to go ahead and come back around, I'm sorry if I happen to be rambling, to come back to what the lady, what's your name, honey? Because I can't see names up here.
Heather.
Miss Heather said was, what about the families of the police officers? Whenever they go home, they're stuck with this. There's a lot of people that are hating their parents, that are, saying all kind of things about their parents. Don't get me wrong. There's also a lot of people that are supporting their parents. But, then again, what about the family of the victims? These people have lost the person that they love, even though this person is only a social conversation point. Hold on a second, babe. Even though, you know, this person's death is a conversation point for a lot of people, what about those people that are actually involved with these people? So whenever that person died, it wasn't a conversation point. It wasn't a political stunt. It was something that changed their life. And
Forever.
what about those people that their life died or their life ended the same way that family member, friend, associate, comrade, whatever died? And then the trauma of people constantly just refocusing and replaying on their death, not who the person was, the character of the person that they was. And we're not even going to add to this society or the media demonizing their character and trying to make it justifiable to so many others out there that don't know these people from shit go to Sandman, and try to make it acceptable or to not see their death as an actual death, or, you know, to allow people to become desensitized. Because that's pretty much what happened to my brother. So my brother was murdered by the police. And whenever he was murdered, everybody talked about it. But, you know, I remember getting a whole lot of, you know, oh, condolences. And, you know, maybe it's just me coming from a dark place at that time. But when I hear condolences, I don't come to me
They
with
mean nothing to you.
that
They're
word. Don't
just
mean
words.
shit. Exactly. That word don't mean shit. That's not it. Literally, it's a word that's just gonna irritate me, because I feel like you're only saying that because you feel like you need to say something. And dude, I'm good with you not saying a motherfucking thing. If y'all not gonna sit there and do something, or if you guys were not gonna do something to prevent this from happening, and you guys had the option, I'd be fine for y'all to be in the same box with my brother, as far as I'm concerned. Now, I'm not saying I want to kill anybody, but I'm just saying,
yeah.
don't come to my face and sit there and try to be all chummy, nice. Because when I sit there and tell you my fuck it is strong, baby, my fuck it is strong. Okay.
Well, see, like the situation you brought up, you know, I do know that a couple of the people called police on the police.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was their way. And that one, I think she was a firefighter medic. She tried telling them, you know, everybody was speaking up, but like you said, they didn't want to get close because they had those weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So they were, you know, scared to, you know, step
Exactly.
in. And I'm one of those, honey, I will yell, scream, stomp, do everything I can to get attention away, get them looking at me, get, you know, hey, look over here, you are seen.
Then we are truly
see
kindred
you,
hearts.
we hear you, we know what you're doing, and we're witnesses, and your ass is grass.
Mm-hmm. See, my thing is, not only are you witnesses, because like I said before, that's what the video camera's for, but I'm one of the few people. You can't sit there and tell me, well, you know what, ma'am, you can't sit there and record me. Okay, you know what? I'm not listening to that. But what, you know, you can't tell me something like, oh, well, you need to back up, or else, you know, you might get it too. Oh,
Try to
in
do
my
it.
brain, hold on, in my brain, I understand that there was English that was said. How that was translated was, hold my beer, challenge accepted. Fuck you mean?
Take my shoes off, get my earrings out. I'm coming.
Okay. If I got Vaseline lotion, baby, it's time to get it popping.
Yep.
At the end of the day, I'm a Black woman. Okay. So from the moment I was born, I was already raised to have a mindset of, I was already born with 3 strikes against me. So these people are looking to kill me, or looking for a reason to kill me one way or another. So if there is a chance that I'm going to die, I might as well go while making sure somebody else doesn't. So, I mean, that's just my you know, my mentality. And I understand that not everybody is like me. Not everybody agrees with that. And that's fine. But me, I'm one of the jump off the porch type of people. That's how I grew up. I mean, words don't mean a whole lot when actions are, you know, taking a little too long to match. That's all I'm saying. I feel like it's out.
And a lot of that comes with the upbringing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because a lot of people, I hear all the time, your eyes are closed, you don't see nothing, you're not going to say nothing, you're not getting involved.
Mm-hmm.
you know, and I hear that and I'm like, why? Why would you say like I mean, this is a little bit off the topic, but you know, as far as getting involved, the other day there was a lady, her child, keep in mind I'm at the convenience store. It's an
Mhm.
Indian man, and I mean from India, behind the
Mhm.
counter, and I know him
Mhm.
and he was born here. And her little girl said, "Are you American Indian?" That woman looked at her and said, "That's racist. You don't say that."
That's a question from a baby. Fuck you mean?
And I looked at her and I said, "You do realize he's from India and he's born here and he literally is an American Indian, just not Native American Indian."
Right.
She huffed, puffed, and stomped out the door. You know, and cops are like that too. They won't listen. They're taught one way. You're
Mhm.
wrong. I'm right because this is what I was taught. And they're not going to listen to you. You're going to take that ride because they're in the power position and they don't have to listen. And so
Mhm.
that, like we were talking about, that disconnect, that wall is there. They're not
And I think
trying
that's
to
what it
connect.
is. Yeah.
You know, they've got these programs. They go out in the communities. They do good, yada yada yada. That's all fine and well. But when they're not in the spotlight, when they're not in those programs, is where we're having the problems. Yeah, they can go and do the Toys for Tots. They can go do the shop with the cop. But when they're not there with that, with the news on them and in the
Mhm.
community program, it's the back alleys.
Mhm.
It's the people who know their rights and are fighting back that they're going to try to pound you into the ground.
I
They
mean,
can't they
you-
like we were talking about compartmentalizing. They're in WCM brought it up. They're brainwashed to not be emotional, but they fake it a lot.
Send me that link.
this one? Okay. My husband wants to be able to come in here, guys, so I'm gonna go ahead.
No. Send me the link to his channel. I ain't got World Citizen.
Oh, okay. World Citizen, can I go ahead and have the link to your channel, honey, so that my husband can sub to you? Sorry, side note.
No problem. And tell him that he's
I'll put
free
it in
to
the
get
chat.
on panel. Yeah, Heather, do it. Tell him to feel free to get on panel anytime, man. Tell him he's welcome in here, voice his opinion. This is a room
Yes,
where anybody can come and speak their mind. So
right. He's on another panel right now, that's why. But he wants to
that's
go ahead
that's
and be able to sub to you.
that's no problem. That's no problem.
Exiled One is your husband, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's what I thought.
Um, but you know,
I was there
honestly,
when you got your channel started. Good going, girl. Proud of you.
thank you. I actually tomorrow I officially opened up my new one, and I went ahead and I put some stuff already in rotation on my StreamYard. So I'm trying to go to sleep and not, have my anxiety go down because I'm a control freak. So and I'm a perfectionist, and I at least understand this about myself. And I'm trying not to go in and sit there and start messing with some stuff so I can be perfect. Because whenever you're dealing with social media of any kind, there is really no such thing as perfect. What you might consider perfect, somebody else might sit there and want to tweak, add changes, things of this nature. There's really no specifically pleasing everybody. So you're supposed to do what's initially nice to you. So I'm trying to, do some meditation, some woosah, some music, and distracting my mind from wanting to go, ooh, okay, let me change this, let me change this. And so, but
Well, you got to do what's right for you, and
yeah.
it's your channel. Do what you want with it.
Oh, yes, that's definitely what I'm gonna do. That's kind of why I'm doing it. I have one that's very, very educational, and then I have one that's just, my shoot the shit. But this is something that I noticed. Whenever we're talking about the disconnect between police and the people, I would have to 100% agree with there being a disconnect. Not only that, but there has been a disconnect for so long that a lot of people don't even realize that, often whenever we're hearing anything about gangs, we are always thinking of them as such a negative thing. But initially, gangs were created to police their own communities because the police officers were abusing their power. And they were doing it in a way where it was causing significantly more harm than good. And then I guess literally that the police occupation decided that they were gonna become their own gang. Yes, one of the things you guys will often hear me say, if you guys listen to me long enough, is the Blue Stripe gang. You know, just like everybody sits there and says you got the Bloods gang, Crips gang. Yeah, you got the Blue Stripe gang too. I mean, whenever, first of all, nobody else can wear that exact shade of blue. And if they do, they can supposedly be taken to jail over wearing a fucking color. Because supposedly it's considered intimidating or not intimidating. It's considered impersonating a police officer just to wear a certain fucking shade of a color. And whenever you having a lot of these police officers out there, in order for them to even get that blue stripe, they have to sit there and have a body under their belt. That sounds like gang fucking affiliation to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, whenever you guys are sitting here and doing, or, you know, whenever you guys are blatantly being evil and you know you being evil, or you know, let me not even say evil, when you know you're doing wrong, because regardless of whether people want to admit it, everybody literally has that moral compass. Now, mind you, I will say this, not everybody's moral compass is always 100% facing north, but just because it ain't facing north does not mean it doesn't exist, okay? So whenever y'all know y'all sitting here and doing something wrong, and as an adult, ain't no way in hell you're going to convince me that there are those that don't know, unless you have some type of mental health, like you know, there's some kind of brain development that didn't exactly happen. And even with those people, those are the ones that, you know, more than just, you know, there's more directions on our compass that are all facing north. So ain't no way in hell, first of all, that you're going to sit there and convince me you don't know you're doing wrong, especially if you're competent enough to be able to be hired under the occupation of a police officer.
Okay. All right. Anybody else got anything to add to the topic, add to the conversation? My state, Heather, is there any other reasons why there's a disconnect? And is there any other reasons or any way that it's affecting the family? Now we know that like she said, it affects the children by them not being able to turn it off, and why can't they turn it off? Can anybody elaborate on that particular aspect on it? Why can't they cut it off? My state, NC Tyrant Hunter, click that link.
Why they can't? I think they could. I think it's a conscious choice not to. You know, you getting, you know, when you first start off doing something, you kind of you go into it, you may be a little nervous, you may be a little timid, right? And that's how they come out of the academy, a little nervous, a little timid. They don't know what's going on, they don't know what to expect. So what do? They look to the person that's training them, their field training officer, right? And if that field training officer has a small mustard seed of tyrannical behavior in them, that small mustard seed is going to be a mountain and molehill with that officer he's training. And you know, and it goes to say it starts with the training. It's just like, you know, sort of raising a child. If you constantly smoke, do drugs, and drink in front of that child, they're probably going to grow up to be smoking, drinking, and doing drugs, right? So that's what happens to cops. They get in these trainings. They got that tyrant boss that's going to tell them, you know, you're the one in command. This is your scene. You know, this is your call. You call the shots. You're going to tell them what's going on. You're going to restore order. You're going to be, instead of being a peacekeeper and a peacemaker, right, and you know, being a public servant instead of being a tyrant, instead of feeling like, you know, they're above us and we just pay them to disrespect the hell out of us and violate our rights. My heart go out to you. I can't even pronounce your name. I don't want to assassinate it. Elijah, because I heard that you said, was it your brother that lost his life being shot down by police?
Yeah, he was okay, baby. He was I'll go ahead and tell you guys the story. He was coming home one night, and Hold on a second. Sorry, I had to. Here. Okay, honey, go get your own blanket. um, Initially, what happened is that he was coming home. Actually, he had a friend of his that called because his friend had been drinking. He said he would go get him because the friend was also like, he lived in a duplex, so the friend was also in the other part of the duplex. And he went to go get him, and the police stopped him. And not only that, but there was some girls that were speeding on the road. My brother had sat there and merged over, thinking that it was going to be the girls. Come to find out, it was him and his friend. That were pretty much being stopped and harassed. And, these women kind of slowed down just to kind of gawk and see what was going on. And my brother's friend ran out the car because he had already been drinking. And so he was already paranoid about the police. He ran out the car and went ahead and jumped over a bridge. Now, this was on a highway. And before they even really were able to ask my brother any questions, they went ahead and just pulled his door open. They started beating him up. My brother was trying to get away. He got close to the edge of the bridge or the viaduct, and after they were done beating him up, they shot him twice, and then they literally picked him up and they threw him over the bridge to go ahead and get rid of his body. And the only way we know about this is later on there was actually multiple squad cars there, but the initial car showed a lot of this, and they had called for backup while they were fighting my brother. And after the other squad cars got there that picked him up and thrown him over, they started joking about it and was trying to figure out if he had actually lived or if he died. And as they were joking and pretty much making commentary on what they were going to put in the report, they went ahead and put up in their cars and they left. And my mother, of course, went to internal affairs. And this is after, she had called me and let me know what had happened. And I went to internal affairs with my mother because my mother was the only one that was allowed to go and identify the body at that time. And I had gotten from a friend of mine some of the video footage that happened via one of the those lights, the really tall lights that are on the highway that goes ahead and keeps it lit. They actually had a camera on it, and we sat there and caught the stuff from there. But whenever it came to a lot of the video footage before we had gotten the lawyer, supposedly, they wouldn't even give that up. And we had to go through the lawyer to go ahead and see what all of those, as far as the dash cam footages were showing. And after that, I'm not going to lie, I was very, very, I was pregnant at this time. So I was already emotional. And then to deal with that, and then going to a funeral where I have a whole lot of people that are trying to
almost 48 hours. And here's the thing,
make me feel better.
Okay.
It's just the same police decided to go to my mother's house and start intimidating her. And
that's another reason why there's a disconnect. It's the intimidation factor.
Mm-hmm.
Now another thing, like when you were saying that they threw the body through your cousin, was it your cousin or your brother?
My little brother.
Okay. And the way they did what they did after they did what they did to him,
Mm-hmm.
that's it. That's another reason there's a disconnect, because the cover up.
Mm-hmm.
They cover up everything. There's that thin blue line. They feel like they can do anything they want, and once they do something and they realize that they went over the line, and they knew they crossed the line because of the things they did after they did what they did to your brother. So they knew they crossed the line, and they did something to cover it up. And that's a big reason why there's a disconnect between the people, because they don't feel like they should be accountable for anything or any actions that they do, no matter how horrific the action is, no matter what it is. They can murder someone, they'll cover it up. They feel like they don't have to give an explanation what happened, and if they do feel if they're pressured for an explanation, they will fabricate an explanation.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that is one of the big reasons there's a disconnect. And what do you think about that, my state, about them? What I just touched on as far as that particular one of that's one of the reasons there's a disconnect because of the way they fabricate evidence against you. They just blatantly lie a lot. You
Mm-hmm.
know,
Yeah, it goes back. They don't. There's no accountability, man. If the people
Exactly.
don't hold them accountable, then who holds them accountable? You know, a lot of times you can't even go to the police chief because the police chief
Mm-hmm.
is terrible. You go to the mayor, and the mayor is on in cahoots with the police chief because they need each other to keep each other in power. You know, so I mean, it,
They're in
it's
cahoots
just
with the judge,
what they
everything.
did to her brother was just downright disgusting. We can't keep calling these people police officers and or cops. We have to call them what they are, which are tyrants with badges. You know, they're
Mm-hmm.
not police officers. These people are that you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the thing right there. Like they not only they sought this man out, they already beat him and violated his rights, and then they took his life and then took it a step further and try to cover the whole thing
And
up
try to dispose of the
by
body.
doing
Yes.
yeah, there's some crazy that's
The
just
hardest.
not human, man. That's not a police officer in my opinion, man. That's just overdoing way too much after doing way too much in the begin with. You know what I mean? Like
Yes, the hardest part for me was the fact that those girls that I said that were literally gawking, they had stopped and started yelling and screaming and taking out their phones. So this was also other evidence that we had. But they started, and the police were intimidating them. And after everything was done, they made a comment to my mother, and this was about what 15 years ago that this happened. They had made a comment to my mother, and the comment that they made to her was, you know, you might want to stop digging for answers that you're never going to get because, you know, it would be a shame for, you know, your body to end up at the bottom of a river. And, you know, mind you, they need our permission to be able to drain it to even find your body. And when you say things like that, there's no way in hell, once again, you didn't know what you were doing. You know what I mean? We couldn't say it was a crime of passion or anything. That was premeditated as fuck. And then for you to pretty much intimidate, that's almost like bragging as well. And I will say this, naturally I am a positive person, and I'm one of those people that believe in loving everybody, including your enemies. But I will say this incident tested the hell out of me. It did. I mean, I'm back, you know, to being able to love everybody, but, you know, being very much open about being able to love everybody from a distance. Not everybody has to be near me or in my space, but this was one of the things that tested the hell out of me because I had to learn to accept things for the way they were. I couldn't change it, I couldn't fix it. And I'm one of those, I try not to be angry too terribly long, because at the end of the day, while I'm sitting over here being pissed the fuck off, I'm angry, I'm hurt, I'm not able to properly go ahead and express how I feel. And then
right.
if I do, I'm not able to express it to these motherfuckers. And even if I were, first of all, there's no telling even if they would care.
okay, hold on. Before you go any further, you
Mhm.
said that as far as expressing your feelings. Now let's switch gears here. Let's switch it just for a little bit. Um, I want to talk about females with badges because I got
Mhm.
a show coming up on that shortly, but it's actually titled "Bitches with Badges." You
My
know,
God.
because I'm gonna keep it. I'm not
Keep it
politically
100.
correct on this show, but basically, are female police worse than the male police? And that's something that Karina actually touched on earlier in the show. Um, so I just want to know, what do people think about that as far as when a female puts that badge on? Is she worse than the men? Is she there? Do Are they the same as far as the treatment that you get? because I see a lot of videos, I see a lot of instances where the females seem to be overly aggressive,
Mhm.
and in the end, the people call the police pigs, but
Mhm.
when they're being violated by a female cop, the first thing comes out of their mouth is bitch.
Mhm.
Okay, so why is it do are females worse than their male counterparts when it comes to policing we the people? What do you
Uh,
think about that, my state? Let's get well, hold
I,
on. Topher Life is back up here. Let's get his opinion because I've been asking him questions and he hasn't answered me yet. Topher Life, do you have an opinion on that as far as females, the female police, are they worse than their male counterparts? And if so, why is that?
I believe yes, honestly. I think if they were physically more fit than the male police officers, not physically more fit, but if they were stronger or whatnot, I believe you'd have more female officers beating people up than you would male. Because if you notice, man, them female officers, man, they got attitudes, like major fucking attitude problems, and especially towards men. I've seen them be nice to women, but the really politically incorrect bitches to fucking men. So I don't know. I mean, they put that badge on, and I guess they gotta. I mean, to be in that gang, in that blue line gang, I guess they gotta be tough. So they gotta pump their chest out, so to speak, and try to show their dominance against the people. And I think that's why I feel that they're worse than the men, because the men, they just go, they put the badge on, you know, they can either be dicks or they can be cool. But the women, I feel like they put that badge on, they gotta be a fucking bitch because all the men are watching.
Okay. Before we go to my state, I wanted to add a little bit to that. Now, I've noticed in the last 15 years or so, when they make movies with the police and they make movies about police women, the women are always more aggressive than the men than their counterparts in these particular shows. Now, I don't know if these shows are here to brainwash the women, because I know a lot of women watch these. If they're police, they watch these police shows. Now, I seen like in the police show, they have a man in handcuff, and there's a male police on one side of the man, and they're in the elevator, and there's a female on one side. And so you know how when you're in handcuffs and you feel like you're being violated, you're not going to be polite to them. You're going to say whatever you feel that's on your mind. Now, in these certain instances, now I know male police do the same thing. They beat you up and stuff. But now I'm talking about a particular TV show, because if they show men police on these shows beating up the men are going to be like, oh hell no, don't be short. Not men, but the police. They're gonna raise a hell. The unions are going to get involved. They're going to start protesting. They're going to try to get that show taken off because
mhm.
it's making them look bad.
Mhm.
Now, but my point is, now they'll make this particular show, but they'll show a police woman abusing her power. Now, the man in handcuff may say something that she don't like. She'll turn around and punch him in the gut, and they promote that. Now, even with little kids, you see like commercials, and if you see like a little girl, and she's more aggressive than the little boy in the commercial or the TV show, they always show the girl punching the little boy, beating the little boy up, being overly aggressive towards the little boy. But the little boy has to respect her because she's simply a girl. He can't hit her back. He can't disrespect her. But they do show the women abuse the men in these shows. They show the men as being weak. They show the sons as being weak. They show the mother as being the dominant figure in the house, even though the man is the one that pays all the bills or do everything. I'm not saying he does everything, but he does more. But in these particular shows, he's the dummy. Okay, the son is the idiot. Okay, the mom is supposed to be the smartest one, and the daughter disrespects the father. She disrespects the son. her and the mother, they conspire against the male members in the family. So the dad will come home and he'll catch the daughter in something skimpy she's trying to sneak out in. She's going somewhere. Uh, the father say, "Not my daughter. Go change these clothes. You're not going to do that."
Mhm.
The mother does is say, she's just a kid. That's what kids are wearing nowadays. Let her be a kid.
Mm.
Okay, so you're allowing your daughter to progressively go into these whole stages, because one thing leads to another, and it seems like on these shows, the daughters end up being like in the whole stages. The mother condones these whole stages,
Mhm.
and the father has no authority in his house. He has no control. He simply has no control over the matter. And if he voices his opinion, he has to sleep on the couch, or he's the bad guy. And he's the dad that don't understand. He has to get with the time, and times are changing. So what I'm saying, to make a long story short, that also plays into the mentality of the female when she gets in this position of power. And one of these positions of power, like we say, the badge changes people. It changes them. It brings out the worst. A lot of times, now I'm not saying that the badge brings out the worst in every police officer, because you do have some police officers out there that are really out there to help people, but that's
Mhm.
far in between. You really don't see that, but the majority of the police abuse their power. So this badge just changes people for the worse in most cases. So, and if it's changing people for the worse, and the women are taking on this spirituality, it's something spiritual about it, because you put this badge on and all of a sudden you become a different person. So why does it affect the women differently or more than it affects the male counterpart? Even though we know the male counterpart is terrible. But like you say, when you have a female that pulls you over, and if you're a male, she automatically looking down at you. You're automatically nothing. She automatically considers you dumb and stupid, because that's the way the world has been taught to look at men, as being dumb and stupid. And if men didn't exist, nothing on this planet would exist, because men have built everything. Without men, the world will not be able to function. Okay, but that's another story. That's another topic. I'm not going to veer off topic, but I just wanted to kind of put that out there to get people to kind of thinking on different levels, and think about it differently, because you have all of these different aspects that come to one question. All right, your turn, my state. If you remember what I said, and if not, just ask me and I'll reiterate it.
Nah, um, I think one of the I guess leading factors would probably be a female officer having to match the intensity and the aggression of a male officer, um, to not be considered or looked at as being the weakest link. You get what I'm saying? You don't want to be that female officer that's looked at by your constituents about being the weakest one or the weakest link. Now we out on a call and I gotta shield you from being hurt. Instead
Mhm.
of focusing in on the call, I gotta be the big badass to protect me, you, and the public. So women cops probably feel like they got to match that inferiority, and not be left behind, so a lot of times that bring out the aggression in them that they normally wouldn't have. Like somebody said in the comments, uh I believe it was Karina. She said, would a 5 foot female cop mouth off to a 6 feet guy if she didn't have a badge on? Is the what are the chances of a female uh randomly mouthing off to some guy that's a little bit bigger than her, or maybe even the same size, if there was no backup for her? The husband's not there, or you don't have the badge on, and you're just in some random park in a situation where will you talk to that man the way you would if you had that badge on? Probably not. But in my opinion, I feel like a lot of it comes from them having to match the energy of a man, an aggressive cop that's been on the beat for a while, and that's with the way they're trained. It's learned behavior. They see it, they try to match it, and before you know it, the way they're taught and the way they're trained, they're violating your rights left and right. And to be honest with you, a lot of the cops that are violating your rights have no idea that they're violating your rights, right? And I say that because try it and put what I'm saying to the test. Ask any random cop if they could state the First Amendment verbatim. And they can't. A lot of them can't. They can't state the first five at all verbatim, right? And they don't know it, right? So if you don't know it and you're being trained a certain way, you adopt that as true, as the law, because you're the law. You're a cop. You get what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I think they match the energy of the male officers. I think not only that, they want to be seen as an authority figure. And their families suffer just as well as if you had you was a male cop and married with a family at home. If you're a female cop, things wouldn't. It's the same, pretty much the same. You're probably a little bit more aggressive to the guy, because you're the tough guy at work, and you might see your husband now or your boyfriend, fiance, hook up, jump off, side piece, whatever you want to call it, he might be a little punk ass now in your opinion. You feel me? Like, oh, now you a softy. You know what I'm saying? I go to work and take on these big guys, and you soft. You might look at your teenage son as a female cop as being soft now, and and it might you bring the job home, one problem leads to another, and I don't know. That's just the way I feel about some of the things. Shout out to the comments, man. Everybody in the broadcast listening and giving their opinion. Shout out to y'all. I always forget to look in the comments. So,
how you doing, Josh? Like you said, we need to acknowledge the people out here. Josh, how you doing? Welcome to the chat. Nightbot, how you doing? Thank you for doing a good job and not booting people tonight. The other night, Nightbot was like timing people out. He was going crazy. We had to sit him down and talk to him. Welcome to the room. Canada is watching. So if Canada is watching, it lets you know the world is watching. What's up, Joe? How you doing, sir? Welcome to the room. Glad you're back. Eliza, welcome to the room. Karina, welcome to the room. Who else is in there? Toe for Life, welcome to the room. Heather, how you doing? Welcome to the room. I'm just going through here. Call out the names. Limey, Redneck, how you doing? Welcome to the room. And when we're up here and we're having this panel and we don't acknowledge you, don't think that we don't see it. Sometimes we just may be in the middle of a conversation and it's hard to just stop that conversation or stop somebody and acknowledge who's coming into the room. We want to go ahead and acknowledge NC Tyrant Hunter. If you haven't subscribed to him, go ahead and go over there and subscribe to him. He is he is Team WCN, and this channel is a member of the NC Tyrant Hunter family. So we do support that channel, and he does support this channel also. So just for you guys to know that. Now go ahead and Eliza, what do you think about that as far as the badge affecting the female officer? And since you are a female, can you give us a little bit of input on why it does? Now, Heather made a point that they feel like they're lesser than their counterparts. So they feel like they have something to prove to men in general. And men in general. So that kind of makes a little bit more sense why they would act that way if they're already being treated lesser than equal on the job. So when they're on that job and they come in contact with the people, they seem to be overly aggressive with us, more aggressive than the men, their counterpart, to prove to the men that they work with, hey, I got this. I want you to accept me for because I have the badge. I feel like I should be accepted. All right, go ahead and elaborate on that.
I think as far as are they worse or are they the same, I think they're worse. And this is the reason why. Women naturally are nurturers. We are the ones that, with everybody else in the world, we are the ones that cater to, love, and usually we are the ones that are assumed to be a lot more accepting than many others, or at least a lot more tolerant of some of the stuff that's going on in the world. So with that, and then having to, feel in some ways compete with your male counterparts on top of the fact that, a lot of times women as a gender are looked down as, we're looked at as being the emotional ones, the ones that are not as physically strong. We're literally looked down upon as if we're the number twos. And so I say women are worse because they feel, first of all, that they have to overcompensate. And then they have to overcompensate to such a degree that a lot of things that make you a woman, you turn off. And this is also going into the training or the rebrainwashing, however one wants to see it, of being a police officer. Because like you guys said, they're not actually taught the actual laws. They're taught about, this is where your strength is. You can do this, you can do this. Don't let them talk to you like this. Don't let them do this. Don't let them get away with this. They're not really giving you any skills on how to handle or, assess the situation. Just what you need to do as far as, pretty much when you get a call, you get there, something needs to happen when you get there. Or what you don't need to do. Don't be too soft. Don't let them walk over you. Don't just sit there and let them do anything. Don't, stuff like this. And when a woman is literally overcompensating to be able to keep up with some counterparts that at the end of the day, let's be real, they really don't give a fuck about her individually. They barely give a fuck about the people that they're out there to look. Yet that seems to be your main focus versus actually trying to be of assistance and help. And I say it like this because, even women, and let's just say women that are in somewhat healthy relationships, a lot of times whenever these women are doing something, these are going to be some of the women that you're not going to see that's going to sit there and threaten us. They're not going to go in front of a man and sit there and spit in his face or try to slap him or, sit there and try to assault him, or they don't feel the need to have to overcompensate and try to put themselves on a male's level. Now, a lot of that comes from a lot of single women or women that are trying to prove something. So this would be some of the LGBT community, the women that are trying to say, that they're studs, that they're this, that they're trying to be in competition with men and things of this nature. So the simple fact that, a woman, married or not, happy in relationship or not, feel like they have to overcompensate in any type of occupation. Whenever you feel like you got to do that to keep your job and you just don't decide not to fucking take the job because it's not worth it, I feel that you're worse because you have that empathy. You literally have everything that we sit there and say as police officers that we want. You have the means to be able to go ahead and actually de-escalate a situation. You just choose not to. Now, this is not saying that men don't, but this is saying that it's a bit more common in women. So honestly, I think they're worse. Now, as far as the way the media is, portraying women now, I have noticed the change in energy. Let's say that. How it used to be, we would have things like Family Matters and the Cosbys and things of this nature, where the women still had a strong role, but they didn't have to be overly dominant. Okay, you could understand that their strong role was their strong role, and a lot of times, we chugged it up as culture, or we chugged it up as just a sense of what was then woman empowerment. And when I say woman empowerment then, these were women that did not mind being fucking women, but still had our level of strength. And this strength kind of came from being the glue that held everything together type of sense, versus now I have to sit there and feel like I have to stick my chest out, sit there and lower my voice, do all this shit that literally are signs of fucking estrogen. Wait, sorry, testosterone. Sorry, I got it mixed up. Those are signs of testosterone, which means you're doing too much because that shit is not naturally in you. So, as far as the change of energy, I've noticed it. I really don't care for it, but now I've also noticed that with that same energy, it's almost like now every show out here, they either have to have a gay man or a gay woman. And, just the whole shift and when I say every show within like the last year that I can remember, every show that is publicized that is considered a daytime show, shows that are also considered to have a nighttime show, or that are on the weekend block, all of them have some type of gay counterpart, regardless of whether that's feminine or masculine. And honestly, I think all that shit is just throwing everything off. I think literally it's confusing some people who don't choose to go ahead and follow that route into making them feel the need that they have to now overcompensate instead of honestly being comfortable in their fucking skin and just being a woman or just being a man.
Okay.
Society gets so caught up in fucking gender roles. You know what I mean? And things
There's
like that.
there's no accountability.
Yeah,
There's no accountability for anything. Okay, and that's another thing. That's another reason why um, these officers have a disdain for the people. There's another. That's one of the reasons there is a
oh, I agree
disconnect.
100%. They feel untouchable. They feel like fucking.
Okay,
They feel untouchable. Yes, I agree with you
yeah,
100%.
there's no accountability. Um, so they feel like since there is no accountability, they can go out and do what they want. All right. Now another thing, there's a disconnect. It has something to do with the pay that these officers also receive. Now these a lot of these police officers, they're making $100,000 a year, $150,000 a year, 200,000, some even up to 300, $400,000 a year. All
Mhm.
right. Now, making this kind of money, riding around, abusing your power, and having no accountability, that brings
Mhm.
on a big disconnect to the people. All right. So now you feel like you're above the people and you're getting paid to treat the people like they're sheep and like they're cattle, and there is no accountability. So in your mindset, and after, all these years go by and you've violated people rights, you've been on the force for 15, 20 years, and you think everything that you've been doing is right. You think pulling somebody over, jumping out of your car, asking them for ID, and if they don't give you ID, you rough them up, put them
Mhm.
in handcuffs, and you take them to jail. And you do this on a daily basis, and you consider this to be the
Fair
norm.
challenge.
Okay,
Mhm.
yeah, you think this is right. You think this is right. There's no accountability, and then the people don't hold you accountable because they think this is the norm. They think this is right because they don't understand the laws. They don't understand their rights. They don't, they put out these shows, these propaganda shows, just like you were saying about
Mhm.
the people, and just
Mhm.
like I was speaking on earlier about how they dumb the father down and make the mom and the daughter the smartest people in the family. These are propaganda shows. So they're doing the same thing with the police. They're putting out all this propaganda information. So when people see these cop shows, they see how these cops jump out, and you don't give them no information, and they take you to jail. They think this is normal. They think this is how it's supposed to be. And the cops themselves, they know these are not actual laws. They know these are not rules that you have to follow. But if they produce this as a show and they put it out, because most people watch TV, that's where they get their information from. That's how they get brainwashed, and that's why they call it a program. So they
Mhm.
program you. People pick their program. They done got it to the point to where you can actually pick your programming, so you can decide how you want to be brainwashed, how you want to be deceived. So you have all these different channels that really don't show you anything. It's just a bunch of shows with propaganda. So now you have all of these shows that's showing you how you're
Hold on,
supposed
Dirty
to
Span. Hold on, Dirty
respond.
Span. Let's not
Go
forget
ahead.
that even with these different types of programming where you can pretty much pick your poison, they have still decided that there are certain key things that they were having everything because they don't want you to miss these certain things. And
Of
they want to
course.
make these certain things mandatory unless you
Of course.
decide not to watch TV at all. And then society will sit there and call you the crazy person because you don't watch television.
I don't watch TV, so I guess I'm crazy.
It's okay.
Now,
Crazy is a nice little place. I don't even
now,
know why they trying to make
if
it so
there's a
difficult.
particular something that I want to watch, I'll watch it. But it got to the point that when I watch something, I'm analyzing it through the whole show. So I
Yep.
really don't get to enjoy the show as somebody that just watches the show for enjoyment. But I'm always watching the show to see how they're trying to trick me, what they're trying, what they're lying to me about. So that's
Right.
basically what I'm looking at now. Um, my state. Now, I watch a lot of your videos, and you have a lot of great content. Now, as far as accountability, when you go into these places, now, have you ever went and did like when they don't give you the information you want and they're rude to you, and they won't give their name or just things of that nature, they feel like they don't have to be accountable to you. Now when you make a complaint against these particular people, do you see any accountability taken against these people in any form fashion when you go through the proper channels and you do your complaint forms?
Absolutely not. Um, no matter how many complaints we made, absolutely not. Um, and the thing is too, like we make the complaints. If we ever watch the video and we say we made the complaints, we made the complaints. And a lot of times, right? Um, a lot of times we don't upload the complaints because uh for simple fact that they get lost in the shuffle, because those are the videos that are like 4 or 5 minutes long, and they kind of get lost in the shuffle. But at every, no matter how many times, we've never heard something back like where it's always, we'll look into it, we'll see, we'll look into it and get back to you. I've
Hmm.
never gotten, after the first initial complaint, uh they get back to you. You never hear nothing else after that first initial contact.
Right.
um you do the public information request and they try to throw you through loops. I did a public information request on this officer and here in Connecticut where I live, but we had did an audit and it was involving a Waterbury officer, Officer Adler. We did a public records request on her, regular normal stuff. And these people tried to charge me $63 for the public information request. And most of it was stuff that they should have sent to my email in to begin with, and I didn't want paper copies anyway. So they just, they go through loops. You never get anywhere with these complaints and things.
Hmm.
But what I will say is to encourage people to keep putting them complaints in, because there will come a day, where their record and what, their career, those complaints add up, and at some point they're gonna have to look at it and not ignore it as much as they would love to. But I always get timestamp copies, and I keep the copies of them because things disappear when you leave it in their hands. So to answer your question, no, nothing really. I've never had an experience where I put in a complaint and they got back to me and the situation was rectified and explained, to what happened. What was the outcome of the complaint? You put in these complaints, you never hear anything. So they do start to feel pointless, and sometimes you know and I like to say, there have been times where we didn't put in a complaint, um for whatever reason, time constraints and not getting back to that place at a, and just figuring, when we go there again, we'll try another audit. But for the most part, I say 90, 95, 96% of the time we put the complaint in, and when we say we're going to, and we don't really hear anything back from
Well, see, that's a big problem too. No
Hmm.
accountability, and that also, and that's with all type of government officials,
Yeah.
and there's no accountability because if you have a regular job, non-government job, and 9 times out of 10, if someone gets a complaint, they're gonna get looked at. The HR is gonna contact them. They're gonna see what's going on, and if it's not, if you're not following policy, you will get fired,
Exactly.
or you will get disciplined some
Oh
type
yeah,
of way.
you'll be penalized. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
see, there is no accountability for any type of government official, let alone the police. Now, we do see every once in a while we see an officer or a group of officers, getting convicted, going to trial, maybe even going to jail if they go to jail. But those are just sacrificial lambs. Those are just the officers that it then got out of control, and it's just, there's too much spotlight on that particular case, so they'll go ahead and convict those officers just to appease the people.
Yeah,
They'll
exactly. Appease the
yeah, they'll
masses.
they'll they'll throw you a sacrificial lamb, but that still doesn't mean there's any accountability
Yeah, they'll do that
whatsoever.
in hopes to. They'll do that only in hopes to sit there and get you guys to sit there and back off of them and leave them the fuck alone so they can go back to the fuck shit that they were doing in the first place.
Yeah, and because that comes from leadership, is at the top, and it trickles down. So if you have people at the bottom that are abusing the power, and then you throw them under the bus, but you never address the people in power that
Mhm.
controls the people that abuse the power against the people, so then nothing ever happens. All you're doing is just replacing those officers. Now you get rid of the bad apple, and then you replace them with some more bad apples, and then they eventually mess up, and then you get rid of them. But what are you doing about the people that's bringing in these bad apples? And this is where we need to address, not the police. Yeah, we need to deal with them. We need to put a spotlight on them, but we also need to bring to attention that the people that employ these dangerous criminals, we need to bring the spotlight on them. We need to find out who they are. You know what I mean? We need to, just like we can find out who the police is because it's public record, we can get all the information, how much they make, salaries, and things of that nature. So that way we can kind of, have a little bit more insight of who we're dealing with. So we need to kind of put a spotlight on the same thing, the same way we do with the police. We need to, the people that employ these police, the people that hire these, the captains, the lieutenants, the mayor, that those are the people that we need to spotlight, because if these people don't change their mindset, which will never happen, then we can't expect the police to change their mindset, because these people work for the corporate thugs, these mayors, these
Mhm.
these captains, these governors,
Yep.
these lieutenants, anybody that's, they are getting kickbacks, they're getting funding, all this money coming from corporate. Okay, so their first loyalty is to the corporate, it's not to the people, and
Exactly.
and that's another reason why they feel invulnerable, and there is no accountability, because they're delusional. And what do you got to say about that, Toe? If you're still here, I don't know if you're still here. He may not be. But if anybody in chat wants to go come up here and click that link, and go ahead and click it and get up here and speak your mind. You have anything else to add to that, my state, Toe for Life, Eliza?
I mean, honestly, I think you were right. You were head on. And until honestly the people actually become a priority in any kind of sense, this shit, no matter what we do, is honestly going to continue. It doesn't matter if we go ahead and fire all the police and then sit there and rehire them. The training is going to be the same. Somebody's going to have to be there from the old shit to sit there and even train the new ones. At least that's what people are going to feel. If we sit there and try to fire all the governors, guess what? You're going to end up getting the same kind of fucking sleaze bags, because there's some of them that have been friends and associates of the people that are in power now, and they know all the little tips and tricks and all this other shit. So in other words, the shit is going to go ahead and continue to keep going until we actually become a priority, instead of literally just like the behind the scenes greasy little oil that sits there and helps make this entire fucking corporation fuck up continue to run and run as smoothly as they can go ahead and get it to run.
Well, like my buddy Bow says, the system is running exactly the way it was designed. There is no
Mhm.
breakdown in the system. The system is not broken. The system is
Right.
running exactly like it's supposed to, a well-oiled machine. And this is the way the system was designed. The system was designed without the people. Even if they did have the people in mind, that
Mhm.
they don't
Yep.
have us in mind anymore. So I don't feel there's going to be a change, and if there is, it's not going to be anytime soon, and it's going to take
Mhm.
something very drastic to even bring us to that point of change, because by the system being designed the way it is and running the way it's supposed to run, you know, how do you fight a system that you can't even really see? You don't understand it. You don't see it, but you feel it everywhere. Everywhere you go, you walk out your door, you feel it. You feel it right now, but
Mhm.
there's nothing you can do about it. So, like I said, there's going to have to be a very, very drastic event to get this system to change. So, what do y'all guys think about that? What do you think that's going to have to happen in order to get a change? In order for us to see a change in our lifetime, if there will be a change? Anybody
It's not.
anybody in chat?
I think it's gonna take a whole overhaul of the training and a whole, break down the way you approach traffic stops, the way you approach people in the neighborhood, the way you approach your calls. I think it all needs to be revamped. Just the whole plan they got now. However way they train their police academy is now needs to be stopped, paused, put in a garbage bag, put in a dumpster, and restarted all over again throughout the whole United States. And you gotta involve, make it mandatory for them to do a 2-year program before you become an officer, sort of like going to college for that. Um, involve, and within those 2 years, involve some type of jail stay, some a good, the whole time should be with the Constitution, here and there, every 3 weeks, have another course, another study on the Constitution, mental health, different type of things that they encounter, and not just, you know, grab you up, throw you on the car, put handcuffs in, and take you downtown.
Oh,
Just
you don't like the policing system of nothing but target practice, and then shitting with
yeah,
the
that's the
police.
crazy. That's the crazy, and that's how they're trained now. You get what I'm saying? So if that's the way
Mhm.
they're trained, in their mind, they're doing nothing wrong. They're doing what they were taught to do. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? You put somebody in a boot camp and then you send them to war. They're taught to kill. You can't be mad at them for killing somebody. They're taught that they're doing exactly what they were taught to do.
Right.
So is it wrong? No, not at all. They were taught to do it. But for
Yeah,
police
doesn't mean it
officers,
wasn't
it's a
wrong, but
little
yeah.
for police officers, it's different because you're not you're not taught to go out there and kill people. You're taught the right things. It's just the way they interpreted it and put their own little spice on it. When everybody put their own little spice on it, it becomes a whole shit show at the end. Like everybody want to be a leader. Nobody want to take orders and be a leader within taking orders, and doing the right thing. And I always said, man, that's the problem. Like, that's why you can't really find too many good cops. And it's hard, it sucks to even say that, but it's the truth because,
Hmm.
in my opinion, silence is agreement. If you see your partner breaking the law, violating somebody's rights, or breaking the policy of your police department, and you do nothing, you say nothing to rectify it, you do not correct that officer, you do not report that officer, then you are a part of the problem. You are a tyrant, like the person you witnessed do something and did nothing about it. So in my opinion, if you see it going on and you say nothing as a police officer, and your job is to be professional, then, and you don't report it, as citizens, my job is not to be, the reporter of what's the bad stuff going on in the neighborhood by the citizens. It's their job to be law enforcement. Even if law enforcement is breaking the law, your job is to be law enforcement. So I think if you witness the stuff going on, you don't report it, you don't try to fix it, you don't stop your partner from, you know, beating up the person they dealing with or violating their rights, then you are the problem. You're a part of the problem. You're a part of the whole tyrant program, and that's why it's the ongoing thing. That's why there's no accountability, no transparency, no responsibility. It's just wild, wild west. They all desperados out here with a point to prove, and take our money doing it.
I agree with you 100%. But I will go ahead and answer World Citizen News's initial question. What I would think would need to happen is that something would have to happen to where, on the face of the United States, this little continent, well, yeah, this little island that we're on, I would have to say something has to go ahead and almost completely disrupt and or destroy it. And the survivors would have to be able to figure out how to go ahead and make a new system from scratch, because as long as there are still remnants of the past here, then it's just going to continue to go back into that same shit. Something drastic is going to have to happen for this shit to change. At the end of the day, this actually kind of goes back to the question that I've actually been confronted with a few times. Whenever we were sitting here and talking about, the styles and the ways that people were trying to fight for racial peace or racial justice. And nobody liked when Kaepernick kneeled. Nobody liked when, Martin was sitting here and marching. And literally the question I would always have is, okay, so since supposedly, not just those two, but those are just two examples to get a general gist, but there's many more. If you guys don't like the examples that we're doing, if you don't like the things that we're doing, then how about instead of you guys sitting there and telling us what you don't like, how about y'all start giving some ideas on what to do? Because right now, honestly, while people are still peaceful, these are the things that we're doing. And here pretty soon, people are going to stop, people are going to get tired of being peaceful. And, something's going to need to happen with not just the policing situation, but all of this shit. Like, this is policing, jury, judge, well, not the jury, but, judges, lawyers, higher ups, and going up into other places of office that precede that. My whole thing is something needs to be done, because even though y'all sitting here and walking on a little people like we don't matter, sooner or later, these same people that don't matter are going to get tired. And when we get tired, then, that's when shit's going to start getting violent. It's going to start getting heavy. It's going to start getting scary. And by that time, we will be all out of empathy, love, concern, understanding. We will no longer be willing to sit there and listen. We will no longer be willing to be spoken to by anybody, especially anybody that is a police officer or anything else over that. People are going to get tired. So
yeah, we're already tired. The people are already tired, man. The people are already tired. We've been tired for a long time. There's somebody.
The only thing is now we're getting tired to the point that now we're starting to fight back, because it's one thing to be tired, but it's that saying, we are finally tired of being fucking tired. We are
sick and tired of being tired.
Sick and tired, exactly. And so now this is when people are starting to fight back. This is when people are starting to check people. Now here pretty soon it's going to be to where citizens are going to sit there and start actually treating the same police the same way they're treating us. And we have a lot of police murderers out there. I don't even call them police officers. I sit there and go by their actions. We have a lot of police murderers out there. And regardless of how comfortable you guys think you guys are, because, the people that are supposed to be put in place to hold you guys accountable are not doing that, here pretty soon, these people are going to start holding you accountable. And not only that, but then it's going to end up being also like, okay, so you all know that right now, not saying that there's not I'm not saying that there's not good cops out there. But good cops already are kind of getting the feeling like that you might have one chance to jump ship, because whenever people get to this point where we sit there and start taking our weapons and we about to go ham and not giving a fuck, and we're willing to sit there and die for what the fuck we believe in because we tried every other fucking way. Hey, if y'all just happen to be in that wrong place, that wrong time, it is what it is, because there ain't no way y'all can't sit there and tell me that they ain't seeing it coming like everybody else.
Yeah,
This is
but
what I'm saying. We already know that.
on that note, a lot of people are not prepared for nothing like that. A lot of the people are not prepared, and a lot of people really don't want it to come to that. They know that there is a possibility that it will come to that, but I believe that it's gonna come to that.
I do
But
too.
at the same time, when it comes to that, the people are not prepared. The people don't know what to do. The people don't know how to defend themselves. But I wanted to stop for a second and talk about what Keebler just posted. She said that a USV, I mean a SUV,
Mhm.
ran through some people at a crowd, and anybody got any information on that? What happened?
Mm.
Somebody want to get up here and touch on that? Toe for Life, did you check that out? You got any information? Because I know you're probably on the scene right now checking it out. She said 11 adults, 12 children went to the hospital. Um, one died, one
Mhm.
suspect in custody, two running, one cop of 6 years shot at SUV. Okay. Now,
Mm.
when I hear stuff like that, I don't know what to believe because I don't know
Right.
if it's propaganda. I don't know if it's to divide the people even
And that's the
more,
hard part now. Yep.
because a lot of times when you hear stuff, you don't know if it's real, if it's fake news, because the police do stage stuff like this
Mhm. Throw
to
people off. Mhm.
yeah, to divide, to keep people confused. And a lot of these things are false flags. I'm not saying that they're not actually happening because they'll stage the whole thing. And what I mean by stage, they'll actually, like, okay, they had a school shooting.
Yep.
And I don't remember which school shooting. I have to go in and check it out. Now, they claim that a student was in the school shooting up the school. Now, they interviewed a lot of people that was at the shooting, and they interviewed one teacher, and this particular teacher said when she heard the shooting, she looked out her door to see where it was coming from, and the person that she saw that was shooting up the school was in a military style combat type of uniform. It was
Mhm.
all black, helmet, everything, just like the police. Like a riot gear. They
Right.
had riot gear on, just like
Yep.
the police. But the police said that it was a student with a trench
Exactly.
coat running around shooting up people. But the teacher said it wasn't a student; it was a grown man in a
And the
combat type
military.
of
Yep.
uniform shooting up the school. So my only thing that I'm saying is we can't believe everything that they tell us. Now they tell us that students are shooting up the school, but then you have people inside the school say it wasn't a student; it was the police.
They did the same thing with the very first. Well, not let me not say the very first riot, but the first riot before in the whole episodes of riots that we had. And I remember sitting there and having family, or not family, but friends from, I can't remember if it was Baltimore. Damn, I can't remember where it was from. But I remember that, on the media, they sat there and had, oh, these people are like looting and rioting and they're just doing this and they're just doing that. And then literally you sit there and talk to the people that lived in that area. They said, man, this ain't us. This ain't, this is not us doing this. This is not our people. First of all, why the fuck are we going to sit there and trash up our homes when we literally still got to go to work? We live here. We can't sit there and leave. We can't run nowhere. This is people that are from the outside coming over to our area and then fucking shit up and then wanting to run and then sit there and try to say it's us. This is not us. We still have to go to work. We're not sitting here destroying these buildings. Shit, these are the buildings that sit there and feed our families.
Okay,
These are
and
some type of jobs that are, taking care of us. We're not gonna sit there and destroy
yeah,
that shit.
yeah, it doesn't make sense. But um, now, I'm not saying that's the case in this situation because I don't know what's going
Right.
on, but I'm just saying when I hear stuff like that. All right, Toad, did you find any information on that, Keebler? What you got to say about it, Toad? Did you find anything? And we want to see your video. Toad shot a video. He put it up today on his channel, so I want
I'm not
everybody to
gonna
go
put
over
it
there
up.
and check it out. Okay, but we can go over
Um,
there, go to his channel, and watch his video that he shot today. But what's going on with what's happening right now? So
well, there's a lot of just preliminary stuff going on, reports of what happened, but I watched the video. It's a holiday parade in Wisconsin, and somebody in an SUV just started running down the marching band and
Oh my
people in the
God.
crowd and stuff. There's preliminary reports. They don't know why or who. They got one in custody, I guess, that they're a person of interest. They said they're not sure what the motive was. People can speculate and assume, and as you know, when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me.
Mhm.
So, but we don't. We're not. They're not sure exactly what the thing was, but it went. It's got about 30 to 20 to 30 people injured, couple dead, couple
Mhm.
seriously injured. That's
That's
about all I got on it. I yield the floor.
All right.
I was
Go ahead,
watching
Keeper.
I was watching Mo Reese's live. He was at the scene and there was a guy in a truck that said he's been there the whole time from the time it started, and that's what he was saying. So you can go watch Mo Reese's live. He's not live now.
So he was saying that the guy in the truck was there in the
He
beginning
was
of the
there the whole
protest.
time from the start, and that's what he was saying. That was someone.
It was a holiday
Yeah,
parade,
this
World Citizen,
information.
not a protest.
That
Okay,
wasn't a
great.
protest. It was a holiday parade, Christmas
Okay,
parade.
so it had nothing to do with the Kyle.
no Rittenhouse shit.
Well, that's
Okay.
what the guy in the truck was telling Mo is what he heard that they
No,
were
no. What I'm
upset
yeah.
over the
What I'm
verdict. It was
yeah.
not
What
one. It was 3 people in the
Yeah.
No,
SUV.
no.
if
I
you're
mean
asking me,
the parade had nothing to do with Kyle. So
No,
that's
no,
no,
what I
parade
no,
had
yeah
no.
yeah
nothing
yeah
to do with it.
yeah. Okay.
And there
So he
was, according to the press conference, the first press conference, they're still holding conferences on their Facebook page. The first press conference, uh, they mentioned the cop did open fire onto the SUV trying to get it to stop. Supposedly, no one was shot and injured by the shots, but we don't
okay.
know that.
My question is how did they automatically connect that to the Kyle Rittenhouse if the suspects is on the run, cops haven't gave any information of what's going on.
That's just what
I
I
know,
heard
but
on.
but what I'm saying is, how do people make that connection automatically? This is a parade, has nothing to do with this guy. Now, why would
Well,
somebody
that's why I
go
don't
and
really want to
listen?
run this.
Let me finish. Why would somebody go over there and run over some innocent people that's having a parade that has nothing to do with the verdict, and kill some innocent people that has nothing to do with it? They didn't have anything to do with the verdict. They didn't shoot the people. They don't even know the people that was involved. And now, I'm not saying that what you heard, you're wrong in what you're hearing. I'm just saying, but how do people actually make that assumption or make that connection? That's all I'm saying. I was just wondering how they made that connection. You know,
Yeah, I understand. I know what you're
that's
saying. I'm
yeah,
just
yeah.
repeating what I
No,
heard on
no,
his
yeah,
live
yeah.
from the
I
guy.
believe you. Yeah, I know that people are probably saying that. I agree with what you're saying, but I'm just wondering how do people make that connection that fast and that quick when nothing has anything to do with anything that with the verdict or anything. Automatically, oh, the guy ran people over because of a verdict. He's mad at a verdict, and we don't know that. I'm just saying. You get all these stories and all this propaganda get pushed out before, and then people take these stories and they run with them and don't know. Now, I'm not saying anything what you're saying keep you running with the story, because that's the story that's out there. People are actually saying that. So you're just telling us what people are saying, and I'm glad. I'm just wondering, how did the people get to that? Get to that. That's all I'm
You
wondering.
have to go either watch Mo Reese's and try to figure out who that guy was that was there.
Yeah, nobody's gonna
He's the
know
one
That's
that
until the
was
that's
police
our
shot.
get the
problem.
information.
That's our problem right there,
But like
dude.
I said, they are holding press
Okay,
conferences
never
right
mind.
now on their Facebook page.
Well, my
Okay,
thing is
what are they
that
saying?
a lot of times people sit there and try to connect
I
things,
was
based off
watching
their emotions. Go ahead, honey.
I was watching Agenda Free TV, and he was streaming Facebook, the Kenosha, Wisconsin's Facebook Live to his page. So, but I can't watch it right now.
To go ahead and answer that question, WCN, a lot of times, whenever it's like this, people sit there and they try to put their emotions into it. Oh, well, you know what? If I didn't like the verdict, this is what I would do, or if I like the verdict, this is what I would do. They're projecting, and so a lot of times, whenever shit is being put out there, at least with the assumption of something like that, like let's say hypothetically, they're saying that this was after the Kyle Rittenhouse shit. Then one, they're projecting, and two, who's to say that this is not the bullshit that's being put out there to go ahead and keep people in a hyper emotional state. Because whenever people are in an emotional state, they're not able to think and function rationally, which allows them to be more susceptible to whatever the fuck it is we decide to go ahead and push off in media, regardless of whether it's on social media, TV, or everything else. Because at the end of the day, whenever we're here on YouTube and we're talking about world issues, what are we talking about? We're talking about a lot of shit that we're getting from social media, or that we're getting from media in general, and using media to go ahead and give our opinions on everything. So who's to say that, that shit wasn't kind of specifically put out there to sit there and try to continue this a divide?
It could be, because on Moe's, someone's saying it was reported that the guy or guys, whoever did it, said on Facebook or social media that what they were doing before they did it.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is people don't have their own fucking brain anymore, and they can't fucking think for themselves, and they listen to everything that goes on social media and all that, and they can't think for their fucking selves and know the facts before they decide to make assumptions. I could say right now, tomorrow the fucking sky is going to be green. I'm sure if we had 1,000 people in here, 200 of them would fucking believe me, because they're idiots and they don't know how to think for themselves. You understand what I'm saying? Like, think for your fucking selves and look at the facts. Hang on, I'm not done, please.
Sorry.
Think for your fucking selves. Look at the fucking facts. You have a video of an SUV running down people in a fucking parade. That's all you have. This many people were hurt. This many people died. That's all you have when it comes to the facts. Because it happened in Wisconsin, so it's automatically has something to do with a fucking verdict from 2 days ago. Come on, man. Fucking retards.
I don't even see the people upset about the verdict. I know you got people have strong opinions about it, but people are not out there protesting and having signs and saying, see, that's the shit they want us to believe. They want us to think that we're so angry over everything that's going on. And when they're out there creating all of this bullshit, they're manufacturing all of this bullshit. And then we have people that'll run with it. And it's fear mongering. And even if the guy was out there, he was placed out there, because nobody's just gonna sit out there and run over some people having a parade, unless they're just mentally ill, or unless they're sent by someone to do that, to keep the shit fabricated. But like you said, all we have is just what we have until we have something else.
Right. And I'm not dissing on you or nothing like that, Keebler, but when you watch a video like that or a live like that, and some random guy said this is what he heard, and then you bring it out and say this is what you heard from this guy, you're part of that problem, because you keep that assumption that it had something to do with Kyle Rittenhouse. Is, you know what I mean? Like, it went from that video to you, and now you to on this panel. And now someone out of the people that are watching may believe that, and they might go tell someone else. And then it just becomes this big, gigantic, fuck, I don't even know what to call it.
Yeah, it just snowballs, and nobody has any facts. Nobody has any hard facts of what actually happened until we know You know, all I know is some people got ran over, and for all we know, the motherfucker could have been drunk. I
Right.
don't know.
They're looking, according to the press conference, they have one in custody and two still loose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
so
that's a
now
now
so
that's
now
a fact.
so
That's
yeah
a
so
fact.
now we're saying that 4 or 5 people had the same thought. Hey, let's go run over some people at a parade that had nothing to do with how we feel.
Right.
And
And they all
it
had the
could be,
same.
and it could have been because of
I'm just
the
repeating
trial.
what I heard, and y'all can dig into it. Like I said, supposedly there's a
Yeah,
social
we're
media
gonna
monkey
dig
out
into it.
there
We're gonna
with
dig into it.
intentions. There's a social media. It was displayed on social media what was being done. So before it happened, I
Yeah,
haven't got
social
into
media.
looking. I don't know
You
what
can't believe
social media,
everything.
but supposedly it
Keebler,
does a post somewhere.
Keebler, honey, I don't want you to feel like we're attacking you or anything
No,
else
I'm
like
not.
that.
I'm just
No,
letting.
nobody's attacking her.
Keebler's always welcome on this panel. She knows that.
But you know, one of the things that I've noticed too, and mind you, I can be far fetched, but you know, I'm known for having outside thoughts. Is that another thing that is driving me crazy is the fact that every single time somebody does something that they know is wrong. Do you know how often I hear people sit there and try to say, well, maybe it was a mental illness? I don't know what mental illness, other than maybe being drunk, that literally they'll sit there and say, oh, you know, there's a chance of somebody driving their car into a crowd of people, you know. And you know, if you're bipolar, there's a chance of you driving your car into people, or if you know, if you have ADHD, there's a chance of you driving your car into, you know, into people. It's just this. I think a lot of this is due to fear. I think all of it is stemmed by fear. And at the end of the day, what do they say? They sit there and say controversy sells. Um, and the best way to make controversy is to do what? Scare the fucking masses. Right? So if shit seems to be going down and they didn't get the kind of response they wanted with some other shit, then lo and behold, the next day, for whatever reason, a new thing that everybody's gonna be talking about for a while is now happening. Has anybody not noticed that?
Yeah, I've noticed it.
I mean, like I have noticed it since the day they sat there and they lifted the ban on the fucking they lifted all the bans on the pandemic. And that same day they supposedly had, this man that was sitting there and jogging and getting shot by people. And then after that they sat there and had some they had this stuff with what's his name? I'm sorry. I guess it's getting late and my brain is going kaput. They had another issue with the man that was murdered by the police officers, and then after that they had another issue, and then they had this other issue with the riots, and then they had this Kyle Rittenhouse shit, and now they have this, and it's almost like they are trying to keep this fucking this fear going so that people cannot focus. I truly believe that's what it is. Because think about it like this: from what we just heard now, how long have we been on the panel talking about this and trying to hypothesize about the motive behind it, even though the motive wasn't stated, and you really can't sit there and you really can't place a motive based on the video footage, right? But how long have we been over here in this panel sitting there and trying to hypothesize a motive? Not only that, but as soon as this shit gets rectified, what's going to be the new shit that they're going to sit there and put out there? It's almost like a never-ending cycle, because this is literally what the media is paid to go ahead and put out there. And this is what they do.
A little over 15 minutes, Eliza, if you really want to know.
Well, thank you. But my thing is, tomorrow, whenever this actually gets a bit more publicity, tomorrow, how many people are going to be talking about it? How long are they going to be talking about it and everything else like that? Do y'all see what I'm saying?
Right. You're right. You're 100% right.
I mean, it's seeming like, honestly, the best thing, and honestly, when I say this, I'm being sarcastic. The best thing about a fucking America is the fact that you know, the government knows how to sit there and scare the fuck out of all the fucking sheeple.
Oh.
And knows how to keep that shit going.
They definitely know how to do that.
You know, and
Nation
it's
divided
just
is a nation conquered.
exactly, and it's almost sickening, and it's almost like they know that, you know, God forbid you sit there and let the people think for themselves, and they know they're in trouble. This is why they keep this shit going on. So I mean, I don't know. It's just it's one of those type of situations where once I know that regardless of what actually happened with that, the goal is to sit there and keep us talking about this or keeping us distracted. My brain instantly goes into, okay, so what the fuck are they about to sit there and start passing and putting under fucking laws and shit or underneath our fucking noses to where we don't know what the fuck is going on because we've been so focused on this shit. That's the shit I want to know. That's the shit that I want to see. Because if y'all have to sit there and be sneaky about it, you know what I mean? Then there's something there.
Yeah, I think Harry Nutt said it right then and there in the chat. He said if we talk about this, we will not talk about how fed up we are with the government. I think
Exactly. And then
that's what he meant. But
well, I mean, you know, he makes a perfect point. If we're sitting here and talking about this, then we're not conspiring. You know, we're not conspiring to be able to overthrow the government, which is honestly their biggest fear. Because honestly, like we were saying before, people are getting tired. And so, you know, everybody's using their type of platform, regardless of what it may be. It doesn't matter if it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. It doesn't matter. A lot of people are literally banding together and sitting there trying to figure out ways to sit there and overthrow these motherfuckers. But if we keep getting bullshit after bullshit after bullshit, then guess what? Ain't nobody focusing on that. It's what I consider the ooh shiny. You know what I mean? Being easily distracted.
yep, that's what they do. They distract us.
Yeah,
You
a
know what
lot of
happens when you
stuff.
get distracted? You lose. You get distracted, you lose. This life is a game, just like any other game. You playing football, and they about to hike the ball. Boom, they hike the ball. That receiver take off, but your ass is too busy looking at the cheerleaders and get toasted. Now that man done scored a touchdown. Your ass was distracted. You lose when you distracted.
Exactly.
If you're not focused on the goal and you're not working on getting to that goal and you distracted, you're not gonna win. It's gonna take you a lot longer to get to where you're going, if anything, at best, being distracted, you know. So I mean, this world, in my opinion, this world has come to a place where people got comfortable with it being the
Yeah.
way it is. And all of the, you know, you could scream you want change all you want, but until your heart want it, it's not gonna happen. First, second, if your heart want it, you do a little more. You know, all of the at home from the comfort of your couch protesting don't help anything and it don't change shit. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? Like to get out there and put the information out there and expose the stuff that's going on that shouldn't be going on by talking about it, by being active, and asserting your opinion and talking about it, man. Because if you don't talk about it, if you don't put it on the forefront, people are going to continue to ride with what they're being told. You know, you if you take everything that these people tell you for an absolute
For face
truth,
value.
you're an absolute fool, and you'll be confused for a long time and for the rest of your life. That's why, you know,
Yep.
I have this moment in my life about 2 years ago where I came to the conclusion where I was no longer going to believe what I was taught to believe. And I'm
Yep.
going to believe what I find to be true. I'm not going to believe, and I mean that from every aspect of life, spiritually, naturally, emotionally. I'm never going to believe anything um, that I was taught to believe, how I was taught to believe it. You know, I'm going to believe what at face value, what it is. I'm going to believe what you show me. You know, I'm going to believe what's there, what's a reality, what is, you know, perception is the reality. And if you can't, you know, people get caught up into having a way of thinking and staying there. You get what I'm saying? Because there's nothing wrong with
Mhm.
being mad, for instance, right? There's nothing wrong with being angry. The problem becomes with
Hold
how
on,
you
baby.
deal with that anger, you know?
Hold on, darling. I don't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to go ahead and let World Citizen News know I have to leave. My kids are, acting like, they know I'm indisposed and like they ain't got no sense. I'll be back, honey.
All right. Appreciate you coming. All right, go
America,
ahead. I
man,
stay.
America need to stand up, man, and have a backbone and stop being so Anglo-Saxon about it. You know, don't be comfortable. There's no growth in comfort. You're sitting at home doing nothing. There's no growth in that. Nothing's gonna change. You know, if it takes if it takes a village to raise a child, right? What the hell does it take to raise a whole country for change? You get what I'm saying? What is it gonna take? It shouldn't take people rioting to bring attention to something that needs change. You get what I'm saying? It shouldn't take having a thought of overthrowing the government. It shouldn't take having negative thoughts of people in different positions within the government to have effective change. You know, people comfortable with the way the world is going, then be comfortable with that and shut the hell up. You know, like don't riff and raff about a whole bunch of stuff that's going on. If you have no plan to be involved, you have nothing to add to change. It's just something to talk about and add to and make it, you know, make it sometimes more than what it is. And we just seen that happen. You know what I mean? Like, and not nobody on the panel, not nobody in the comments, but because we don't have it, we looked at it, right? We went on Facebook, wherever everybody got it from. They seen what was being offered. So they're not saying this is what happened. They're saying this is what we've been told. But look at the people putting that out to us, y'all. You understand? Like, you don't think there's a reason why they leak certain information about certain things to get you to think of a conspiracy theory in the begin with? They're never ever gonna tell you the full truth.
Never.
Never. Ever. They're never ever ever gonna tell us the full truth about anything that could scare and cause a mass panic in the country. They're never gonna tell us the truth. Never. You know, so we shouldn't. That goes without saying. They're never going to be 100% transparent with what's going on in the world and all these viruses and sicknesses and how these viruses and sicknesses don't get talked about after a while. Like, what happened? There was no antibody. There was no vaccine for that, but we don't talk about it. Suddenly, nobody's getting sick from it no more. You get what I'm saying? Like, come on, like this world is crazy. You'll be distracted where, believe me when I tell you, the world, this Kyle Rittenhouse thing, right, got the world captivated, right? How many laws that go against the Constitution do you think they snuck right past us under our nose while the world is distracted with this bullshit?
That's exactly how they do it. While we're sitting here watching what's going on TV, they're passing executive orders.
We talked about
this. Pay attention.
We talked about the same thing a week or two ago, if you guys remember correctly. We talked about how they were doing that Brian Laundrie case. Did you notice how? Now, did you notice how that they posted that all over the news and had everybody intrigued in that? And hard telling what was going on behind the scenes with the government, like you said, how many laws and this and that they passed, and money that the money that they funded other countries with and all that while we were all watching that, and then it went straight from that to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Right, but people don't know. People don't understand.
2 days later, now we got a guy that just ran people down. So how long is this going to go on?
Yeah. When that Landry situation was going on, what people wasn't realize, what wasn't in tune to what was like behind the scenes, what was going on. We were losing military personnel by the drones pulling out of Iraq and Afghanistan while this laundry stuff was going on with this girl that got killed and the guy went missing and then ended up they finding his body parts. People were dying overseas. You understand what I'm saying? People were dying. Families were never going to see their loved ones again.
trying to retreat and get out of there as fast as we could under an order that was given for them. You know what I mean? Like it was just certain things that were going on. COVID cases were rising fast and nobody was talking about it. You get what I'm saying? People were dying and nobody was talking about it. The vaccine is some of the variants, you know, are killing people and nobody was talking about it. There was another case, I forget where it was, but some places were giving kids, you know, 25% of an adult dose of the vaccine and was infecting kids and kids getting sick. Nobody was talking about it. Nobody knew about it because we were so distracted of one thing that's going on that's affecting, you know, a lot of people. But think about how many more people are affected by a lot of other things that's going on. You know, there's people in this country that's shooting down 2 or 3 people every goddamn day.
Yep.
And we're focused on this one case. You understand what I'm saying? Like, come on, there's people dying, and there's about 3 or 4 people that's gonna die in the city I live in before the weekend comes. You understand? You worried about one case?
It's just
The
like
people
this.
better wake up.
It's just like these people getting ran over. However many people get injured and killed on that, and you know what I mean? I'm praying for all of them, that everybody's okay and the families of that lost somebody or whatever. But this is going to become a big old huge case. And what about the same amount of people that are going to get injured and killed in Chicago and shootings over next weekend? You see what I'm saying? And like you were talking about Brian Laundrie, and I was talking about Brian Laundrie, I brought it up. And this Kyle Rittenhouse thing, bada boom, bada bing, everybody quit talking about Afghanistan. What happened to that? Like you said, what happened to the soldiers, our soldiers over there that were getting killed while we were coming out of there? And not even soldiers, American citizens that were stuck over there.
Right.
And things of that nature. Well, we quit talking about that because Brian Laundrie. See, they threw that in our face and pushed it in the media, and then also they did the Kyle Rittenhouse and pushed it in the media. So we quit talking about why the fucking government and our top government fucked that shit all up in Afghanistan.
Bro, that's exactly what I was alluding to, bro. The stuff they put in our face, right? That is important. Don't get me wrong. It's very important because that shit that happened with in Wisconsin wasn't nothing to be played with. It wasn't nothing to take light. We'd all need to learn from it. But you know, it shouldn't distract the country from what's going on. You know, you know, I mean, anybody have an idea of how much debt this country is in from because of the leaders and the different things that we're doing? Like, it's this, I'm telling y'all, America is in more trouble than you think. You know what I mean? We're in more trouble than we think. Not only, you know, financially, but the citizens are starting to feel unrested. Nobody is, you know, people are going to get tired of rolling over for status quo. You know what I mean? People are going to get tired of that. People are going to get tired of it. And then I apologize. I don't want to assassinate her name, but she was just on the panel. You know, yeah, Eliza, like she was saying, people are gonna get tired. People are gonna get sick and tired of being sick and tired of dying in the streets and nobody being held accountable. You know, like what is it? What does it take? Why does it have to take, you know, violence to be met with violence? Because truthfully, can you solve a violent problem with a peaceful situation? You get what I'm saying? Like, how do you react to violence? How do you, you know, like you're taught to meet violence with violence. If violence comes to you, you're not gonna ball up in a corner, you know, and allow yourself to be taken out of here. You're gonna try to defend yourself as much as you could, you know. And when you can't, and it becomes, and when you can't, and it becomes too much, you protect yourself as much as you could, you know. But you know, how do you, you know, you get shot in the back 12 times and you go stand in the road by the thousands quietly asking for justice? You understand like how far history tells you is have never worked. You get what I'm saying? It has never worked. It has never worked. Shout out to Martin Luther King, but look what they did to these people. They were being water hosed down and all type of stuff, man. You think, come on, bro, do you think, like, seriously, you get what I'm saying? Like, look what they did while they were doing that, and with They were meeting violence with peaceful stuff. What do you think was going? You know what I'm saying? Like, but and not just with that. It's with a whole bunch of stuff.
Right.
You know, like the whole thing with the COVID thing, and then the people of eight that are Asian were suffering because of man, these people ain't have nothing to directly do with it. You know, the regular citizens in America that are Asian, like, and we going in, you know, 9/11 happened. What did people do? Anybody that was Arabic got attacked. You know,
And
all
we
the
all know the
7-Elevens and
government did that.
yeah, that's crazy. Like, listen, bro, this is the stuff they put in front of us, man, and we don't even see it. We just like robots. Like, yes, sir, no, man, where's your boot and how much of it I should lick? You know, we gotta wake up, man.
Deep throat
We
the
gotta
whole
wake up.
boot.
Yeah, they're stealing the country and they're stealing it from us, and we just letting them.
They've stolen it. It's already
Oh yeah, it's
bought,
gone.
sold,
I
chopped up.
agree with WCN. They already have it.
Yeah, they've already taken over. But this is a good topic, man. Good subject, and I'm enjoying all the conversations from everybody's input. Toe for life.
Yes.
Anything in the news that we should be aware of? Anything going on that caught your attention lately? Because I know you keep your ear to the ground when it comes to things of that nature.
No, I mean that what Keebler had brought in, I had already seen that before she came into the chat with it. I had already seen what was going on. I really didn't look at it. I kind of thumbed past it. But when you asked me to go back and look at it, I went back and I went to a couple sources that I trust, and that was the information that I had gathered from them. No, nothing really, other than my Steelers were getting their asses kicked last time I looked, and that's not making me happy.
Okay. I want to welcome Ellie to the room. How you doing, Ellie? You got anything to
Harry
add to
Nuts
this? How you
made a
doing?
point. There are people paid to keep things stirred up and all messed up and
Oh yeah,
drama,
Yeah,
you know.
provocateurs.
Yeah,
I
Yeah.
haven't
instigated.
looked.
well, it's
I
been
haven't
proven back.
looked, but there's supposedly there was a protest somewhere. Conservatives were protesting the jab today.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like a hit or miss deal out there. Like you get that in every city every now and then. Yeah, I know.
What happened to the flu? What happened to the flu? Because since this
flu?
jab came, since the jab came, nobody's getting the flu. They don't even talk about it. What happened, government?
Exactly, WCN, exactly.
Mhm.
Nobody's talking about that flu no more. Nobody's talking about that Mercer outbreak from a lot of them hospitals 3 years ago. Nobody's talking about that mosquito disease going around. You feel me? Like nobody's talking about stuff that's still going on. You know what I'm saying? Like they were talking about, they went on a whole little bring awareness and let's try to fix the AIDS epidemic. You think that got better? No. When it didn't get better, you know what they did? They tucked their tail and they ran from it. And instead of trying to keep press on, I don't know, we don't want nothing to do with this. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I mean, one thing after another.
Yeah, I do have a little 1A news if anybody's willing to hear. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Go ahead.
The story that I have as we've been on panel is, if anybody was paying attention earlier, Jay Surreal was trying to get everybody to sub to a new secondary channel because his Jay Surreal camera channel got hacked by the police or whatever when he got arrested. Well, he now has gained access back to Jay Surreal camera. So just to let everybody know.
Oh, all right.
That's all I got. You asked for some news. I mean, that's 1A news. And I did put a video out today. If anybody wants to go over to my channel and take a look at it, like, share, subscribe. Thank you. My first cop watch ever.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm going to definitely go take a look at it.
That's kind of why I didn't want to pull it up world, I would rather have people go over there and look at it and give me their unbiased opinions.
Yeah, that's dope. See, man, where I'm from, man, unless we travel outside this city, doing cop watches could be dangerous. Um, not only dangerous, but the some of the citizens here don't understand it still. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of them, instead of seeing it for what it is, we're recording them on the stop and not you. A lot of them ain't trying to hear that. You feel what I'm saying? And you can imagine how much that officer is going to instigate that agitated person when they don't want to be recorded. You know, so we got to be careful, because if depending on the type of person you get, man, you might find it very difficult getting back to your car safe. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah. Oh no, this
with the
was on our live stream last night. I was sitting here in the garage. The cop walked up to my house.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, but it had nothing to do with me. Well, it kind of had something to do with me, but not really. You had to watch the video and then ask me the questions, and I'll explain it to you.
All right, I got you.
But he came up and I was actually on the live panel. This was about 3:00 in the morning last night. WCN and us were live here on the panel.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. That's why the video quality kind of sucks and all that, the lighting and all that, because it was like a quick spur of the moment. I grabbed my fucking phone and went out there because I'm in a garage.
Yeah.
My little man cave is my garage. So I live in Central Texas. It's nice here. I can sit in my garage all year round.
Oh, wow.
With the door open.
That's cool.
So it was just kind of a spur of the moment deal. I grabbed the phone and went out there. As I had WCN and them yelling at me in the background going, go live, go live.
Hell yeah, we all want to see it at the same time.
Right. But shit, I would have been sitting there fumbling for 5 minutes trying to figure out how to go live. That's why I didn't do it. But yeah, I don't know what else is going on. I think we kind of beat that horse dead on the why is there a disconnect between the police and the people.
Yeah, that section is over. Right now it's just free for all. We just talking right now. Anything pop up, so I'm good. Yeah, that was a good conversation, a good subject. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna clip all of that, and we're gonna anything after that. From here on out, it's gonna be like a different part of the show. So what I'm gonna do is clip that. So if you guys want to add it to your channels, you'll be able to do that.
And I'll pull that video up and play it if you want me to, and then people can give me their critique on it, I guess. It doesn't matter. I will. I just didn't want to do it at that point in time when you asked me to, because there was still a good conversation going on.
Yeah.
You know, I want people, if they like it, I want them to be able to jump over to my channel and go like it or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've already went over there and liked it and watched it.
And then, so I mean, I could pull it up if you guys want to see it. I don't know. Show me some ones in the chat if you want to see the video, and I'll pull it up.
No, I want to see it. Because that got me interested now. They came to the house, but you had something to do with it. Not really, but, you know, being that you was recording make you have something to do with it. But the thought of what else happened is the intriguing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't want to give you all the insight because then it kind of loses.
Yeah, nah. Listen, I get it. I get it. I get it. But that's why I'm gonna go watch it.
Because you can turn your camera off, Heather.
That's why it got me like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna go watch it.
Okay, everybody, I got some ones coming up, so let me go snatch it and grab it real quick.
I have a question. Has anyone dug in to see what Congress was doing over the last 3 weeks during this trial that we didn't hear about?
I was just mentioning that too.
Congress passed the Buy Back Better deal. It's going to the Senate. And Jerry Nadler has called for the DOJ to investigate the Kyle Rittenhouse jury.
Wow.
Yep.
Did they say investigate him for what?
I guess because he doesn't agree with the verdict. He wants their decision investigated to make sure they looked at the evidence properly and that they weren't tampered with in any way, just like he digs into everything else. And
Well, it's nothing they could do with that verdict.
no,
They could
but
probably,
he can
they could
tarnish it.
possibly, huh?
No, but he can tarnish it and turn it to his benefit to take away some 2A criteria.
Well, that's what they wanted. That was the whole thing. That was the whole plan behind that.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, what I meant by as far as the verdict, that's nothing they could ever do with that. As
No.
far as criminally, that's double jeopardy. They could never charge them, they could never bring that back before court is over. What they could do though, if they find that the jury was criminal, then they might be in some shit behind that.
Well, I think part of it stems from the jury bus being followed by that producer.
Well, we don't even know though that was true though. That's
It
just what
was.
they said.
No, it was true. MSNBC even got kicked out of the courtroom because of it.
But it's still just what they said. You're not listening. That's what they said happened. We didn't have any citizen on the ground to verify. You see what I'm saying? We can't believe everything that they tell us. I'm sorry, everything that comes out of government media's mouth, I don't believe a word of it. I always question everything. Unless I can get multiple stories from citizens, I don't believe it. And that's just what they're saying that they said he said he was following them because his headquarters said to. We don't know for sure. No, he was
At least
taken into custody.
to answer.
He was arrested for running a red light because he was on the bus. To me, that's if we're 1A, we should be looking at why the heck was he arrested for running a red light?
Because he wanted to see where they were. He was trying to catch up to them, see where they were going, to how to take the jury people.
Well, how many cop watchers do stuff and to follow cops? They're not pulled over and taken into custody. You see what I'm saying?
They don't run red lights.
But I think that's different. I think it may, in some states, it may be illegal to record a jury while they're on jury duty. It may be. I'm not 100% sure, and I don't know how that works when you're in public, because you got public. I mean, public recording is public recording. They can't do nothing about that. That's the Constitution.
Well,
but I'm not sure, depending on where they are. Because I've heard some, and I don't know if they're constitutional or not, but I've heard judges' orders like, where you can't be in a certain area where the jury is coming in and out. You know what I mean? Like.
Well, if he had called up to the bus and intimidated the jury, it could have been jury tampering. It all depends on how they charge it and how they look at it.
Oh, so I guess it was a situation.
It all depends on how they charge it.
I don't know. You're still missing what I'm saying, though, Heather. I'm just getting.
You're echoing, Ellie. You're echoing.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Carry on.
I said you're still missing what I was getting at. We don't know 100% the story that's what was going on. That's just what they're telling us happened.
Well, we'll find out
Well,
when
they're saying
they
that
talk. They'll talk about it.
That's all I'm getting at is don't know.
I just want to know why they would lie about it, because they look really bad. So when the person that gets pulled over says they were doing it, and then they call the news to confirm that he's telling the truth, and then they confirm it, well, it's pretty hard to think that it didn't really happen.
and the police confirmed it too.
Yeah, because the
By
police
all
is the one
means,
that
you wouldn't
notified
want to
the
say that
judge.
if you were NMDC. You would be like, oh, no, shit, we never heard of that dude. We don't know him. He's on his own. But that's not the
Yeah,
case.
facts. They would have dissed his they self like, yeah, he was fired 3 days ago.
Yeah.
We don't know what the hell he was
You'd be
doing.
like, oh, no, we told him he can't get hired, but he said, all right, let me just do a story and see what, and let me prove myself. But that's not what happened. So
Yeah,
I
that's exactly what they
100%
would have did,
believe
Ellie.
this dude did exactly what he said, and it is considered jury tampering when you follow a jury, because you have no business to follow them anywhere.
Right.
Even though they're not secluded, they're secluded together, in which you're not allowed to photograph them, to speak with them, or contact them until after it's over. So
Yeah.
they're in a lot of trouble for that, and that's why they got kicked out of the courthouse, and they deserved to get kicked out of the courthouse, in my opinion. But again, that's just my opinion, not the channel host or anybody else in the chat or on panel.
Yeah, and the thing is too that MSM, they got to be careful, because those jurors, if they decide to take a whole class action lawsuit on them for jeopardizing their safety or their, they could be in a lot of hot water.
I think that would be far-fetched for them to do that. But I mean, even at the end, the judge always gives the jury instructions that they are not required to talk to the media, that if the media contacts them, that they are allowed to say no. And if they contact them a second time, then they can contact the court. And then, of course, legal action would be taken. But everybody wants to get the first scoop on who's the jury and what they're going to say, so they know who they are. Everybody wants to jump on every big trial that goes out there. Every news does. The only difference between what they did and what other channels did is they got caught.
Yeah.
They got caught, and they knew that they couldn't lie.
Or did they actually get caught? Because
of course they got caught. He dined them out, and then they admitted it.
Look what Heather said, that Nadler is calling for investigation into the jury.
No, not for that.
That gave
not
him
for that.
reason to do that.
No, not for that. He's looking into it to make sure the jury read all the evidence, looked at all the evidence, because he doesn't agree with their verdict. The Department of Justice to look into it.
But also, like I said, getting a reporter omitting, or agency report media omitting to following the bus, puts those questions into people's minds that the jury is tampering. If this one can do it, then why couldn't somebody else that didn't get caught do it? You see what I'm saying?
Well, you'd have to catch the bus and actually talk to the people in order to have jury tampering, versus getting the information out on them so you can be the first ones to speak to them after the hearing. Here's my card. Call me first. We'll pay you more.
Questions out there. Because like y'all said, why wouldn't they just, if it wasn't planned, why wouldn't they just say, oh, no, he was fired,
Because they knew he had evidence that it was planned. He turned the evidence over. He wasn't stupid. He wasn't sinking for them. He is every man for himself. Listen, this is what my orders were to do, and this is what I did. Busted. He already had the evidence to it. He had the email. He wasn't gonna fall for them on the sword.
No.
He was freelance, paid for them to do a job. The job was to get the information about jurors. So if you know where they're dropped off, you get their license plates, you know exactly their names, and you know where they live. Then you are first ones to contact. It was a job. They just got caught. I'm not saying other media sources don't do it. They got caught. The guy shouldn't have ran the red light.
Exactly. He was afraid of losing them.
So he won't get a job anywhere doing this.
No. Well, he might with another news source.
Well, I mean, with some rag source or something, I'm sure, like a no-name media. source.
Yeah, his career all set.
Yeah, he didn't think that one out real good. He should have just said he ran the red light, but then, you know, kudos to him for not lying.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to give him that. He could have just said I ran the red light. Sorry, give me a ticket. He didn't have to open his mouth about anything.
Very true.
And that's what I was getting at. Why did he say it?
Because he thought it would get him out of the ticket.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know why they
answer
didn't
is
hire
because
multiple.
He was told to admit to following the bus, so it would open up questions to the jury.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, don't.
No, if
Why would they
one
wouldn't
gets-
tell him
if
to do
one
that?
gets
Did you see how
caught
quickly that girl
doing it-
removed her social media? Quickly? As if that was going to help her? She removed that social platform immediately. I'm sure she's no longer working for NBC and MSNBC. She's no longer the booking agent. But she represents them when she does it.
And she on employment right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know the state that she's based in and whether she would be allowed to collect unemployment based on that, because that was just downright stupid. Unless she has facts that can go back and say, well, I have a contract that says I can get the information anyway, anyhow. You know, she might have been self-employed too through them, like a independent contractor. And she gets paid based on booking and information that she can get, but she still represented the news media.
Right.
You know, I got to give him credit, though. I do got to give him credit for telling the truth. Maybe not the brightest thing. He should have learned just to be quiet. But that seems to be everybody's issue. Take your ticket and fight it. Like everybody else in the world does.
Yeah, don't say anything. That's the thing. As a journalist, he should have known goddamn well you ain't got you. See?
What happened to keeping your sources confidential? There was none of that going on there, was there?
Yeah, but think about it. If he was aware of his rights, then he wouldn't have answered no questions. He would have shut the hell up, like Ellie said. He would have took his ticket and he would have went to court, either paid or frauded. But they would have never discovered he was trying to track the jury.
Yeah.
You feel me? And this is what happens. Nothing you say will help you. They tell you flat out. And this is the part that bugs me out. People, they tell you flat out, plain and simple. Whatever you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. It never says anything about helping you and doesn't say anything about anything in your favor. You know, the only thing in your favor is we'll provide one if you can't afford it.
And even then, it's shitty.
Yeah, they're going to provide you one, but not one that's going to help you.
Right. Even then, it's not even a favor. So, and it don't help you. So, you know, just don't say anything.
It's like
I'm not admitting nothing.
It's like Ellie said, he was just a dumbass who thought it would get him out of a ticket because he knew a high name at MSNBC.
Yep.
Yeah. He's like, look, I'm just doing my job. I was told to do this. I'm just doing my job.
No, sir, get out the car.
I mean, out of all the things you want to do, that might not have been the time to release your source. I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm just saying.
When
you
they
might have
pulled him
wanted
over,
to zip it.
when they pulled him over, did they know he was following the bus or?
No.
No. They pulled him over for running a traffic light.
So now following the bus, is that another charge?
Hell
I'm sure it's going to be.
After all this, I'm sure it will be.
You can't do an illegal following. You ran a traffic light to follow a jury. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to be another charge. Now, they might or might not let them go on it because they have a bigger fish to fry now with a media, and they'll make a settlement because, well, you know, the city's going to need money back from all their other lawsuits. So it'll just be a settlement at a court that you probably won't even know about. Because trust me, if you think they're going to reveal that they paid money, there's going to be a gag order in that puppy.
Hey, Toe, have you got your video pulled up? Is it ready to go?
It's
It's been pulled up, waiting.
Oh, okay. Well, let's see it.
Well, I wasn't about to just throw it out there because the last time I did that, no one even watched the video. They just kept on talking, and it was just worthless. So,
well, I watched it.
I was going to start muting people, actually, or kicking people off the panel.
Kick me off. You want? I'll jump for you. When we jump?
No, you're all right.
No.
No, I was just saying, I was waiting for you guys to get done.
No, go ahead and play it.
I'm not rude.
And
Not today.
You're just misguided by the Steelers. It's understandable.
Whatever. I don't even want to hear it.
blow.
It's all fun and games when they're winning, but when they're losing, it's hysterical.
Men and their sports. I love that banner.
Oh shit, the volume. And heard some things on the outside of the home. And this is what happened. Thank you for watching. Let's get at it. When I came, I'm recording too. I always record.
Absolutely, that's okay.
I come out here. I heard some screeching the tires out here, so I'm in there on the computer.
Let's pause it if you're going to talk first.
And there's a Honda. It's got a Honda. It's a foreign car, probably early 2000s, dark colored. It was black for sure. I know.
Okay.
And it was about right over there in between that house.
Wait, can we pause? Can we pause the video while you're doing this?
I just looked. I'm standing right by.
Okay, go ahead. This way we can hear you first and then play the video.
He wasn't talking. That's the video you're hearing.
Oh, duh. Okay.
Everybody's muted.
My bad. Go ahead.
Where I was standing when you pulled up, and I'm looking, and I go, I'm going, what the hell? And then I hear a girl going, screaming out the window, and I'm going, what the?
So the car was stopped.
It was stopped right there, heading that way. So, and then I heard her start saying, help me. And I got this flashlight and went like this on the freaking car, like that. And then he turned on, for some odd reason, I must have startled him. He moved up a little bit, then he stopped again. Then he turned on his hazards, and then I turned off the flashlight, and I stood there and watched him, but I couldn't read his license plate because I got glasses and shit. I can't see that great. So then I hit him up with the flashlight again, and I didn't know if he was looking at me or not or whatever. And then he took off down the road towards A.W. Grimes.
Okay.
And then that's when I went back in there and grabbed my phone off the computer desk, called you guys, and then just about, I don't know, about 10 minutes ago, I heard like sounded like there was some banging like right here. So I didn't know if he came back. So I went and got my pistol, and I set it in there on my workbench because I didn't know because he seen me light him up. So I didn't know if he's going to try to come back and try to say something or whatever, whatnot. So,
okay.
But like I told her, I just,
when you first became aware of the car, how long do you anticipate that it was sitting there?
Yeah. Oh, no. Couple like 10 seconds. It sounded like it was coming down the road, and like he kept locking the brakes up, like they were having some kind of alteration because it was like, and then I came out and it was sitting right there, just sitting there. And I don't know if you guys heard that, but I said alteration, not altercation.
I knew what you meant.
And I heard the girl going, ow, ow. And then she started screaming, help me. And I'm going, what the? Yeah. So, and then I hit him with the light. I lit him up, tried to see if I could see the plate number because I'd have got the plate number if I could have, but I didn't see it.
So it's not related to those folks over there at all?
No. It was someone that was coming down the block. Yeah.
Darn.
Yeah. And I just didn't, I the reason why I called is because if you guys see somebody driving erratically in that type of car, that girl might be in distress or whatever.
because I came all the way from the police department. You know where it's at? It's out Williams Drive by the new HEB out there.
Okay, yeah.
I was coming from a long ways off, and I said, you know what? Let Round Rock know that we've got a dark colored Honda.
Yeah, because he could have head down A.W. Grimes that way.
Yeah, just in case, with a woman that was screaming help, help. And I haven't heard anything from Round Rock. I hope and pray that it is just a lover's quarrel in a car. But you never know. There's a lot of meanness out there in the world today. So,
and like I told her, if I see it or I hear it again,
please
I'll be on the phone right away. And this time I'll try to get the plate number as best I can.
Don't put yourself at risk.
No, I'm not going to do that.
But I am going to search the area. Hopefully, maybe I'll find a black Honda. Maybe he was in the process of taking her home to family, and I don't know. We'll see. But I'm going to check the area anyway, and I want to thank you for calling in.
No problem. What's your name and your badge number,
Sergeant
sir?
Duncan, badge number 18.
Sergeant Duncan, badge number 18, Georgetown Police.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Yep. You have a great night. Be safe. Okay.
You called the cops?
Yeah. Well, I called the police because of the girl screaming, "Help me, help me."
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I was more worried about the girl, and the guy took off. So, I mean, what am I going to do? You know what I mean? Besides go to bed and wake up in the morning and found out some girl got killed, and then how am I going to feel?
Yeah,
You know,
I can understand that.
So I did call the police on that one because it was the situation that it was. But I thought,
well, but didn't he say was he there for another call?
no,
Because he said it don't have anything to do with them.
Well, because where the car was at, it was sitting between the neighbor's house on the side of the road when I went out there. So he wanted to make sure that wasn't at that house. And that's what I was telling him. No, it came down the street.
Okay. Because I was confused because he was like, I came from far away, and then he said, so it don't have anything to do with them. I was like, damn, was there 2 incidents going on?
I had the same thought on that because I was thinking, wait a minute, is he trying to blame it on somebody else?
Yeah.
Because that's what it did sound like to me too.
You heard him go, damn. Like,
yeah. Which again was why I was like, oh, you're trying to pin something on somebody else because you're like, so it didn't have anything? Damn. Okay, I can't bust them for it. That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, and see, when I called them, the dispatcher, she tried to get my name, and I won't give it to her.
Well, she already knows your name, honey.
Well, I mean,
she's just confirming it, but to see if you're honest. But she knows what your name is,
right? But I told her I was like, no, I'd rather stay anonymous. And then he came to my house. I never told him where I was at.
I told you.
I never told him where I was at. That's the thing.
You don't have to.
It happened, right? And but anyways, I mean, I thought the guy handled it. I mean, other than after I told him all that, I came back in here and got on the live panel. And then as I was sitting here on the live panel, like I started hearing fucking yelling out there again, like screaming and yelling. This is 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I went running too.
So I paused it, or I hit the mute button for the live stream, or I told Road Dog and World Citizen, I forgot who else was on panel at the time. I was like, I'll be right back, man. And I hit the mute button, and I go back to the garage door, and that cop's still sitting in front of my house. And I walk out there, and he rolls down the window, and I go, you don't fucking hear that? I go, there's a fucking woman screaming right down the fucking street, down that way that I told you the guy went. I can hear it in my garage right now as we speak. He's like, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah. He goes, well, I'm going to go down there. Well, go fucking down there. Well, then I see him go. And then I see him start hitting the brakes about where I heard the music. Or not the music, but the yelling. And then I grabbed my phone and I started walking down there. But I went down there. He was gone. And I stood down there for a second, and I hear him fucking screaming and yelling in his backyard right there on the corner. I mean, I was standing there, heard him screaming and fucking yelling. So I just said, well, fuck it. You know, I'm going home. So I came back in here, got on a live stream again. The fucking cop comes back to my house. I hear a car pull up. I look at my fucking cameras, and he's back out in front of my house. So I go back to the garage door, and he gets out, and he's like, well, he goes, I went down there. He goes, I didn't hear nothing. I go, I don't know how the fuck you didn't hear nothing. And at this time, I didn't have my phone because I just had, you know what I mean? I just had seen him. But he had his body cam and shit on. So he knew what was up once I told him I was recording him and got his badge number, his name and everything. So, and a couple people that I talked to that I know, when they watched the video, that's what they told me. It was like, I was just amazed to see you got his badge number and his name. And I was like, I mean, why not? Okay.
Well, I have a few questions.
Okay.
You know me, I'm full of questions.
Go ahead. I knew there was going to be some critique, so let's go.
And nothing's in a bad way. It's with love. Okay. So in the beginning of the video, you put something about it not being a bad cop. My question is why?
I just said not too bad. If you read it, it says not too bad. Well, because he wasn't a dick.
So he should get a cookie for that?
No, I never
That's
said
his
that.
job.
I never said that. Did I tell him?
No, not that you said that. But
right.
I'm thinking the cop pretty much sucked. And here's why I think that. Because again, the same thing with Heather is that he obviously has something about the people across the street that he made that comment, damn. So, well, for whatever reason, for whatever it is that you don't know and we don't know, he was hoping that it was them. Okay. Which is shitty. Okay. And then he's going to drive around and look for it. Well, he doesn't get a cookie for that either, because that's his job to go and investigate it. So and the fact that he gave you his name and badge number again is his job. So he doesn't get a cookie for that either, you know? So to me, all in all, I think he sucked as a cop in that situation. And hearing the follow-up of what you did, he really sucked as a cop. To me, I think he did a terrible job. What's he going to do? Come back to you and say, oh, I couldn't hear anything? Okay, well, why don't you keep looking? Why don't you keep listening? Why don't you sit out there for a little while and make sure that that woman's okay? Why don't you do what you're hired to do, to protect and to serve? Not to sit there and be like, hey, I did the best I could. I went up there for 3 seconds. I didn't hear anything. So I'm just coming back to let you know I didn't hear anything.
Well, well, he did say he called ahead to the next, was it Round
Rock?
Well, that was big of him. But again, that's his job.
Yeah.
That's his job to do that. You know, so to me, I don't think you get a reward for doing your job. How about you go above and beyond the job? Okay, and maybe he didn't hear in the car, maybe he had his radio blaring and everything else, which again, I don't think you should be allowed to have your music when you're a police officer. That radio should be off. You should be alert and aware. Instead of jamming to your music, maybe you do your reports during that time, but you keep your eyes out and make sure that citizens are safe. I'm not one to let them off so easy. It's just me, so I'm sorry.
Wow.
If people don't agree, I don't let the cops off that easy.
Hence again the description of the title of the video. My first cop watch, Ellie.
No. I'm not critiquing you as much as the cop.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the cop stunk.
Yeah.
You know, the only critique that I would have had for you.
I think he stunk after all that. I mean, I was just saying by him being cordial with me and giving me his badge number, that was, you know, from what I've seen, that was better than most.
That's a shame because you should be seeing it all the time.
Right,
as a matter of fact, I don't think you should even have to ask for it. I think he should have told it to you. And being the person that called in, hell, he should have even given you a case number just in case. And here's my number. If you hear anything else or if anything happens or if you see that car again, maybe that would have been what he should have done instead of you having to ask for it. I don't think that people should always have to ask. Why can't they introduce themselves? Why does it have to be we searching out that information instead of, if you want to bridge that gap with the citizens in your area, why don't you outreach to them?
Right.
Why does it have to be us always reaching out to them? There's never, I don't ever see a 50-50. I'm trying to find a video where the cop says, oh, so you know, my name is Officer so-and-so, and here's my badge number, and here's my card. How about that be offered?
Right.
Instead of having to be asked. And then saying, wow, they did a great job because they gave it. It's a shame that we've lowered our standards to that. I don't want to lower my standards. I want you to tell me, you work for me, tell me who you are without me asking. Hey, I'm Officer so-and-so. How you doing? Nice to meet you. I don't get that where I live either. It would be nice. I'm just saying. I don't know if anybody else gets that where they live, but I don't.
Okay. Anybody else got any critiques on my video?
And again, that was a critique at the cop, not at you.
No, man, I like it. Shit, I'm waiting for more to come. What's up, Jersey? How you doing, man? Welcome to the panel, everybody. If you haven't subscribed to Jersey Watcher, the one and only, go ahead and subscribe. Somebody drop his link.
How you doing, Christo?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hello.
I'm getting his link.
Is this our Edison man?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Say, I got a question for Harry. I got a question for Harry. How come I'm the only one that doesn't have a wrench in your room, Harry? What's up with that? All right, back to Jersey watching.
Keep them videos up, till for life. You don't need to critique perfection. You do everyone that goes out there, as long as you got that camera pointed at these fucking pigs, man, it's perfection.
Thank you, man. That means a lot coming from you, Crisco, man.
Because I tell you something. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the comments are that you get, just ignore them, because there'll be times, you know, where I go out, right? And no one ever knows what your intention is, you know, and sometimes you never state your intention in the video. So you'll get comments, why you did this, why you did that. Nah, man, screw it. Just go out there, keep the camera pointed at them, and let them know to go fuck themselves every here and there, you know?
Right.
And honestly, people aren't going to agree with this, but I actually am very happy that you made that phone call, because when you hear somebody that needs help and you do nothing about it, you're part of that problem. So I give you kudos for that.
That was probably the only thing, is because it was a girl and she was screaming for help. And, you know, at that point I was scared for her, you know what I mean? So
yeah, even if it wasn't a girl, somebody's in danger, you know, do the right thing.
Yeah, you hear somebody screaming, you do something about it.
I couldn't just jump in my car and follow after the guy who was driving like a maniac, you know what I mean?
And that's all we ask of these dirty, rotten, nasty pigs, is do the right thing. It's hard for them to do that.
Well,
What's up, Jersey?
What got me, though, was the couple's making excuses for the guy already. Maybe it was just a lover spat. Maybe they were just arguing. I was like,
well, he was upset it wasn't across the street's problem.
Well, it don't matter. I mean, if she was loud enough for Toe to hear her after him screeching tires, that's a problem.
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, I mean, it was, and like I said, I was on a live panel with my speakers up, you know, sitting there in the garage, and I heard it from inside the garage on the live panel with my speakers up.
And do you know how many people would not have made that phone call, would not have gotten involved, because they'd say, well, it's none of my business, don't affect me.
Exactly.
So if it don't affect me, why bother? I give more credit for that than anything that you did that. I just don't give the cop a pass.
Right. Well, I didn't give him a pass either, because I was just, it was more or less the saying, because he gave me his badge number and all that and didn't give me a whole bunch of grief.
Yeah,
like,
he didn't give you no attitude.
Why are you recording? Why you want to remain anonymous? You know what I mean? And I thought what everybody was going to critique me for, which I probably screwed up and shouldn't have said, but was when I said I got my pistol out.
No,
you had every right to.
Yeah, why would that be a problem?
Well, I'm
glad you said it. Listen, I'm glad you said it. Hey, I
why
got
you
my
go grab
shit.
your pistol. You know, I thought that's what people were going to tell me.
And also, and the cop not responding to that shows that you're allowed to.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, this is Texas. You know.
All right. So if we have to give the cop a cookie, there he goes. He gets one cookie for that. He didn't make a big deal.
For not jumping me because my loaded
cookies.
gun was 5 feet away from me or 10 feet away from me.
And he did acknowledge he's allowed to record. There you go. There's another cookie, okay? I searched hard. I found 2 cookies for the cop. I can't find any more, okay? Cho, you did a great job. You even got involved, which I thought was amazing because I think more people should do that. I don't like this, well, don't bother me. Don't ever call the cops for this. No, that girl needed help. And you did the absolute right thing by doing it.
Well, you guys are more than welcome to share it with your people or whatever and get it out there for me. That'd be
Well,
nice.
my people are in this room, so that's kind of a non-starter for me.
I don't have any people, but I can share your link. I don't have people.
I already got it on my
I got no
community
people.
page.
Speaking of cookies, our little
to give my boy World Citizen the props, the tow truck banner at the beginning and at the end, Tow for Life YouTuber, that was done by World Citizen News.
And the crowd goes wild. Ooh,
I'll show you its video, Tow for Life. I didn't even see the video. I just got on the stream. I missed it. I'm rolling a blunt right now, but I'll check out the video and I'll share it on my community wall.
Thank you, Jersey. Thank you.
Hey, Jersey, I got a question.
I got a question for him, too.
How many
What's
votes did you get?
Oh, I got 368, which it would have been 369 if the sons of bitches didn't put a warrant out for me. I didn't even get a chance to vote for myself. You know?
Hey, but that's a good number that shows you, hey, run again, because there are people out there talking and they're on your side. You keep doing it, keep going, and the numbers will just rise up.
Hell yeah. You know, 300, my people, the Spartans, Southern Greeks, you know, that it was a historical, symbolic, but also 69. So 300 for being warriors and 60. Oh, wait, I got 60. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. I didn't get to vote for myself. Those fuckers, you know, because I could have said we're lovers.
They owe
too.
you one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I say that if I lived in Edison, I would absolutely have voted for you?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to be honest. I knew, well, last year I got 4,000 because that's when you're not going against the 2-party system. That's board education, you know, that's nonpartisan. But I always knew that, hey, I didn't care if I went in it and got 0, just as long as, you know, we represent a real person goes in there, represents, goes against the 2-party system.
Yeah,
You know.
it shows a regular person can actually get on the ballot.
Damn right. And I wanted, part of that was I want hopefully kids across America to see, hey, look, if this idiot over here in New Jersey can do it, you know, and I'm nobody special. I'm just a pothead. I was in special education all my life, you know. I never went to college or nothing. So I just want, you know, all the kids to know, you know, fuck everyone that they always say, you know, you're going to be in jail or you're going to be dead, or they always just, you know, you can do anything you want to do. And hopefully we get the younger generation to put their names on the ballot and say, hey, the first year I ran, put it this way, I got 1,000 votes and I didn't do nothing except go out and say, don't vote for me, go fuck yourself, don't vote for me, you know, because that was on my bucket list. You know, when you're young and stupid and you make a bucket list of shit to do, because, you know, I was sick of people always seeing people go out and lie and say, you know, kiss ass, you know. I went out there and said, go fuck yourself, and still got 1,000 votes. So that's pretty good.
Definitely.
Hell yeah.
It shows
You know?
it can be done.
You know, these cops, they used to fuck us up all the time. By the time I'm 20, well, by the time I was 25, half the people I grew up with, my closest friends, passed away from the opioid epidemic or other drugs. So, and I'm gonna tell you this, Edison. Now, the demographics had changed so drastically, so quickly. You'll see the Asian, it's like little Asia out here. And, you know, it's not, I can't even remember. It's not all the people I used to know, I guess they're gone. If they haven't passed away, they either moved to Pennsylvania, Florida, who knows.
Where did you live in PA?
No, I said they a lot of people, they moving out of Edison, they go in Pennsylvania and
Oh,
Florida.
they don't want to come here.
Yeah, the Asians taking over. Indians.
They don't want to come to PA. Shit. Save your friends. Save them.
And I just want to say this now. One of the guys that won for Board of Education, Mr. Biral Patel, the head of Bab's Temple, it's a Hindu temple, and they have just been hit with a lawsuit for human trafficking, paying their workers $1.25 an hour, and the Edison residents still voted for him. Why? Because the Democratic Party, the Democratic rats were behind them. And it's exactly as I've been saying from day one. These motherfuckers can go out and throw babies from fucking incubators and still get the win. And I don't know if it's because of uneducated voters or whatnot. You see, the problem is, you see us in this room, we got distance that separates us. So, you know, we might be able to vote in the presidential election, the same person, but we'll never be able to vote locally. And that's what it is. In each of our localities, we just got too many dumbasses around us. Maybe not so much you guys. You guys are probably in a different kind of area. You know, I'm where it's infested by, you know, the left-wing radical agenda. And even those that don't believe that shit, they're either brainwashed by the two-party system, and, you know, it's just a bunch of dumbasses.
Jersey, one of my best friends is from Boonton.
I know. I've heard of Boonton.
And I was in your live that day that they had that, I don't want to say meet and greet, but they bust in all of those people for it, and they wouldn't let you in.
That rally you talking about, where he was at that restaurant thing, and they were on they had him outside of the little the ropes.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And I wanna give you guys an actual, you know, a secret in-depth detail that I don't think anyone knows. A short while before that day, I had been arrested. They had put a warrant out for my arrest for the time I called the young lady a princess, which you can't really do that, but they do anything to keep, you know, to intimidate me, keep me out of events and whatnot. So when I was going to go to this event, it makes sense to go there and behave so perfectly, because, you know, the prosecutors, I'm not stupid. I already know they got 3 prosecutors watching every, not only video I do live in real time, but in the past, just to see what they can stretch out and foul. It doesn't matter if it sticks or whatnot. They just want to do any stupid charge just to issue the warrant and put me in the county jail overnight. So I went there, and what you'll notice is when I first arrived, you know, I was smoking a blunt, and, you know, there's a lot of times where I say before I start recording, I'm going to show up to the place and do a silent recording, you know, smoke a blunt. But then, you know, you have comments coming in, and I want you guys to know this. If I'm ever recording a meeting, there's a lot of times where I'm getting comments during a meeting. I can't say nothing because I don't want to talk over someone else's speech. Anyway, back to the Edison thing. So when they were keeping me, when they put me to go out of the barrier, and I realized I can't go in there for recording, if I had a real trusted friend with me, I would have gave them my live and then went in with the body camera just to prove that it wasn't the recording. But in any case, when I was behind the thing, and, you know, I don't think the people watching my live feed understand, but you guys see the faces. You guys just see some random strangers. When I look past that freaking fence, I saw a bunch of, I know they were county Democratic committee people, not even from Edison. The Edison Democrats didn't show up. There was no local people. It was a bunch of union people. All these rats told to show up because no one supports the dude. And, you know, I got real upset because, hey, my town's getting invaded. It's like a third world fucking invasion over here. And, you know, here I grew up. I watched all my people, you know, die. You know, the police violated our rights all the time. Absolute nonsense. And to keep me out there, but have all these out of towners, that's why I flip. And I don't like to flip, and I don't even like to curse a lot of these pigs off. A lot of times I'll go to a place, I'll say, hey, I'm not going to curse them off. I'm going to behave, not talk. And then they do something stupid that just, you know, I'm not going to say I don't get triggered, but what I'm going to say is I got to put them in their place. You know, I got to put a leash on those sons of bitches.
Yeah, you didn't really lose it until the bus showed up. When it was when it was an open invitation to the Edison residents, but none of them were there, and that bus showed up, that's when you lost it.
Absolutely, because it's like, I don't know. It's just a spit in the face to us that we've been here all our fucking lives, you know? And just even if you didn't like me, they didn't even give me the chance to even behave, you know? And fuck, even forget giving someone the chance to behave. I believe it to be my right to be in there, and I believe I was discriminated against.
Oh, you didn't get 5 steps onto the property and was still smoking when security stopped you.
Hell yeah. You know, well, that's because, you know, the little people, they know when I come, but it's all right. You want to know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm going to try to behave more. I'm going to try to not curse as much, and I'm going to try not to lose it, you know? And you should see what I say to these motherfuckers when I'm not recording.
I can only imagine.
I hold back when I'm recording. I'm actually holding back because I feel, you know, if people actually see how hard I give it to them, they'd be like, "Oh man, you know, this guy's a piece of shit," you know. But you know, what are you gonna do?
Cut it out. You got to learn, you know, how to play the game to get into the game, to change the game.
No, but it's not even about that. You know, I don't even have no intention of winning, even though I always put out the best platform. In all aspects, I just want to put the name in there, represent for the Orthodox Christian community, represent for everybody, for all real people. And as long as you do that, you know, it doesn't matter. You're winning even when you lose. That's what these motherfuckers, they'll never understand that, you know?
True.
So do you not really want to win? You just want to be on the ballot and run?
No, of course I do. I do more than every other. I put out the best platform, you know, each and every time. This time, I mean, I was more realistic because it's a 2-party system. I'll give you an example, right? The newspaper, okay? Over half of them wouldn't even acknowledge that I'm a candidate. So just so you start understanding the level playing field, I'm such a good candidate regarding the issues and whatnot that they have to ignore me, that I'm not, you know, that I don't even exist. In regards to the invitations to debates, I was only allowed to go to the ETEA interview. If you want, I never even put that on live, World Citizen News, but I can send you a link to the unlisted of my interview that I did for the NJEA, and God bless them. They were the only ones. So yeah, even though that it's not a level playing field, I go out there, I do everything I'm supposed to do. But you know, put it this way. I exposed the racist flyers. I exposed all the people that did the racist flyers a year before the media ever acknowledged it. And guess what? When I ran for the BOE, they voted in the people that did the racist flyer, even though I got 4,000 votes, and they have the democratic system behind their side, and the Indian vote and Chinese vote, which that's over half the population in this town, they just keep voting their own people in. And people, they really love democracy so much, and they say it's the greatest thing in the world. Wait in your local city or town, wait when overnight or within a 5-year period or 10-year period, what happens when over 51% of those people are Asian or the same ethnicity, and they just vote for their own each and every time, no matter how bad of a candidate they are or how corrupt they are. Let me tell you something about these people out here in my town. It don't matter if they're Democrat or Republican. They see one of their people, they vote for them.
That's true. I mean, that's how we got where we're at right now, too.
Well, a lot of people vote party lines regardless. They just vote for however they're registered. It doesn't matter what the platform is, what they talk about, what they've done. If they're registered Republican, they're going to vote Republican. If they're registered Democrat, they're going to vote Democrat.
Yeah, but in Edison, we're having a more evolved aspect to where now that we got the 51%, Indian and Chinese people, what you see, they do exactly what you just said, with the added benefit that they'll always vote the Indian over the white, Hispanic, or black or others. That's what, that's the funny thing between Edison and the rest of the United States of America. I turn on the mainstream media, right? And I see everyone arguing black and white, when in my local municipality, the funny thing is, it's the Indians and Chinese taking over against the others. And when I say the others, who do I mean by that? I mean the lifelong residents, those that we've been here all our life, the black community, the Hispanic community, the white community, because that's the funny thing, that we actually team up here locally, because what you'll see even on the Board of Education level, okay, say there's a white superintendent, say there's a black teacher, say there's a Hispanic janitor, right? What you'll see is the Indian community start pushing their weight around, even though they're the majority. They talk as if they're the minority and say, oh, we need to have more Indian in the staff. We need to have an Indian superintendent, remove the white superintendent. We need to have more Indian teachers to represent the student body, remove the black teacher that's been there for their whole teaching career. This is absolutely disgusting. Number one,
it's exactly the same way in Lakewood, right?
Oh, Lakewood, New Jersey?
Yes.
Oh, I've heard in Lakewood, New Jersey, what I do know is that there's a large Jewish community, right?
Correct.
And that the local communities and the new Jewish community, that they're always, oh, you know what? That's actually a good comparison as to what's going on in Edison. It's a very good equivalent there. Are you from New Jersey as well?
No, I'm in Philly, but I worked in Jersey for years, so I know exactly how it goes. I know their whole government, the police force, the businesses. If you want a business, it is very hard to be a business if you are not in the Jewish community. It is very hard to rent a house or rent a space if you're not. They're buying the property up, and again, I don't care if they're Jewish or not, but I was saying that for the same comparison, that it's exactly wherever the majority is, that's exactly what's going to happen. When they finally got them to be the chief of police and everything there, because I have a lot of friends in Lakewood, when they finally got the police and everybody in there, it wasn't long after that when they took over, there was a Hasidic Jew in every single platform of government in there, then they got arrested for welfare fraud, food stamp fraud, tax evasion, and I mean they had big houses, so you know what I'm talking about. It was all over the news. You can't miss it, you know. And people would have bumper stickers that said, "I can't afford to drive in Lakewood, New Jersey," because you know what's going to happen. It's not a joke. And Lakewood used to be totally different, but it's a place now where, you know, I have friends that live there that is like, listen, you know, and my friends are Jewish too. They're like, they're just not part of that type of gang that has been instilled in there. So what you're saying about Edison, and I've been to Edison many times within my career too, with doing sales. My territory was Jersey, so I traveled all of Jersey for years, and it's incredible. It's incredible. I mean, you have a lot of industrial in Edison, you know, so you have a lot of big business, and if they can back that business, or if that business can back them, it's already set in stone on what's going to happen. But wait until they move those businesses out, then things change.
Oh, and now you have a lot of Indian businesses, and they got their Indian Business Association, which I call the Indian Mafia. And now think about this: if all these Indian businesses, which a lot of them happen to be doctors and they're rich, you know, but whatever, say they got 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 businesses in their association. Who knows the amount? But every month, if they're paying monthly dues, that means they're recycling money, whether they go after their enemies, legal fees, whatever and whatnot. And what ends up being, they become like their own little machine. You know? They completely,
well, that goes back to like corporation.
That what?
They completely
that goes back to WCN. Go ahead, Christo.
No, I'm done. I'm sorry. I want to hear you.
No, it's that goes back to like WCN says. America has just become one big corporation. And then all these towns and stuff are the little corporations that help keep it up.
Well, you have to have your workers and your worker bees. I'm just the worker bee until I became disabled, but you know, it is what it is.
And I want to say this too. Even though there's all this craziness going on in the national news, right? Edison, there's not, even though you have stupid politicians, there's not within the people radicalism. I forgot I'm high. I forgot what I was gonna say anyway. Oh, I know what I was gonna say. We're not forget, you know, even though the dumbass Indians, they sent out the racist flyer. I want you guys to know this. Well, they sent out actually racist flyers threatening to deport their own community. But Edison is not a racist town, even though the rest of America is burning. When I grew up, there was never any racism within the black, white, Hispanic, all communities, within all communities growing up. But when I grew up, we used to say mama jokes to each other. We used to rip into each other. We used to crack jokes on each other all the time. You know, they'd always say shit to me, being Greek, but I never said, oh, you know, you're being racist. We do that. You do that to your own friend. You know, that's just the way it is. You break your brother's balls, you know. But there was never any racism in this town, in Edison. And I'm happy that this is the way that it was. And because when I look at the TV, the national news, I don't know how things are in your local communities, but it looks to me like everything's fucking burning and shit, you know? Or it looks like it's ready to explode. And I don't know, it can't be like that everywhere. It has to be like it is here in the majority of places. And I think the media just wants to make it in our minds that everything's about to explode.
Take it.
Maybe to give people the incentive. Maybe that's what they want. The government wants riots freaking everywhere.
Oh yeah. I mean, have you know who Tom McDonald is, right? The
No.
musician. Look up Tom McDonald and watch his video Brainwashed. And that is the best video and explanation for what is going on and how the government is trying to keep us all divided that I have seen yet.
Well, the government has to keep us divided because if we unite, then we can take back the government. It's only in their interest if we stay separated. And I'm not prejudiced against Asians or Indians or anything else. So I want to make sure that that's clear, that's out there. I don't dislike any ethnicity in any way at all. I've been very clear on how I feel about countries and the imaginary lines because I don't believe in them. You know, I just think this is one Earth, and we should be able to travel as we see fit. We should not be able to, we should not be saying, oh, no, this country's bad or this country's bad. Listen, they're all run by the same government. Don't fool yourselves. They're all brothers in arms.
Definitely.
So when do we stop that and say, okay, we need to unite together, regardless of religion, race, color, or creed? Because I don't get into segregating anybody, I love people for who the person is, not because of their race or their religion.
I got a question. Who is Tom
Lord.
McDonald? I do not know.
I have no idea who he is.
Tom McDonald, he's a former wrestler. I cannot remember his wrestling name, but he is a independent rapper. He puts out his own videos. He puts out his own music. His girlfriend is his, I guess you'd say, cinematographer. She's the one that does all his videos. I don't know if you've heard of the Hog Gang, but they're part of that.
No.
Nope.
Look him up. Most of his videos.
I don't know if I'd want to be in a Hog Gang.
Just saying. I can't remember what Hog stands for right now, but look him up. A lot of his videos are very, very current to the issues right now. He's got one called Snowflakes, one called.
He's on YouTube?
Yeah, he's only on YouTube, and he sells his CDs himself. You'll see videos of him actually signing and packing them himself and mailing them off. He does everything himself. He is completely independent.
Tom McDonald Brainwashed. There you go. So hold on.
Well, I can understand his struggle. Mrs. Nuts is my cinematographer.
Well, Nova Rockefeller is very, very good at what she does.
All right, I just want to welcome Let's Go to the chat and Ashley. That is all.
Ashley is awesome. I don't know the other one, but welcome.
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 Hello.
Hello.
There you go, trying to sound like me again.
Ricky!
Well, I'm sitting here like OMG that I don't know Tom McDonald, but he's got 2.81 million subscribers.
Okay, so we need to go find this guy.
So, I mean, what the heck? I've never heard of him, and I'm like, wow, almost 3 million subscribers. He must be pretty big.
Now, if you do play his video, you'll have to do it like the reactors do, and play a little bit, then stop and comment, and then play a little bit and stop and comment. So
well, no, he might get that shut down. I think somebody, because it's a music video, this one, you might need to just watch it on your own and then comment on it.
I put
because he'll get a strike.
I put his thing in the chat. Harry, I'm bringing you back.
You kicked Harry?
Let me put
you can't kick Harry nuts.
Yeah, don't kick my nuts.
Don't touch his nuts.
Hell no, they're hairy.
Jeez. I'm sorry that happened to you, Harry.
I got a quick funny one for you guys. Hey, you see my avatar? You know what those are?
Those are those mushrooms.
Those are the same picture that YouTube uses when you put mushroom in. That's that same mushroom, and it's funny because I didn't touch or pick any of these mushrooms right here. And my buddy who knows everything about mushrooms goes, "Oh, those are magic mushrooms," and so we didn't pick.
Oh, that's what magic mushrooms look like.
Yes,
they're all pink.
They're red and white.
They look pink from. It could be my coloring on my phone.
And they're super cool looking.
I almost thought it was candles or something. I couldn't tell, or a cactus.
I only knew because I've actually seen them out in the wild before.
I'll be darned.
Sure, she's only seen them in the wild. Wink, wink.
I will tell you, I've tried marijuana before. I happen to be allergic to it. And I've tried cocaine before many, many, many years ago. God, 30 years ago. And that's the only two things I've ever done. And I didn't like either one of them. So,
Hey, is my avatar showing up?
yeah, it's a pizza.
That's a pizza I made.
Really?
Yes.
It looks good.
And the dough is homemade. My daughter's made that. We had to let
I'm
it
starting
rise.
not to believe any of his cooking stories until I taste them for myself.
I have like this particular pizza. We end up cooking 5 pizzas that day. So I made this one for my wife. This was the barbecue pizza with the it had spinach on it. You know, the barbecue chicken pizza with the red onions or purple onion and spinach and all that. So we made that one, and then I made one with the cheese and the crust. I made the meat lovers because we don't eat pork, so we did all types of beef and turkey and turkey sausage and everything on it. It was just. Then we made a vegetarian pizza, so those were all homemade from the dough to everything. It's pretty good.
That's awesome.
Definitely. See,
All right, I didn't mean to stop y'all. Just wanted to see if it was showing up.
yeah, it's showing up. I seen it as soon as it popped up, and I was like, "Ooh, pizza!" And Toe will know what I'm talking about when what really ran through my mind is pizza burger.
Pizza burger. That sounds good. What is a pizza burger? How is it made?
No, it's
and I'll make one and I'll film it. And
no,
put it on
it's
the
a
cooking
joke
channel.
on. It's a joke on Clash with Bao. There's a video he shows called Tornado Girl, and the person in the video, the way they say "go get a piece of burger" sounds like pizza burger.
Okay, I seen that one. It was the I think it was the black transgender.
Yes, that's it.
But there is really something called a pizza burger.
Yeah.
It's just mozzarella cheese and marinara sauce.
Yeah,
on
it's
top of a burger.
cheeseburger pizza, and that is good.
Yum.
Cheeseburger pizza. I'm gonna have to make that. Now, Toe, I use bacon, but it's turkey bacon. See, I can cook my bacon, and you would swear that it was beef bacon or pork, not beef, but pork bacon. Just gotta cook
Does
it.
Toe want to come up? I'll jump down for Toe.
You know what? I will. Let me hop out of here.
Oh, Mr. Ball, stay.
You got
Hold
some
on.
cojones, Harry.
I had something to say to Harry, and I forgot what it was.
Oh, you
Oh
jumped.
yeah, every time when they kept saying the Harry Balls, I was thinking of the Soggy Bottom Boys.
He
Y'all know what I'm
jumped.
talking about? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all ever heard that song, the Soggy Bottom Boys?
Hell
Yeah.
yeah,
Remember that-
dude. Soggy
remember that
Bottom
movie,
Boys, that's a good ass jam right there, dude.
Yeah, it sure is. I like that. I like that movie too. What was the name of that movie?
I don't know. It had George Clooney in it. George Clooney starred in it.
Yeah, man,
Yes.
that shit was funny. I watched that movie, and that's one of the that's a movie that I could watch repeatedly, I can go sit down and watch it again because that's how funny it was. That shit was funny.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
With your homemade pizza.
Yeah, with my homemade pizza. Now, okay, what's y'all favorite meals? What's your favorite meal that you like to cook? Or what's your favorite meal you like? And then what's your favorite meal you like to cook? Because the favorite meal you like, 9 times out of 10, you'll probably get that at a restaurant or something, and you won't cook it at home. But then what's your favorite meal you like to cook?
Mine's easy. It's only 4 ingredients. It's chicken casserole. You got your chicken, you got your cream of mushroom, you got your sour cream, and you got your stovetop stuffing. And you cook it for 35 minutes, and that's it.
Have you ever had what's the name of that meal? I'll come back to it when I think about it. When I can remember
brother,
what it's
where
called.
art thou?
Oh, Chicken
Oh, brother,
Cacciatore.
where art thou? That's the name of the movie. I had it pulled up. I was just waiting.
Okay, yeah, that's a good ass movie.
Soggy Bottom Boys. I am a man of constant sorrow. That's the name of the
I
song.
am man, that's a tight ass song. I like that song.
Yeah. Make me gonna listen to it later.
Yeah. That's a good movie. If you don't like that movie, something wrong with you. And and you know the blind guy that was in the movie. Every time you saw him, he was on the train tracks, and he was
Yeah.
You know what he represented in the movie?
Uh-huh.
He was the angel.
Oh yeah.
And then the sheriff represented the demon or the devil.
I never really thought about it that way.
Yeah, go look at it and look at it like that. Look at it. And when pay attention, every time you saw that black guy, some shit was about to happen, and he was like giving a warning. He was like warning. And then the devil show up. It was the police. It was the sheriff. Remember when he showed up, and then they had the flood, and they came in and flooded everything.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, just go check it out. It's watch it again and look at it like that.
The Ku Klux Klan rally part of that movie was the funniest.
Yeah, that shit was funny.
That
whole movie was funny, man. I was like, yeah, I like that movie. You know, sometimes you just gotta laugh at the bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about your question about the food.
Okay.
I think if I had to think of what my favorite meal to cook would probably be my pepper steak, which is almost like a kind of a stir fry. But my favorite meal to eat, which is still something I have to make, but not necessarily my favorite to cook, just because it's very time consuming, is pierogies.
What is that?
pierogies.
Of course, a person from Pennsylvania would say pierogies.
What's that supposed to mean?
Because that's like a Pennsylvania thing, man. Pierogies.
No, it's a Ukrainian thing. My grandmother was from Ukraine.
I know, but everybody I know from Pennsylvania, like I told you, my whole family, that they live off of pierogies.
I love pierogies. I love potato pancakes, but pierogies is the best way to describe it is like almost like a potato dumpling, but nothing like a potato dumpling. It just looks similar to that.
Yeah.
But
I love
a little bit bigger.
I love Ukraine.
Yes. Thank you.
I love
do
the
too.
women of Ukraine. I'm just saying. They're hot.
Everything has to get down to the physicalness, doesn't it?
Is that what you was thinking, Jersey? Because that's what I was thinking.
Maybe he was talking about the food.
That too, but also the historical connection
Yep.
with Orthodox Christianity, with Yaroslav the Wise, making Ukraine Orthodox. I don't know. The West Side might be part of it Catholic. You know what I'm saying, or whatever, but has a connection.
Hey,
they used to be the Varangian Guard, which it was Vikings, Viking type people that they guarded the Byzantine Empire too. So, brothers and sisters.
Now, I want to add something to that. Have you guys ever watched like the real, like the movies when they make movies about the time periods and periods of ancient times, and like in the Ukraine and even in the Vatican and Vikings and things all the way back to the kings of England. When you watch these movies, have you guys ever noticed when they go into the cathedrals or the churches that all the saints are black, all the angels are black, Jesus is black, all the people that they worship is black? Have anybody ever noticed that? And
Well,
even till this day, the pictures, the real pictures, they still have them and they still exist. And you can still do some research and see this for yourself. This is not something I'm making up, but I was just wondering, has anybody ever paid attention to that?
no, I know in the Orthodox Church we always displayed the saints. A lot of the saints, came from Africa, like Saint Moses the Black. But yeah, there's no secret there.
Oh no, it's been proven scientifically with DNA and everything. It's Africa.
Africa
Yeah.
is motherland. That's where all life started. That's what they say. Whoever they are.
There we go with they and them.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out who they are. I'm gonna have to do some deep research because we'll never know who they are.
Yeah, they got an ass kicking coming, don't they?
They sure do. They sure do. They got several ass kickings.
Hey, is King still coherent over there? I ain't heard a peep out of King in like an hour.
King probably sleep.
I got a question for our Ukrainian friend. Is our Ukrainian friend pro-Putin or anti-Putin?
Ooh.
And if you don't want to answer that, it's okay. And don't worry, I'm asking as I want you to know, no matter what you see, all Ukraine is my brothers and sisters. But I just want you to say this: if you say you like Putin, I'm not gonna be against you neither. I'm just asking. Don't be shy or anything.
No, I'm not gonna be shy at all. No, yeah, I haven't really been accused of that. You'll learn that.
No, because I can kind of pinpoint probably the area where your family's from. There's certain things where I can kind of tell what region people are from.
Well, I'll tell you exactly. I'm first generation born here. My father's side of the family is from Ireland, and my mother's side of the family came right off the boat from Ukraine. My grandmother was actually in a concentration camp. She was one of the last ones to come over here through Ellis Island, promised different things, given a job, and supposed to be guaranteed housing, but then that was all a lie. She didn't really speak English very well. She was illiterate. She was kicked out of school because she was left-handed, and then it was the sign of the devil. So, I mean, I have no secrets as far as that stuff goes. As far as Putin goes, I don't really know if I would put him as a member of the human race.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I mean, I have differing views on that, but I don't think he's been portrayed properly on this side of the ocean.
There's a follow-up to there is some truth to some things he says, but he's a special breed. And go ahead.
Can I tell you why I might? Let's just say in New Jersey, when I got the 4,000 votes, it was no secret. I was his #1 fan supporter, probably on this side of the ocean. And I want to explain why, though. Everything they say is a lie. And I can honestly say that because I'm a Greek American. So not only I know I see things from both sides. You know, I can listen to the Russia point of view on the news and then listen to the America point of view, and I'll know right away. I'll know right away who's bullshitting. And then we also got, you know, the Greek news as well. And as an Orthodox Christian, a lot of us Orthodox Christians were very proud that Putin gave control back of Russia back to the Orthodox Church. You know how I know in America they say, you know, separation of church and state. But think about why it was the Freemasons who did that. Think about why they did that. It was easily so they can, you know, push that communism leadership bullshit. But, you know, Vladimir Putin, for a lot of the issues, whether it was standing against the neo-Nazis in Ukraine, standing against ISIS in Syria. You know, as a Greek, I'll tell you this. I mean, as an Orthodox Christian, there's a lot of us that feel that if Putin went away, and if he wasn't around and some kind of puppet of the New World Order or NATO took over, right, that the world alliance, the world governments will do everything they want us. Before Putin, you saw what they did to Serbia. They demonized the Serbian people, even though they're the most beautiful people. They demonized them. They would call them terrorists. When in fact, at that moment in time, I wouldn't really call them that. It was quite an ugly war, but we didn't even take part on the right side of that war. You know, and I don't know. I think if people actually knew the truth, they'd understand how he stays in power for 20 years. You know.
Okay. Well, that I can speak of. So when I said that I agree with some things he said, I also think that he's a dictator, and why he gets to pick how many years he's in there and controls, you know, the amount of time he's going to stay in there, and it's not going to be a democracy. So I don't agree with that at all. But is he right when he calls out the United States for having a lot of the same, or when he calls out the United States, when he calls out the United States government on their BS, I agree with a lot of the things he says, because when they go to confront him and he puts the same question back at them. So he is very intelligent. Don't get me wrong. He's very smart, but he is a dictator. And when he gets to say that he's going to be the president for the next 20 years and there's not going to be an election and nobody can go up against him, that is a dictatorship. And I don't agree with that in any way, shape, or form.
That's not true. That's not true. There are elections.
There are not elections now.
There are elections. Absolutely, there are elections.
Yeah, but he was just elected back in.
20 years.
Yeah, he just put in that he's at 20 years for president.
No.
Who wants him for 20 years?
It's not, he didn't put in for 20 years. Here's how it goes. Okay. Unlike America, where you get 4 years, Russia has 5 years. It used to be the law that you can have 2 terms, which is 10 years altogether. And I guess it was, you can have 2 terms, take a break. And it used to be 2 terms. And then he did it. You can have 2 terms, take a break, and come back, where he became prime minister. Medvedev became president. And then, you know, Putin came back. He took his break. Now, I don't know. They just did some kind of amendment, which I'm for that, because if the people, where you got to understand, one election he got over 80%, 90%. The least he's ever got, I think, was like 75%. Why is that? Because he's proven himself. No matter, think about this. The world, USA, they did such war on Russia, making them lose money, whether it was gas here, there, everywhere. People were rioting in the street, not because they hated Putin, just to get the sanctions off them. This is psychological warfare. Their people were being terrorized in order to betray their own government. Think about that for a moment. Okay? And he still got the majority vote. You want to know why? Because Russia learned the lessons of the past. What were those lessons? what you say is a dictator. We say, the Orthodox Christians, we say we would appoint him as the next czar. Why not? Even for life. When I was in 2001, and keep in mind, I'm Greek American, and all the Greeks, when I say this, they think I'm fucking nuts, but I'm just so old school. It's not even that. It's maybe religious, philosophically, but in any case, yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say, but you know,
okay, so I just looked it up, and his first term, he was president from 1999 to 2008, 8 years, 120 days. Now he is 2012 to present, and he continues to run for consecutive 3 and 4 year terms after that.
No. It's always 5. What it is, it's 5 years. What it used to be is you can only have the 2 terms and then take a break. Now they're not even taking the break no more.
No, I just looked it up. He was president from 1999 to 2008, 8 years, 128 days.
Longer.
Well, I don't think they have it wrong.
But I'll tell you this.
Because Dmitry became president after him, and he was president for 4 years. And then Vladimir came back in again in 2012.
You're right.
And so far, 9 years, 197 days so far.
That's the break he had to take. And let me tell you this. I'm very proud. I'm more proud of the Russian people, because let me tell you this. The Orthodox Christian Empire was destroyed. Destroyed by who? It was destroyed by the Freemasons. It was destroyed by the communists, the Rothschild. What did they do? They sent them to Russia. They sent them to Russia to destroy Russia. Part of the Freemason plan, their 3-part plan, part 1 was to destroy Orthodox Christian Russia, destroy the Tsar, implement their bullshit Western whatever. Why was that? They were very upset that Tsar Nicholas, that's the last Tsar, that guy that they killed, his great-grandfather, Tsar Alexander II, he's the reason America won the Civil War. People don't know that Russia actually won the war. If Russia didn't get involved in the American Civil War, the North stood no chance. England and France was supposed to help the South against the North. England was in Canada. The French with Emperor Maximilian was in France. And the only reason they didn't get involved is because back then you would have to go to the Orthodox Tsar and ask for permission. And when they ask, hey, would you do anything if we did this? Because he liked Lincoln so much, he said, yeah, if you fuck with America, I'm coming down there. This is what our Orthodox Russia and America were such best friends. There's our Alexander II. He sent his naval fleets, one to New York, the other one to San Francisco, and he gave his admiral sealed letters. And what did that sealed letter say? It says if England and France gets involved in the war, which they never did because Russia scared the shit out of them, that they were to take their orders from Abraham Lincoln. Many people, they don't even know about that. And what happened after Tsar Alexander II got killed, his family got killed. I'm sorry, Tsar Nicholas. What happened? You see America and Russia disconnecting because it was communism. Communism was never the Russian people. That was an alien force. A lot of them were actually non-Russians that came and moved in. You know, you look at the people, what happened in Ukraine, Holodomor, the genocide. They killed the communists. They killed 6 million in 2 weeks. They starved them to death. A lot of people. And, you know, communism is the worst philosophy. That's why I'm against the Black Lives Matter group. because you see what they are too. They don't give a shit about Black lives. And I've proven this time and time again. You'll see out in my area, it's always the rich, privileged white girls and before they even had this title, BLM, they used to use other groups. They're socialist Democrat groups. They're communist groups. They're the real ones that are pushing the divide in America, you know? But yeah, if people knew the truth, I think they'd understand how such a man continues to get voted in. Of course, America's going to explain it away. Oh, the elections are rigged. The elections are rigged. But that's completely false. Somebody like me understands that put it this way, he's more popular probably outside of Russia than he is inside of Russia. And that says a lot. The Greek people love him, the Serbian people love him, the Ethiopian people love him.
Well, I don't know how he could be more popular here than there if he's getting all those votes.
Well, I'm not saying I didn't include America. I'm talking about, Orthodox Christian countries and whatnot. A lot of them, they look up to Russia, Serbia and whatnot. They don't want, again, to be attacked for no reason by a world alliance, What did the World Alliance do back then? And this is before September 11, 2001. They took the side of jihadis that attacked the Serbian people and then had the nerve to call the Serbian Orthodox Christians terrorists. They used this justification to use depleted uranium on civilians now. This is why Putin's popular with so many of us, because if a world governments want to again unite to attack our women, to attack our children, we finally have somebody, not just somebody with the most advanced nuclear missiles in the world that's going to say, hey, I'm here and you're not going to fuck with us. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not just his people that he stands up for a lot more than just, Russia. He stands up now. I'll explain it to you like this. I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian, right? And the Slavs, before it was two Greek priests. They brought the Slavs the alphabet. They brought them the Orthodox Christian religion. And as long as Vladimir Putin stays true as an Orthodox Christian to that philosophy, by default, he is doing what I'd like to say is a Greek Orthodox Christian foreign policy, a foreign policy that the Greek government should be doing, but they'll never be doing because they're a bunch of cowards and American puppets and puppets to the New World Order agenda. And, that's why I disagree with the open borders thing, because what you have in Europe or Africa or the Middle East, you actually have, unlike America, you actually have countries with an identity, which is DNA, genetics, language, historical, sometimes philosophic, whatever that be. And they need the open borders. They need it so bad because when you have people moving from one part of the world to the other, they no longer care for what their ancestors fought and died for. Now you can have the corporations come in and do the mining like they did in Kosovo, steal all that mineral wealth, because that's what it's all about, And as soon now they're getting a lot of governments, they're getting them into debt. They're really trying to push for this world government, and I believe COVID is part of that, this COVID vaccine shit, God bless the American patriots that are standing up to the tyranny. God bless the Americans that keep true to the American Constitution, because one thing I see, as outsider looking in. Sometimes I'm an outsider looking in too. And one thing I see is they're really trying to attack the United States Constitution. A lot of people, they don't know that. But why is that? Why is it so important for them to make people stupid about their rights? Remove the USA Constitution, because then it's like history repeating itself. The same time with the communists, with the Nazis. Alex Jones was right about one thing. He was right when he said the number one killer in this lifetime has been, I think he called it democide. It's the government killing civilians and shit. You know, from like started naming all these dictators, Mao, Hitler, Stalin, all of them. You know, and I'll tell you this: the real war. Forget all that shit on the news. The real war is on American soil, because the whole world looks up to America. And if they can have America destroy itself and take over America, a lot of people, they start to lose hope. You see, but if you have an awakening here in America, a true patriot, let's say someone like Putin rise up with the people supporting him, right? Then what you're going to have here in America, you're going to see when America stands up for what's right, you see a lot of people in the world will respect, and they get in line out of respect. You know what I'm saying? They won't. That's why they need to get America first, because America has always symbolically, for a lot of time, been the protector, you know? And if they can get America to stop doing the right thing and to stop being the protector, and to get us to stop recording the police, stop standing up for the USA Constitution, that's how they're going to win. If we don't give them the win here in America, they're not going to win in the long run, if you understand my drift. And that's why America is getting hit so much hard with the propaganda warfare, with the division. They're trying to divide us through class. They're trying to divide us through economics. They're trying to divide us racially, religiously, politically. And what we have to do is we have to deny that. We have to say we're all brothers and sisters. I mean, we have to reject that we're all brothers and sisters, and we all have to stand on the same purpose. Why can't we stand together? Accountability and transparency. That's why you see all across America, who are they targeting? Why are they targeting the school boards? Why are they labeling concerned citizens who are coming to their meetings and saying, hey, stop talking about the sexualization of the children. I don't want my kids taking the COVID vaccine. There's another one. There's a very hot topic. There's a third one. Now they're being labeled as domestic terrorists. You see superintendents making lists for the FBI, spying on the parents. What I see going on now, it's exactly what I've read in the history books that happened in Russia a long time ago. You know, there's a connection. It's happened to many countries before. You know, I just can't believe how it got to this point. You know, I really don't understand how it got to this point, but
well, none of us do, and that's why we have these panels. And you know, us all being able to get together and talk across states and everything, that's going to get more people interested and get more people out there, and hopefully everybody will be able to come together soon.
I tell you this, you know what the communists hate? They hate the American spirit. They hate freedom. They hate the USA Constitution. They're allergic to this shit. This is why even in their subconscious, they attack it. You know? And you're going to see more and more. You're going to see all the things. You're going to see how communism, they've been infiltrating the school system. They've been infiltrating all these government boards, and even the opposition parties too, because they have them act like opposites, whatever. But you know, America is where it's at right now. This is where the fireworks is going to take place. Kyle Rittenhouse was just found innocent. The other guy that against the SWAT team was just found innocent. This is a big win for not only self-defense, but to also, you know, shove it back in their faces. This isn't about white supremacists versus Black Lives Matter. This is about the right to defend ourselves, especially against the government. That's what they don't want. That's why the divisions are so strong. They fear when you start defending yourself against them, the real predator. You know, that's what that one guy, this one, I don't know what town he's in, this one Black American shot about 5 SWAT team members who entered his home and was found innocent. And that's a big win. That's a big win. That's beyond. Why are they talking about the Kyle Rittenhouse? Then Kyle Rittenhouse, good for him, self-defense, whatever. But the news has to be on that young Black hero, that he shot 5 SWAT members in self-defense and one got found innocent, because now you got the court system acknowledging we have the right to self-defense even against the government, exactly what the Constitution said. What's the Constitution say? When the government becomes tyrants, you have, that's another part, but it also says you have the right to create a militia locally, protect yourself, self-defense. They don't want that. And I don't know. The way they used to target the militias, the militias that were growing locally, going around America, you're going to see them now targeting the parents. So that's why they're going after the school boards. And First Amendment auditing is beautiful. This is a tool that we, as the American people, that we can use this tool, this camera, to go out and show the public, you know, because people are watching too much of that, whether it's Fox, whether it's CNN, you know, they're watching too much of one-sided media. You know, they're not watching, you know, I see a revolution that's going to take place because of people like you on this panel.
We were saying that earlier, man. It's going to have to be something drastic to change what's going on in this country. Something drastic is going to have to happen in order for to be a change.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you this. If it's not, it might not even be us awakening. It could just be a blowback from a stupid decision the government decides to make. And I don't understand how it wasn't COVID yet, but if it's not COVID, who knows, like how much of a civil rights violation they're gonna do just to wake people up. And when that day happens, that could blow back in their face, unite people. Who knows? You know, all I know is when I grew up before September 11, 2001, I'm gonna be honest with you, I really felt that the racism was dying out, all of that. But something happened on September 11. We all know what happened on September 11. We all know. But after that, they took away everyone's right. Well, they did the Patriot Act.
Got installated.
Yeah, they started telling us, watch out after your neighbor, snitch on everybody. If you see something, say something. And now, I'm not going to say, like Topher Life today. Topher Life did a good thing. He saw someone's in danger, you do the right thing, right? But when they put out that see something, say something, that's beyond that. They wanted us to spy on each other. You know?
Oh, definitely.
This is like
their version of see something, say something has nothing to do with helping people.
Absolutely. It was like it's completely something else. And I'm gonna tell you this: when we finally have that revolution here in America, I believe then we can start fighting this globalist agenda that has taken place the rest of the world. Because as long as America allows it, that's how. As long as they're gonna have power. Can you imagine if America and Russia had finally went to the table, agreed on some things, and destroyed this monstrous New World Order system? That's what they don't want. See, when Trump first came into power, first of all, I hate Hillary Clinton. I hate the Clinton family for what they did to Serbia, how they supported the jihadis. They went after women and children big time. But that's why I was big for Trump. I wanted Trump, when Trump went in, to make a deal with, not just make a deal with Russia, but to be friendly, to be like it used to be again, like best friends. There's no reason for hostility, work together on what our mutual interests are. And, when that happened with Trump, he never fully did that. I don't know if it was, because the Democrats are painting him as some kind of Russian spy, or if he's some kind of fixed opposition plant too, But when that day comes, and Russia, well, as long as Russia has a good leader, it only works if both the leaders are righteous, right? You can't. But when you have that happen, then you're gonna destroy this system that's been for so long. And I want you guys to know this: a lot of people in Russia, even though they got all this hatred going on, they love America. They still do.
Hey, Jersey Watcher.
Yes, sir.
I just want to let you know I subbed you, man.
Thank you, man. We're gonna destroy this system, man. The system of evil, the system of corruption. That's why they attacked Trump so hard. When Trump said he was gonna, remember when Trump said he was gonna build the wall, and they all went nuts. They went fucking nuts about it. Why? Because they want that new world order system of moving population, of open border. Why? To destroy the identity of countries. And then, once they have that identity destroyed of the country, like I said, they need to mix people. That's why they're mixed race, gender. There's no problem with it here in America. You know what I'm saying? But they're trying to push this shit on other countries within Africa, within Europe, within the Middle East. It's easier for them to do that open border shit. And that's why they actually went hard after Trump. They went really hard after Trump. Now, I want to say this. I love the Hispanic community. I love the Hispanic women. First of all, if I was going to do the border wall, I would have done it first on those fucking Canadians first. I'm telling you that right now. But, we definitely do need border walls. And I was saying it back then, even before the Ebola happened, before the COVID happened. You can't just have someone walking in as a biological fucking weapon. You do have to protect your population. I'm not talking about vaccinating everyone, but yeah, by closing them damn borders and making sure people not sick. It wasn't going to be an overnight thing, but damn. And I know I'm not going to say there's things where I wish Trump did better on, but he was a lot better than Hillary, than Biden could ever be. And, just know that. Be happy that we're in America, because no matter how strong their subterfuge, their attacks on us through media manipulation, all that shit. Why is it the strongest here? Because they fear us the most. Remember that. This is where we have the most guns. Remember what they're trying to do? Take away our guns. Why is that? 'Cause they fucking fear us. They don't. When they send in their army from China or wherever the fuck they're gonna come from, right? They don't want to have an armed race. You see in United Nations charters that even Obama signed. They said Americans have to be disarmed by this date. Not just Americans, it's all world citizens. In fact, they say everyone got to take whatever. Oh, I don't know. I don't have a cigarette, but I'm gonna go inside and I'm gonna buy a pack and I'll give you one for free, brother. All right.
I knew you was walking to the store, Jersey. I could just tell.
Hell yeah. But you know,
God bless
like
America, brother.
Hell yeah, we're the greatest fucking. Let me tell you this. They're gonna get it.
Well, I'd rather be in America than be in any other place at the moment.
Hell yeah. What's up, brother? Hell yeah.
Until we all have to band together and fight.
Who's that guy that he used to be on TV? He was like, get her done. I love that fucking guy.
Get her done.
Yeah.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Cable Guy.
Yeah.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah, Larry the Cable Guy.
I got a question again, though, because I didn't hear the answer to it. Is My State still with us? King, are you there?
I don't think he is.
I see him.
Yeah, but he's not. He hasn't said nothing in over an hour.
Yeah, about an hour and a half.
Yeah, I see you, brother.
Is anybody down in the chat want to get up on panel?
Yeah,
go ahead and jump in the
You want me to
basement.
kick King?
Well, let's see if anybody want to get in first. If anybody want to get in, just put him in the basement. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna put him in the basement because he's not saying nothing.
Oh, he's gonna take Angel's spot in the basement.
Tell Angel. Angel's in the basement.
Have a good night.
No, it's a joke.
Angel can come up here. Angel, come on up.
Come on up. Join the
I just
conversation.
want to point out to you guys that I changed my avatar to the biggest magic mushroom I've ever seen.
And we can add that to the pizza.
Angel, I just shared the StreamYards link. Come on up.
Come on up. You're the next contestant on WCN Live.
Right.
Ricky!
This is gonna be. You never know. You never know, Angel. This might be your only ever time to be able to talk to Jersey Watcher. I don't know if you're a fan or someone that watches Jersey Watcher, I should say.
Well, we're all fans of Jersey Watcher.
You know what?
Jersey Watcher's my guy, man. That's my dude right there.
Yep.
I've never watched Jersey Watcher, but I'm sure going to.
Of course. Anybody that comes up in this room, and Jersey has some good videos, man. So, you know, we got a few people in here, My State. You go check out his videos. He got some excellent videos. NC Tom and Hunter, he has some excellent videos. Jersey Watcher got some excellent videos. Who else coming here that supports this channel? It's a big name, and they're not even a big name, but just anybody that has some good content.
Heather Media, Harry Nuts, Heather.
Yeah, Heather got some good stuff. Now she got more stuff coming, and I only have a few videos, but they will be coming down the pipeline. I just got a lot of things that I'm working on right now. I want to go ahead and kind of focus on getting this show together, so all the people that do have material can come in here. They can drop their link. They can drop their material. We can play their videos. We can put it in our our community pages. We can just support each other. And that's basically what this channel is for. But in the meantime, we will have some serious conversations and topics. And, we'll be touching on many, many, many subjects. So
And we'll
that's
be
what it's
having
all about. Go
fun
ahead.
too.
Of course, you gotta have some fun. We can't be serious all the time. So
There's
after we
nothing
have,
to see
yeah,
and laughing.
Yeah, watch my videos if you want to laugh.
Oh, your videos are good, Harry.
Christo, you get them cancer sticks?
Yeah.
All right.
Ricky!
what you smoking on, Jersey? You smoking on Marlboros, Newports, what?
Cowboy Killers, Marlboro Red.
There you go, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
Now, who keeps saying that damn Ricky shit?
I don't know. It's that damn ghost that keeps coming through, I think.
Where is Ricky? We haven't seen no sign of Ricky today.
Mm-mm.
No, he hasn't. He didn't pop in, but I think he may have had something to do today.
Yeah. Right on.
Every time I hear that Ricky, I think of the South Park with a dude in a wheelchair when he be saying Timmy.
Yeah.
Timmy.
Timmy. I didn't get to catch your video today, Jersey, man, because I was on panel when you premiered it or whatever. But I'll catch that sucker later on or tomorrow for sure.
Oh, it's that guy that got shot by Kyle Rittenhouse, getting caught for a DUI like 3 months after getting shot.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
the one that was shot in the bicep?
Yeah.
The one who pulled a weapon first?
Look, man,
all
I got to say is if you ever watched that video or ever seen that first video that came out, Kyle Rittenhouse shot that dude. Did you see just his whole arm just go poof like in a cloud of just meat and blood? I was like, oh my God, that's nasty.
I'm really so proud of that young boy. And a local BLM leader denounced me, and I didn't even praise the event. I tried to stay out of it, but I said, I must have said something, and the which the local BLM leader happens to be what the one that I really like. The woman, I really like her daughter, but I guess she was like surprised that I stuck up, for Kyle Rittenhouse. But I'll tell you this, I'm so proud of that young boy. He had the American spirit. Now maybe it was stupid. Nothing was stupid. I'll tell you this, that kid's gonna have PTSD. There's grown men that they go to war zones. You understand? Grown men, the police officers, EMTs, fire people, that they, and now that young kid,
Therapy for sure.
now people are like, oh, he was found not. Of course he's not guilty, but so what? That kid is gonna have that's unless he's a Charles Manson and he goes out and then starts shooting up, which I doubt's gonna happen, but I'm just saying, he's gonna have so much fucking nightmares, panic attacks, waking up at the night, sweating and shit. And God, and you can see when he came out in his interviews, he never even said he's against BLM. He said, he supports it. He doesn't come out. He has a good attitude. And good thing he says that, because if he came out and said something else out like BLM's communist, this or that, it would cause even more division. And that just goes to show that this young 17-year-old kid is a lot more mature than we have folks in the media, the mainstream media. I'm so fucking proud of that young boy.
Well, the media has an agenda.
Yeah, true that.
Absolutely.
The media messed up and gave him a case against all of them, though, just like Sandman. I mean, they vilified him.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about this last night, Jersey, on our panel. You wasn't around, but I touched on it that people just don't understand what that boy, and like you said, boy, because he's still a boy.
Oh,
People just don't
absolutely.
understand.
Yeah, he's
People
only
just don't understand what that boy. He's going to have to live with that for the rest of his life. And if you've never taken someone's life, you can't comment on how that's going to affect that boy. It's going to affect that boy bad the rest of his life, and he's got to live with that. He's like you said, he's got to live with the nightmares and the shakes and the PTSD and all that. None of these fucking these news people got to live with that. He's got to live with that.
You know, and I'm not saying that's what he deserves. I'm saying that's going to be some collateral damage or aftershock of the event, you know. And you know, instead of offering this kid some help, they were bashing him all this time.
Yeah, well, it's like you said. I mean, unless he's fucking Charles Manson, which is a psycho, I mean, that shit is going to affect him for the rest of his life and affect him bad, because you don't just take someone's life and just, you know, just turn the other cheek and keep on rolling. You know what I mean? It's going to fucking affect you unless you're a psychopath.
Absolutely.
Hey, you guys, it has been an absolute pleasure to be on this panel. Jersey Watcher, absolute pleasure getting to hear you talk. I can't wait to see your videos. Toe for Life, Heather, WCN, man. I'm going to hit the sack. Peace out, man. You guys are awesome.
Thanks for stopping by, Harry Nuts, man. We love you, buddy.
Peace out, Harry Nuts.
We'll see you tomorrow,
Right on,
Harry.
man. All right, thank you.
And what I was going to say about that local BLM leader, who I said to her like this. I said, because I'm a big fan of Malcolm X. I said to her, if Malcolm X still was alive, he'd be taking up this kid's side. So what the hell are you talking about? You know? And I truly believe, I believe that I know it. You know, because I know his philosophy. His philosophy was of self-defense. It was to arm your local, not to be pushed around, to follow the Constitution. If you can kind of, in a sense, say Malcolm X was going around doing his own form of First Amendment audits in his local areas without the camera. You know, sometimes it was recorded and whatnot, but you know, they were going out and policing their community, making sure their people weren't being taken advantage of, you know, and he would have 100, I know it. And, you know, I just wish, that's why when this whole thing goes, I'll tell you this, growing up here, where I grew up in New Jersey, I had some skinheads growing up. They didn't like, but they were always bothering me. They'd always mess with me. And if it wasn't for the black community, in my area, they were the ones always stopping it. Always, but sometimes I wouldn't, because I like to go out play basketball, and sometimes they wouldn't stop fucking with certain people so much that you wouldn't want to go outside. But I'll tell you what, I hate the way they show trying to cause racial divisions, because I grew up, and it's the funny thing, the media out here wants to label me as the most racist person, or I hate black people, but all my friends, majority black people. Girlfriends, a lot of them were black. They'll try to label me as some kind of Nazi or a KKK member. Like I said, if it wasn't for the black community, they had stopped them motherfuckers from always fucking with me. And that's why even when they labeled me, they tried to label me as a white supremacist, you know, and I'm always in the cities. And you know how many times I was attacked? 0, because people, they knew me from a kid. They watched me grow up. And if I didn't, if any of that shit was even true, halfway true, hell yeah, I would catch an ass whipping almost some of the places definitely that I went to.
Right.
But, and that's what they want. That's what I noticed. That's what the media wants. They want people to go see if it wasn't me and it was someone else. That person, they get their ass kicked. But because it's me, it won't work, because I've been cemented here in this area for so long that when a lot of the shit comes out, that in the city, they'll see it, the propaganda, and they'll laugh at it. They'll say, "Oh, what the hell Christo do now?" And we'll make a big joke out of it rather than the outrage that they're looking for. And just remember that that's what they want. They want us all to be outraged at each other for some bullshit reason that in the scope of the universe means nothing. Means absolutely fucking nothing. They want us. I'm going to tell you this. I'm sorry, I got real high and started talking. But that's because I haven't been talking for a long time. I actually got depressed ever since they kept putting the warrant.
Yeah, you've been a little quiet lately. We've noticed that.
Coming out, and getting me. I haven't really, but that's kind of like the psychological damage as far as a true American patriot. I'm gonna overcome that. I forgot what I was gonna say. I can't even know what I'm talking about right now. But whatever it is, they're gonna be defeated 100%. They can't stop the American spirit. They can't stop it. I'll tell you what I fear for what I fear is the newest generations coming up, because when we grew up, we had some real strong old timers, right? Now, you notice them, a lot of the motherfuckers that they don't got. Every generation that goes by, it's getting softer and more communist-like. I can't explain it, but
you're right. I've said that time and time again on these live panels with WCN. Is these kids coming up, man? They're not like us, man. They're nowhere near like we were. Like we were strong. We were strong, and we didn't. Things didn't hurt us, and we didn't get butthurt about certain things and all that. So it's crazy how these kids are going to be. And I feel you. 25, 35, 45 years from now, if it keeps going this way with these kids going this way, man, I hate to see what this country's going to be like. Walking on the flag and burning the flag and heckling the troops and all that kind of nonsense that's going on. I mean, just like we didn't dare disrespect the American flag when we was coming up. Because not only would our parents fuck us up, the neighbors would fuck us up, and then that neighbor's neighbor would fuck us up, and all the way down the road.
Damn Skippy.
Listen to that. Jersey went all the way to the goddamn store, and now his lighter won't light. He got to go back. Fuck.
No, I'm good.
Hate when that happens.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, well, now I remember what I want to say. I'm so fucked up. This COVID shit too. It's not just that Lawrence, it's the COVID shit. When I'll tell you what got me real depressed and what really got me flipping out at motherfuckers. I start screaming at motherfuckers. I tell them, look, you got the vaccine, you got graphite in you. I can't wait until Bill Gates turns on that auto kill switch, and those you deem to be your saviors are going to be your murderers. I just keep on telling people, I can't wait till they turn that, because I got people locally in my area. I start flipping out because they say to me, I can't wait. And they basically tell me they can't wait for the cops to not get the mandate, break the door tie me down and give me the vaccine. And that angers me. It wasn't just, if it was from one person, you can kind of just shove it off, right? But it's coming from so many people that I just would never expect it to have came from, man. And I don't know. I think a lot of it was I was losing faith because, you know, before the COVID vaccine, you know, we were losing it here in America, but there was still, we still had our core value. Now with the COVID, it's a little bit different because now what you have is, even though we were already divided every other way, right? Now you're going to have the vaccinated and the unvaccinated people. So if they ever do the mandate and you got the government breaking down your door, you know, you're going to have the vaccinated community looking at you as if you were the traitor, as if you should have been vaccinated rather than standing with you and fighting. And that's what they want. You know?
Yep.
Shit. I haven't been, because I grew up in a time, I was born in 1987, you know? And when I grew up in elementary school, we were taught to be tolerant, respect. We were taught, you know, even the USA Constitution was taught to us, you know? And, you know, you were never supposed to attack someone for a different set of opinion. That's the whole reason to have respect people for their religious beliefs. But look at what the radical left is doing now. And even people on the right are guilty of it too.
Right. Yeah.
Not as much so as
they're all corrupt,
you know, because they're playing in the system. You know, which I don't blame the Republicans because, you know, but it's all evil. They're trying to tear. This is a war on the American Constitution, on the American people, on everything, on everything that we're supposed to be for. And we're gonna get it. I don't blame the police. It's not the police. The police are just working that system of what I'm talking about. They're the not just more than the pencil pusher. They're that the lowest chain. We're recording what's the lowest chain on the chain. How do you call it? Food chain. You know, they're the lowest ones.
Well, that's what we were talking about last night on the panel. We were talking about who do they work for? The corporate American thugs. That's who the police work for, the corporate thugs.
You know, but I'll tell you this. I started losing so much faith when I started, all because of this COVID shit. You know, I don't care if you got the vaccine, if you didn't get the vaccine, but I just don't want to see Americans being divided over this issue. You know, when they know damn well we were taught since we were kids to always be tolerant of the other person. And quite frankly, I'm actually afraid of the vaccine for two reasons. Not just because I think it doesn't work and I think it'll do me harm, but also because my religion spoke of the mark of the beast, that you will not be able to buy or sell unless you received this mark. It sounds quite like the RFID chip, which this vaccine could be an RFID chip of sorts if it has graphite in it.
We spoke about that last night also.
Or
was it night before?
Well, I saw a video of a guy and his wife. They went and they got their vaccine. She got a flu vaccine that she gets every year, and he got COVID vaccine. And they did it at Walmart at the pharmacy. And as they were leaving, he set off the damn theft detector. He went back through again, set it off again. And so they started videotaping him going back and forth, setting off the alarm.
What the hell do you have in his pocket?
Nothing. I was like, yeah, I'm going to have to rethink that.
Nanobots, nanotechnology.
Yeah, I don't get into that whole COVID vaccine shit. The only thing that I stand on the COVID vaccine is that it's fucking people's choice. End of story, and that's it.
I agree.
I don't get into the fucking magnets on the arms. I don't get into the setting off fucking this and that. I don't get into Bill Gates is gonna fucking hit a button and you're gonna fucking die, and all them other things that people have said. All I know is that it's your fucking choice to either take it or not take it. End of story. And anybody trying to push that upon us or upon anybody else, then they're the ones, they're the tyrannical, they're the communist tyrannical people. That's it. That's all I had to say about the vaccine.
Yeah, keep your nanobots to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. You know what I mean? It's your choice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My parent.
Whatever they got in that shit, keep it. Y'all can have it.
My parents
got keep it.
My parents got the vaccine, but and there's nothing wrong with nothing happened to them. Whatever. They're in their 70s, and they both have a lot of health problems. And my mom's got a bad heart. And she didn't have no heart problems over the vaccine. She got the vaccine almost probably about 8 months ago, I would say. But they got it. So, because if they was to get the COVIDs, my parents probably wouldn't be alive if they didn't have something to help them fight. So that's on them. But that was their choice. And that's what I'm saying. It's your fucking choice. And if you have it, I don't care. If you don't have it, I don't care. It's your fucking choice. I'm not going to, if someone tells me they have the COVID shot, I'm not going to be like, oh, you're a fucking stupid ass. No, if you got the COVID shot, that was your choice to get it. And if you don't have the COVID shot, that's your choice to get it. When I walk in the store, I went to the fucking store today and there's people in there with fucking masks and this and that on, and everybody talks about the mask bullshit. Look, man, if you want to fucking wear a mask, that's your fucking choice. If I don't want to wear a mask, that's my fucking choice. You know what I'm saying? And I was there with my sister, and my sister's got real bad asthma. And guess what? She wore a mask. I didn't fucking say nothing to her. And I just think that, that's all I'm saying is, I started ranting on something else anyway. But it's your fucking choice, and that's bottom line. It's your choice to get it or not to get it. Do your research, whatever. Get it, not to get it. I don't believe none of that conspiracy. They're trying to kill us and and they're trying to track us and I don't get into all that.
I believe they trying to kill us and they trying to track us. They are killing us and they are tracking us now. I believe that. That's just what I believe. But I respect. I respect what you say. Like you say, everybody has it's like you have a choice to get the shot or not. Everybody has their opinion, but like my opinion is not valid over anybody else's opinion. But that's just what I believe. Me personally, from my personal experiences and shit. Being who I am and how I grew up and the things that I've experienced, I believe the motherfuckers is tracking us and they trying to kill us.
I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I guess my whole thing is I haven't seen a lack of, and I've told you this before.
You haven't seen any evidence.
Yeah, I'm all about the evidence, dude. And I have not seen one kid or caboodle of evidence that shows that shot was meant to kill us. That shot was meant to track us. That shot was meant to do anything to anybody.
Yeah, but at the same time, you have to realize who's giving us these things and what is their record? What is their track record? Have they ever helped us in any form or fashion? Have they ever did anything out of the kindness of their heart to help people? And if they have did anything that remotely helped us, it benefited them some kind of way.
Who started the here's a question that everybody alludes from.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And this is the most funniest shit ever in the whole world. Is what do these people call people like Jersey that is completely, or you that's completely against that vaccine?
Oh, well, I just want to make
what do they call them though, Jersey? They call you Trumpers, anti-vaxxer Trumpers, right?
Well, I'm neither for Trump or
Hold
anything
on.
of that nature,
Okay,
so I don't
but
know
this
how
is-
I would be called a
this is-
Trumper.
But this is not. But I'm saying, what do they say though? Because this is
Yeah,
exactly
they say
what
that. I agree that. Yeah. In my area,
who
that's
the fuck started the vaccine? Trump did.
But I want you to know this, though, for
Hey.
life. Everything you
go
said,
ahead.
because I'm not a very good explainer at times, but everything you said, right? Almost everything, the whole thing, is I want to include that in with what I said, with an added. Not only I agree with everything you say, but to make the better point, because I might have not made the point that I wanted to make before, because I'm a little fucked up and whatnot. The point I'm trying to make is, right, Toe for Life. I never went out, said get it. Dude, I always stayed in my lane and just wanted to be left alone, right?
Right.
And
Right.
what I noticed happening, brother, right? Like that incident with the Captain Todd and the arrest, right? And you noticed me at the town council meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you'll have half the people use COVID as an excuse to censor, remove me, right? But then you'll have people that truly want the government forces to violate our rights, tie us down, inject us, give us false laws from the past, and say, look, the government has the right to do this, not with an experimental jab.
Right.
Though, and what I was trying to say earlier is my fear. I'm not with the one side or against the other side. What I was saying is I'm just so in disgust that you're gonna see, people going against each other, a radical side. Like I'm trying to say, they're gonna try to make it so I can't go into town hall like that Project Veritas thing exposed. So where I can't go into town hall, grocery store, make life so inconvenient for us just to give us that vaccine. Well, if that vaccine works so well, why would they have to go to such extents? Just think about that. This is about compliance, and the person who gave us the vaccine, with the answer the question being that the person who gave us the vaccine, Bill Gates, right? He's the one making best-selling novels. How he plans to kill us all. These are the people that are saying we're taking up too much oxygen, and
That's true. And they've actually come out in public and said these things, just like you say. And then also, as far as patent goes, who owns the vaccine? Think about that. Now you got to follow the money on this. Now, who's coming out with the cure for this? For who's coming out with the vaccine? What's that guy named Fauci and Bill Gates.
No, but this is beyond that, brother. Look. They were able to do something with this COVID vaccine that communists could never do for a long time. And what was that? They're able to get people within their family circles, within the family, people that had dinner every year for Thanksgiving, for Christmas, that meet up every year, right? Now you're able to get these, because you know how I said they're able to divide us politically, religiously, economic, whatever that way is. Now they're able to divide even the families. How? Through vaccinated and unvaccinated. Not just because, I'm not talking about the people that aren't going to meet up with their family members because they're afraid of getting them sick. I'm leaving that out the discussion. I'm actually talking about the people that refuse to have dinner with unvaccinated people.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about like that type of extremism now. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you something now, Toe for Life. and and this is what this is what I hate about when Obama came. I mean, I apologize, when Trump came to power, because I want people to understand this. Before Trump became president, at one point, we used to all be united against the corruption. And the one negative effect of Trump is that I'm not going to say that he caused the divide, because I don't think that he caused the divide. I know the media and other people, they took advantage of that. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But put it this way, when Trump won against Hillary, half of the Democrat Party, the Socialist Democrats, they voted for Trump. Why? Because of the corruption. But during Trump's 4 years, what were they able to do? They were able to make Trump into such an extremist, scare the Socialist Democrats so much that they were even able to get those idiots to vote for someone like Biden, let's say. So that's the one negative. I'm not some crazy Trumper, not at all, not by any means. I mean, yeah, I wanted Trump to win over Hillary and Obama. I mean, over Hillary and Biden. But at the same time, didn't a lot of people want Obama to win over McCain and Romney?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, McCain, insane in the brain McCain, who would have did World War III against my people for jihadis, and then you got that piece of shit Mitt Romney, a Mormon. Why is that important to me? That's important to a lot of people, especially if you're Christian, Catholic, whatever. Why?
Mm-hmm.
What do Mormons do? They go and marry young children, 10, 20 of them. You understand?
Right.
So
right.
for me, Mitt Romney was, even though, I knew how bad Obama was, think about this. The other two choices were even worse. They were even worse. They would have done World War III against Russia. Remember, Obama ran as the pro-Russian candidate. A lot of people forget about that one. And even though he did a lot of damage to Russia.
And just to let you know, Jersey, is I was not attacking you. When I get passionate about something, I'm just saying that all the main thing about the vaccine and the mask stuff is that I believe it's people's choice, and I stand with you 100% on them trying to force people to take it. I'm right with you. I'm next to Jersey, and we're going at the fight the same way. And that's all. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't want you to think that I was like against you. I wasn't against anything you said, and that's why I get on these panels, is to listen to what people are thinking, and then I go back and then I make my own assumption, or I take their points and then I look up different facts and things like that. You see what I'm saying?
So, no, I never got that impression.
I'm definitely with you.
No, I never got that impression at all.
Okay, and I wasn't calling you a Trumper. I was just trying to make a point that these people out here call them Trumpers, but then turn around, Trump was the one that started the vaccine. So
I understand.
Doesn't even make sense.
So for life. No, I understood. In my area, that's what they say exactly.
Mm-hmm.
They'll say, and keep in mind, there's a lot of conservative Democrats in my area that are against the vaccine, and that they're Democrats. Now, this isn't a political issue, but they're trying to make it seem that way.
They turn it to political issue. That's what they do.
Like I said, if Trump had never came, I think a lot more of us would be against the COVID. We would be more united. And people would understand more. Instead of calling, like in my area, what they do, they'll say, "Oh, that's a crazy Trumper." They listen to me when I say, "Look, it's in my religion, the mark of the beast. I was warned about this since I was a kid. Even if it's not, even if it's some kind of fairy tale, right? Let's pretend. And I'm believing in some kind of fairy tale. I have the right not to take that risk."
That's right.
And to, and like you say, you got the Italian flag. I'm an Orthodox Christian, but I went to St. Matthew Roman Catholic Elementary School, so I know you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know, and Greeks and Italians were the same. I want you to know this, that before Italy, well, Sicily was called Greater Greece, but before Italy, it was said that they came from Sparta. Even the Romans said themselves, and there was even a history of it that they left so they wouldn't be under the laws of Lycurgus anymore. But you guys come from what's said to be Southern Greek stock. Are you aware of Christopher Columbus?
What's that?
Christopher Columbus?
Yeah, Christopher Columbus. I know about Christopher Columbus.
I'll tell you this: Greeks and Italians were the same DNA. But
oh yeah, for sure. If any other country or nationality is closer to Italian than anything, it would be Greece. It would be the Greeks.
And our
food is like the same. Everything.
I want you to know this about Columbus. He never said that he was Italian. He never said he was from Genoa, Italy. What he said was that he was from the Genoa Republic. And when you go and you Google the Genoa Republic, that's a few islands in between Greece and Italy, one of them being the Greek island of Chios. And even the European Union admits that to be the birthplace of Christopher Columbus, which it doesn't matter now because Greeks and Italians are all the same anyway. But are you aware that there's a story saying that we believe him to be a Byzantine prince, and that's how we believe him to have been able to see the England and French, because no one can just go and get court with the kings and queens of England and Spain and whatnot. You know,
especially not back then.
Absolutely. And another thing, what they said, Brother Topher Life. Now, if they said they tried saying that he was dyslexic, why? Because he didn't know how to speak Latin or write in Latin. But if you go, why did he write in his books Greek? Because he knew that's what he was. He was a Byzantine prince, brother. And there's a lot of evidence pointing to that. And like I said, what divided Greece and Italy at one point, you know, then became the Catholic Church and then the Orthodox Christian, right? And then what you had is different flags, but we used to have this. We used to be the same. We came from the original. We started from the original. If that make you understand?
Yeah, I understand wholeheartedly what you're saying.
For example, I'm saying we can take Greece today, cut it in half, and give the north and south side different flags, you know, and make them speak different languages. But at the end of the day, we still have the same DNA.
Right.
So, not all Greeks had the same DNA. You know, there are different types of Greeks, but it was said it's Southern Greeks, Spartans, Italy, and Sicily.
I didn't know you could see my avatar.
Oh, yeah.
I put that up there earlier when you started talking about Greek, so I put that up there.
Oh, yeah. I love Italian women.
So do I.
Greece, Italy, Ethiopia, we have a connection. We're brothers and sisters. We're brothers and sisters.
Right.
And, you know, we're not just connected through religion. We're connected even before religion, through the histories, through ancient myths even. And what you're gonna see, people in America, they have to start rising up. They have to start recording, picking up the camera, record everything.
Yep. I'm trying.
Record everything.
I had my first one last night, and I was a little bit scared, but I did it.
And you made fun of me.
No, I didn't make fun of you. Nowhere near I made fun of you, Heather. I thought it was great that you did it. You might want to go back and look at my comment on your video, sweetheart.
Oh, I got a lot of good comments until last night, but I got a lot of good comments. I mean, I was
Yeah.
so nervous.
It was a good time though. I mean, I was glad I was able to get it and be able to put it out there and all that. So, but let's get on a lighter note. As health wise and cop watching and government watching wise, Jersey, you gonna get back out there on the street or what?
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna do more videos. Hopefully, as soon as I beat all these cases, hopefully,
Oh yeah,
nothing,
that's right.
nothing corrupt. I mean, people don't understand. I caught racked up maybe up to 10 charges.
Damn.
10 bullshit charges.
When
Right.
you called her princess?
Huh? Well,
that astounds me that they're charging him with something because he called that girl a princess.
Well, that's
Jeez.
just the stuff. That's just this. You gotta understand. The cop that executed that warrant, when I was let go, I saw him on the street a few days later, and I was cussing him out. I told him I hoped he died. I hope he gets hit by a car when he crosses the street. I hope lightning bolts goes down on him. I hope his family dies. Said all that shit, and I still meant it. I'm not even going back on it. I'm gonna tell you why I meant it.
Was it Todd? Was it Todd? Ain't that the guy that you've known forever or something?
No, it was some dumbass brand new guy that I never knew. And I'm gonna tell you why I was so heated. Number one, because they could have summoned me through the mail. But number two, you're gonna put me at risk. COVID-19 or MRSA. One of the guys that came in my room had just came back from the hospital from MRSA, right? Where you can get your cut off your leg, cut off your arm, right?
Blood infection.
So that's part of the reason I was angry. You know what I'm saying? Like when I get angry, like I'm not someone that goes like, I decide, oh, let me just go curse this guy off. So I curse him off. There's times where I say to myself, don't go and do this. Don't go and do this. Like I'll talk myself into it, not to go and do something. And I end up doing it anyway because I get so passionate. You know, I get such a fire inside of me, you know? And
Italians and Greeks, man. Italians and Greeks. You said it earlier.
So when I saw him, you know, and I said that normally I'll never say something about someone's family, right? But did he give a shit about me? Or I could have came back and infected my own family or other residents over a bullshit thing that I could be innocent for. Of course, that's why. But they hit me up with 3 more charges for that. And they even admit on there, okay, I cursed them off on public property. The sheriff's laughed because that charge didn't even come up. Then it was a second charge. Then the third charge was something like retaliation for past official action or something like that.
Okay.
Then they were calling the cop a victim. Well, how can the cop be a victim? So basically what happened was they arrested me. They executed they arrested me. I went to the county jail for the princess thing, right? And then I got out and I cursed off the cop that executed the warrant. But they're trying to make it seem like, you know, like I did some aggravated assault for some past official misconduct. No, I was on public property doing my form of protest. And if they want to make a big deal out of it, I'll make it into civil rights lawsuit. Because I even state in my video, my video is not public because I'm so ashamed of it. But, you know, I even state in my video, I'm doing my right to protest right now.
Yeah.
Whether he was on official duty or if he was being paid as a private person to look over some kind of as an off-duty assignment, I don't think that matters much because he was still wearing that fucking uniform, right?
Right. He was still wearing the uniform you paid for.
Exactly.
He was in uniform. He's on. Well, and then you got to look at the fact that we're always told that a cop is never off duty. Because if you look, an off-duty cop is usually put in a position to where they have to step up and into their cop position. And
Well, yeah, if they see a law being broken, but if you was to be an off-duty police officer and just not tell people you're an off-duty police officer and just keep your mouth shut, not wear the uniform, and you know what I mean, all that kind of stuff, then it's kind of like he's just another citizen, right with you. But if he was wearing that uniform, and even if he was working for somebody else, and he still was wearing that uniform that the public paid for.
That's right. So they can't say, "Oh, well, he was doing a off-duty assignment." Don't matter to me. I don't know that. Yep. All I know is I was doing my right to protest, which it even said I cursed them off on Route 27 on public property. They even had the nerve to write that down.
That
trying to rub it
property.
Yes.
They screwed themselves.
Yeah.
I don't think they screwed themselves. What it is like God complex. Like it don't matter to them. Like, because what it is you know how many lawsuits that they generate that never form into lawsuits because either people they don't understand, they're not intelligent when it comes to that side, they don't know their rights were being violated, or they just quite in fact don't have the resources to get
I think
the lawyer.
they actually think that they're going to keep charging you with these things and you're just going to give up, and they're going to keep putting you in jail for 6, 7, 8 hours, 12 hours, get your summons, and then you're going to go in and it's going to be thrown out because it's garbage. And they just think that you're going to finally be like, I'm sick of getting arrested. I'm sick of that. And I'm going to give up. And I think that's really what they're trying to do to you, Jersey. Honestly, that's me. But that's what I think.
They're smarter and more corrupt. They got another trick up their sleeve.
You think?
I know. Okay.
Well, I'm not there with you. I just see what you post. So it just seems like that to me. Especially like Todd, because the way he talks to you, he's just like, he's like passive towards you. Like, I don't know. He's like, Crystal, I've known you since you was a kid, and Crystal, just go home, and you know what I mean? That's how he talks to you.
Condescending.
Yeah, condescending. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, Heather.
I just want to say this. I want to say this. Even though the whole incident with Todd that happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have no hatred for the man. Absolutely none at all. You want to know why? Because I understand. I understand that he's an old school guy. I understand that I could have behaved better myself. Let's not admit, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, as a police officer, we always want everyone to be professional, right?
Right.
But then you also have to, there's also a person behind that uniform as a man. And I was attacking him as a man. I was attacking him personally, not even just for 5 minutes. I was going at him and going at him and going at him. You understand? And I'm not going to say he's innocent. Maybe I shouldn't have did it as much as I did. Did he have the right to arrest me? No. Am I making excuses for him in that nature? No, not at all. What I'm trying to say is I later saw something in the comments where they were talking about some people. Now, it could have been cops themselves making comments, type radical comments, and attacking Officer Todd in such a way. Let me tell you, I got very angry when I saw them because, look, I love all the members of my community. Everybody. I am mad at some cops, yeah. But Officer Todd or Captain Todd, whatever his name is, I gotta understand. I believe he thought in his mind that he was doing the right thing. And we also gotta understand, I hope, are they gonna, if they take it as a learning experience, where they can do better, I would really like that. But I don't think they're gonna. I think they're arrogant. I think they're still gonna say, oh, they're gonna try to put the complete blame on me. You understand? And that goes back to the arrogant side is that they have. But I'm gonna say this, you know, I hope he doesn't hate me, you know, because I don't hate him. Like I said, I got passionate, whatever. Would I have fired him? As I said, I don't think I would. He would have definitely got demoted. He would have definitely got demoted because I think he's been too comfortable for too long doing what his masters want him to do. So I would have sent a message to the other cops. You want to be an order taker? You want to be a Nazi? You get demoted, you get fired. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I would have never targeted him. You understand? He probably is a good man. Who knows? Maybe, right? If my life was in danger, maybe he would be the first guy to jump in, right? But at the end of the day, I don't want it to be something that cause a division between me and them, which it already has. It caused a chain reaction, which led to now, you know, which is basically a war between me and them. But, you know, maybe I'm just being more mature. You know what I'm saying? Which it shouldn't have to be that way. They should be the mature ones in and of themselves. But, you know, look, a lot of people, they might not like, they don't even see the real me when I go off on them. And I don't do it for the camera. I just started picking up a camera and record, and that was just something to do as a hobby. People don't understand. I grew up getting fucked with by these guys. So they knew me from way as a kid. And they knew how much more I cursed them off, you know. Like I always curse them off, you know. Now they just don't want the added pressure of being cursed off and being made viral too. But you know, I don't know. I really thought that they were smart. At one point, I was telling people, hey, you don't have to come record here. They know better. They're not going to violate your rights. And then they start violate my right again and again and again. And you know what that makes me feel, Toe for Life, World Citizen News? As if I was stupid. As if I was starting to get complacent. Toe for Life, World Citizen News, as if I was...
Heather, you're echoing.
Oh, yeah, it felt like, you know, so I just had to get reawakened to reality. These people aren't your friends, even when they smile, even when they do something nice for you, meaning, I mean, not nice for you, even when they're doing their job, as if they're supposed to do, right? That could also be a trick just to earn your trust. Rather than doing their job because they're supposed to do their job, these people don't operate that way. If they do their job, find it suspicious. Try to investigate why they're doing their job. If you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
You know, too. Because, you know, that's what they're very sneaky. They'll go around just to make a community relations, community-oriented policing unit, right? Just to gain the trust of the neighborhood, just to prey on them. That's just their different way of preying on them. If it was truly to have, you know, as the name said, I'll be all for it. But these people, they can never do something in the right form for whatever reason. They always dilute it. They always, I don't know, I can't explain it.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying. But let me think about what I wanted to say about these people. It's crazy. It's like it's a hive mindset they all have. And it's kind of like you said, it's hard to explain, but it's like dealing with the Matrix. Everybody, all these people that work for the government, they all have this certain mindset, and police have it. and we really don't get to see it through the government officials unless we watch certain videos of people going into the government buildings, and then we see how they're being treated. But as far as police, everybody deals with the police at one time or another. Everybody sees the videos. Everybody don't watch the TV shows. Everybody done been subject to all the propaganda that they put out. Like Jersey say, these people are evil. They have a evil mindset. They have evil intentions. They're not here to help us at all. When is the last time a police actually helped you or helped somebody? It's like when Toe um, alerted the police that there could be a potential female in danger. The police he was just all nonchalant about it. He's like, okay, well, instead of being, genuinely, okay, let me get to the bottom of this. He didn't care. I think he had a box of Krispy Kreme donuts sitting in the car, and he wanted to get back to that. That's what I think.
But it's also the police unions, brother. Because look, I read a story today where at some department they really fucked some guy up, right? To the point where they started shoving their batons right in the guy's throat, whatever. And one of the cops, a good guy, because we're not gonna say that all cops are bad, Like I said, I wish I could be, and if I was, I'd be the best, But this guy, he came out, he exposed them. He was a whistleblower. There's actually a thing called SEPA that's supposed to protect whistleblowers, whatever, but it didn't protect this man. And what happened was the police union fired him. He lost money, whatever, and like they did so many things to this guy. And what kind of message did that send to other police officers? A lot of them, how many of them at times wanted to do the right thing and stepped away from doing that just to keep their pension? Happens more often than you think. And that's not even an excuse for that. I'm just saying we need to attack the police unions. Those cops, they shouldn't, me, I would risk my whole savings, everything, just to do the right thing. But everyone's not built the same way. You understand?
Yeah.
And you also have to be honest where maybe people at some point in time, they were like my mindset, and then they had a family to take care of. And now they can't risk losing, if that makes any sense, that what they built up.
It makes a lot of sense. When we spoke on that subject also, I don't know if it was last night topic or the night before. That's one of the reasons, because they it's the go along get along gang, and also they feel like they have a lot to lose. They don't want to lose their job. They have a family to support, so a lot of them, they see what's going on and they don't say anything. And then also there may be they may fear for their lives. They may fear retaliation. They may fear demotion if they do stick up and say something about the negative activity or the abuse that the cops do. And then that also shows a lot to the organ, shows how bad the organization is. If you are an officer and you feel or you're scared to report the bad cops, you're scared to the point to where that you might end up losing your life.
Well, citizen, in my town, they retaliated against would retaliate against each other. Civil war, basically. For example, Google the cops in my town. One of them is in jail at this moment for firebombing another captain's house, and then two other were caught in conspiracy to do the same to another person's house. Now, you also had an incident years prior to that where there was this Greek internal affairs officer here in Edison, right? And he was catching them left and right. And how did they retaliate on him? His daughter was one day at the bar, and they beat her and they raped her. You understand? There's also people gotta understand that at times they're intimidating each other. It's like a mafia system, even inside there. And inside there, it's so strong because they don't just have guns; they have a system to cover shit up. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they got the ability and the means, and then the people that they report to are all in on it.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So you're fighting a system, a well-oiled machine that was designed to function the way it is functioning. People think the system is broken, the system is corrupt. Well, we know the system is corrupt, but it's not broken. It was designed this way. You made it back home yet, Jersey?
Oh yeah, I'm home smoking a cigarette, about to pack a bowl.
Okay, cool. Let's pack a bowl. 420.
Jersey, you know that video you put out a couple days back about the Board of Education?
Oh, I do. So many of those. Which one was this one?
The Round Rock.
Oh yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Oh yeah. And
where that happened that's where I'm at.
I'll tell you this. When I started running for Board of Eds, and they all thought I was crazy in my town because I'll give them newspaper reports I'll print it out. Go show up with newspaper reports of teachers raping kids, whatever. And I say, this is why I'm running, keep pedophile drag queens away from the kids. And now what you have now even Republicans picking up this platform and other people picking up this platform. Human decency. But I just take it one step further, than everyone else. And it just goes to show I wasn't crazy, because now you have all these parents coming in. And what are they doing to them? Being labeled as domestic terrorists, superintendents, taping them on body camera. You kidding me? This is America? That it's turning into that. And no one wants to fight it. People want to fight it, but there's no organization. It's just keyboard warriors all across the nation talking against it, but never uniting against it, never marching against it. At least now, even though I'm not going to say I don't hate Martin Luther King, I'm just a pro Malcolm X person. He taught people how to defend themselves, but what did Martin do? He taught people to march together. And what did they do when you could see them? They were blocks, 5 blocks, 10 blocks. The street was a real march. And that's the way they let, he said that's a good message. We don't even do that now together. We don't even do that together. And if they do march, now they'll march for something completely stupid, satanic, like the pedophiles with their dinglings in the air in front of the little children walking next to them. They'll march for that shit, but they won't march against police corruption, police accountability, government corruption. Release certain people from prison.
Yep. Shit. Well, World Citizen News.
Yes, sir.
I am gonna have to fly out of here because I got to work in the morning.
Yes, sir. I got to get up too tomorrow. I have a couple of jobs lined up.
Yeah, but I'd just like to say, Jersey, man, it's always a pleasure to talk to you, man. I love you, brother.
I love you too, brother.
And just one last thing I have to say to you, Jersey, is take me out of your goddamn spam email, man, and put me in your email, son of a bitch.
No, you know what? I don't know. It's not even. It has to be some kind of algorithm or something.
Yeah, well, So make sure you be checking for me in your spam because I think I did send you a reply after you sent me the reply finally, and you haven't replied back to that.
No, you got to understand. Even the local courts end up in that, which gets. You know what I think it is? Somebody signed me up for so many car dealerships and all this, that, and the other thing that, you know, one time it completely shut down the account. I had to do something to reboot it. But I don't know, it just fucked it all up. But I'm gonna go to sleep too, man.
We'll be looking for my emails, buddy.
Yeah, it's 2:00 for me in Jersey.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. I may jump a couple of panels. Jump a couple of lives and see what's going on.
I don't think there's much out there to jump on.
The only one on's Michael Malloy right now.
I don't know who that is. But I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night, and I appreciate all you guys for coming, and appreciate you, Topher Live, Heather, My State, Transparency, and Jersey Watcher, and everybody that was in chat. We appreciate it, and I thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. I may do one tomorrow. I'm not for sure, depending on how late I'll be working tomorrow and how tired I'll be, because, like I said, I do have a couple of jobs lined up, and got to make that money so I can buy me some new equipment and get me a computer, so we can have a real show.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I see you guys later. I appreciate you.
All right. Toodles, everybody, and thanks. It was fun.
World Citizen News out. All right, Jersey, take it easy, man. Enjoy the rest of your night. Get you some rest. Toe, get you some rest. Heather, get you some rest. My State, get you some rest if you ain't already sleep.
I think he's asleep.
Yeah, he came back and he didn't say nothing, so I guess he passed back out.
Yeah.
All right, because I know we'll see each other tomorrow. All right, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of your night. I appreciate you guys.
Night, Heather. Love you long time.
Love you long time. Bye, guys.
See you later. Bye.
Timmy!